user, like, in a way, you can kind of dictate the pace. But that was a 1 versus 2. Ludovica fell way, way too far back. They were scared. And it goes to show how much respect Ludovica gives to a player like Josh. Because they didn't want to take those fights. They wanted to play it passive. Well, joke's on them, isn't it?
Certainly egg on their face at the moment. And look at this, the decision from Ludovica. They've moved away from the Yana and onto... What?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. It's Amaru and Lion when...
Yeah.
I mean, Laundry Supply is unlocked, but Dorms is not. So usually, if you'd see an Amaru, it'd be for a Dorms attack, because you can get into that kid's window into the site while distracting elsewhere. In this case, it looks like Shaq just wants to get really, really early control of T3, prevent any roamers from rotating up here. Because previously, and you can see here again, Knights are going for... Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Knights are going for a roam strat. They have this rotate here, and Josh didn't expect such early presence in T3 from Ludovica.
That was really well played. I mean, I thought maybe Josh would have been able to hear the sound cue from Shaq just vaulting through the window. But apparently the Amaru was not loud enough. Now, the Lion is also the other repick that we saw coming through. I actually can't remember who that was repicked from. But it's certainly something that, you know, with the way that Knights have been playing, it'd be the perfect operator to have. And, yeah, Quiz has just gone and done Sawyer so damn dirty. I'm speechless.
Seeing a lot of Legion out of Quiz. He's done a pretty good job on that roam. I mean, Legion has one of the best guns on defense. I mean, there are a lot of good guns on defense, so it's hard to make that statement. But I'm telling you, like, the T5 SMG is a machine. That thing just, I mean, it just magnetizes to headshots, recoil's insane, good damage. He's still roaming out far west, so he's on for a flank later. Ludovica on careful, but they funnel down the main stairs. Juicy! That shotgun did not back him.
Not this time, Juicy. You've been given 3 up close and personal, but the fourth is where it falters. Quiz would have had to have been one of the gnarliest gunners in the game to hit that shot. That was milliseconds and pixels with no room to move, and he almost gets it. It was probably a millisecond off at that point. Knights inverted back to site. Fantastic work. They've wasted Ludovica's time. 50 seconds left. They're going to get a move on.
Attackers
Shaq
drop the diffuser.
might not have any of the Yana's utility he previously had. Gonna have to rely on the G8 from Amaru this round. The Gyro Hook not useful. This downstairs attack for the remainder of this round. Ludovica, time ticking away. And, well, I mean, plenty of hard breach on Twent, but just haven't utilized it. So this is looking very scary. Just 20 seconds left.
Ed, gonna get done. And might well be needed here. Quiz finds one,
Stiggs!
gets traded, but it Stiggs that swings! Doesn't find anything! Sage quick on the trade though. Twent with no time left. 5 seconds in it.
Twent?
Don't know what happened there, but Sage clutches up in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I also don't know what happened there. I think Twent was, he like killed his downed teammate.
Yep.
So Edamame was on the ground and Twent was like 1 HP. But like, why would you kill him? I don't know. That's very, very strange. Credit to Sage. Well played. I mean, Stiggs might have only found 1 down here, but that was plenty enough. Sage stepped up. And overall, just Ludovica left it way, way, way too late that round. Which is ironic, because Shaq was inside the building in about 10, 15 seconds.
Yep.
And they found a pick bottom laundry stairs. But then they rotate. Like, when you pick off the smoke, you're thinking to yourself, great. We've now bought ourselves 30 seconds, basically, because that's the amount of time that smoke can burn. And yet, Ludovica didn't continue that momentum that they had built. They didn't use that man advantage. They let it get too late. They lost the round because of it.
And look, I'm not a color caster, I'm not an expert by any means, but the way that Ludovica were attacking in the basement was very just one-dimensional. You think both times they went down rear stage stairs, to put the pressure on Pillar, E, and Hallway. And both times they faltered with really one player being the player to step up. Originally it was Juicy. That time it was almost going to be Stigs on that swing, but it ended up being Sage in the 1 versus 2. I feel like in the current meta, you can't afford to just put all of your players in one position. That was the 30-second meta. That was where you dump all your utility and you'd run in and try and overwhelm the site. Now, it feels like you have to be able to put pressure at the very least from 2 different areas. And sometimes you'll see teams put pressure from blue, from the back of rear, laundry, and freezer. All 4 positions, they will continuously put pressure. So maybe, like from my perspective, I think that's a fault of Ludovica's there.
It's funny, you preface that with, I'm not a color caster, but, and then you said everything that I was about to say and everything I would want to say. Like, absolutely spot on. Like, the meta has changed so much on this site. And these days, the way teams attack this is they open every single avenue onto the site. So laundry, including the laundry hatch, freezer, including the freezer hatch, the meeting hatch, you want to open the blue external door, and you want to have some presence on rear stairs. And then you decide, are we going to go for a laundry-centric push? We're going to go for a rear push. And both of those pushes, you technically still have at least one player on the opposite side of the map. Like, you go laundry, freezer, you still have a guy on rear stairs. Yeah. And that really helps to generate these crossfires, and it allows for backstabs and playmaking as well, which is what this meta is about. And Ludovica absolutely didn't have that. Now Knights, on their own attack, attacking that same bomb site. And it's just like we were talking about just then. Like, they're working this whole map right now, Rob. Like, they have cleared the roam, and like they're working lobby hatch is open. They've got a player on laundry stairs. Like, they're working the meeting hatch. See, the freezer hatch is open. You've got to play a freezer set. Like, they're not giving Ludovica info about where they're going to push because they're pushing everywhere.
Yeah. And that's what's really dangerous about this, is it's just impossible to try and deal with. You know, Ludovica can't get aggressive anywhere because every single angle is cut off. There are drones all over the map right now that are cutting off any type of intel that Ludovica might try to play for. Now the question does become, like, where are they going to put this pressure? Where are Knights going to apply the finishing touch to this? They also have the blue wall open, not to the, not to their own. Are you saying what I seen?
Yeah, the meeting hatch is actually not fully popped yet, and Juicy's all out of canister. So that's really rough. That said, if Knights manage to achieve a front push, it might not matter.
Put their pressure in from freezer, that's for damn sure. This is the ability that you really start to gain.
Josh.
Josh is just making space for the Knights, and the Knights are capitalizing beautifully. Twent, the last to remain, is so quickly traded, it's not even funny. Formidable are the Knights, methodical are the Knights. They are well and truly standing up strong here. 5-2.
And that was a 5 versus 1 at the end of the round as well. I count that as a flawless round, even though Twent found 1 pick before going down. Knights nailed that attack, despite not having the meeting hatch open. And it goes to show the power of those laundry pushes. And in this meta, sometimes it comes down to a single play or a single multi-kill. And it was what we saw in Freezer. It was Josh. That 2K with the L85. Huge. Like, for him to nail both of those shots and not get traded immediately, you're in a 5v2 for Knights. You've got all these crossfires. You've got this position from Freezer where he's just cutting off blue. He's cutting off like all of the rotations and supply, and from the pillar as well. Like, just so good. A clean Knights attack, despite them not managing to open that meeting hatch. Versatility is what they just demonstrated. That's what it is.
And you can see now they've gone for that secondary hard breach, regardless of, you know, whether you're going to stick the Maverick or not. A little bit unfortunate that did happen. But this is a big part of kids' dorms that we talk about all the time, is the need for 2 hard breaches. You cannot rely on a sole hard breacher. I mean, you can. Don't get me wrong, you can. But especially if there's a double reinforcement across toward Attic and they start to cut that rotation off, you can very easily have a player anchoring in pit with no pressure. And you can see this is the point of difference between Knights and Ludovica's defense is Knights extended into Big Tower, which caused a lot of problems for Ludovica. Even though they overcame it in 1 round, they still struggled with it in that secondary attempt. Shaq right now, this will be a really interesting play. If he can really utilize those hatches, he may well be able to catch out Knights, but I just feel like, again, if we're looking at the approach and the kind of way that they took out that final round in basement, I don't know whether Ludovica will be able to stop what is coming, that storm that is inevitably going to hit your doorframe.
Well, it may well come down to opening picks. Like if Shaq can land a nice shot here with the 1.5 on the T5 SMG of Oryx, it could be hugely impactful. But Oryx's utility is not that good on this side. Like maybe he could jump up the armory hatch late, backstab on Josh, but here's a good pick. Sawyer's found one, a very, very long angle. I don't know where Wiz was. Oh, is it outside double window? I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Maybe it was through the hatch below. But regardless, that's a big pick.
There we go. Down in dining is where he was caught. So really going to be, kind of feel like there's a lack of information for both of these teams when they're approaching from the west.
Look, the thing is, usually you would expect Knights to be sending one of their players with nades down below because he could nade out that position that Sawyer was on, and he could do that from a fairly safe spot where he can't be shot. Like Quiz was. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, hold that thought for a second because it's just the Knights that are going to be sending it in. Stiggs with an incredible adjustment on the twin. The problem is the kit's down on the ground and there's no one to recover it. Stiggs. In a 1 versus 3, everything happened so fast. Ludovica was scrambling to try and find the kills. Unfortunately, Knights were just too slow to win their ones. And with 45 seconds left, Stiggs would have to play out of his mind to find these kills.
And he can't do it. A risky play, a gamble, and a desperate one from the Knights to try and go for that rush, but Ludovica were more than ready. This has been a significant lead that the Knights managed to extend, and Ludovica have finally broken it. Rob, that was 5 rounds in a row that Knights managed to garner after Ludovica started strong with 2. So, I mean, this has been probably feeling like banging their heads against the wall for Ludovica, and finally they got one round.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
See if they can do it on the basement now as well.
Well, this is where we saw such success from the Knights, regardless of a small little misstep on the hatch of Electric Room. Still made it work. And really, Ludovica, if they can gain that kind of momentum back, and really it is a team that can work really well with momentum. You think about what Overt were able to achieve at the end of last year. A lot of it came on the back of just a couple of rounds strung together, and then all of a sudden, there was this fire burning around them that just could not be contained. And that may well be the opportunity here. Sawyer is yet to really have an impact on this game in terms of, the kills. Sure, he's probably been accurate as all hell, but in terms of maybe his calling, maybe his support, but he certainly is not that same fragger that we saw last stage of 2021. Now, the meeting hatch has been left open this time, meaning Ludovica are probably looking to stay on a roam for a little bit.
It will be the case. We also saw some repicks on the attacking side during prep phase from Knights, mainly Yana from Josh switched to Sledge, and more importantly, we saw the Flores come out from Sage. I believe previously that was a Nomad, and when you see a Flores on basement, 99% of the time that's telling you it's a blue push. Like, Flores is just so good for clearing any elbow presence, and just shields in general. So, of course, we've got the one on Sawyer. We also have the BPC from Logic, the bulletproof camera. And so that's going to be really good. But the thing is, if you want to go for a blue push, you have to full roam clear because, like you said, the hatch is open from Ludovica. And Logic roaming and meeting, I don't know if Knights want to address him head on. At the moment, it doesn't look like it.
Well, not only are they going to have to deal with Logic, Ed as well, that seems to be in kitchen. So it's just a very... It's going to be a hard take for Knights here. Minute 30 off the clock. They haven't got a single thing open. They're taking top floor control, but here's the problem. Top floor is reinforced. That meeting hatch is reinforced, so they're not going to be able to make anything work in terms of flushing out Logic. They might be able to catch someone on the rotate back down, but I feel like Knights have really got to get a move on here.
Yeah, time management is a scare for Knights. I mean, almost just 1 minute left. 5 players from Ludovica back on site. That's not so bad for them. And, I mean, Knights just really need to confirm this. They need to get that info that site's clear. Sage has just joined meeting. And fortunately, with meeting hatch pre-open and laundry hatch already open, now Knights can make up for lost time if they're just really, really prompt here. But they need to make a call on what their execute is going to be ASAP so they can start setting up for it, because it's going to be a rough, it's going to be a slug, a chaotic 5v5 execute.
Yeah. Really like this from Ludovica. Get in the faces of Knights, shoot drones, and then back away while you still can. There's only 4 drones up right now, with Ed taking the very first pick of this round. Quiz going out. This sets them up incredibly, but they've got to be able to back it down. Josh now pushing in, trying to find the opening frag that opens the side up. He's just missing. And now Logic has been able to swing, but again, quick trade from Juicy as now it's down and out for Juicy. Sage pushing into the smoke, and things just aren't looking good.
Sawyer uses his last smoke to lock out that player. Josh is going to have a huge one, but he's walking into a 3-way crossfire. Can't even find one. The Sage goes down pretty easy as well. Ludovica played that just perfectly, denying the time, burning it down. And when it came to the eclipse of the round, Knights did not have enough of an entry. Ludovica starting this comeback.
That they are... And again, starts with one round. Starts with a round where maybe Knights are getting a little bit flustered. They're losing time, so they rush onto site. And you win your ones. That's what happened. Kids' dorms. Ludovica take that. They then go to basement and have a much more, I would say a much more convincing round on the defense. Now, we get to see what I was asking for, but I don't know whether it will be an extension into showers. Actually looks like it might be an extension upstairs into small tower.
Oh, this is a little bit edgy, not going to lie, from Ludovica. And this is a bit scary, because if anything, it's quite a contrast to how Ludovica have been playing so far. I think Ludovica have done a really good job of playing like counter-information roams, like that round just passed, right? Counter-information roam, where you burn tons of time off of Knights, and then eventually you have like a 5v5 in the execute, and you can make around that when Knights don't have much time, they don't have much info. In contrast, hard-holding an area like small tower and office, this is like a hard anchor, and that's really scary for Ludovica. I mean, they have a good setup, 3 ADSs, you've got 3 Frost Mats supporting that position. Also a Mute Jammer on the shield means that Knights aren't going to be able to use Flores, not that they have one, to clear that position. So they're going to have to burn through this ADSs. And with Twent there as well with the Wamai Magnet, I mean, you're going to have up to 5 magnets. That's a lot of projectiles. Like Knights, if they can clear this, it'd be huge. But that's a big if.
An almighty if. And ifs or buts, and buts don't lie. Knights.
I thought it was hips don't lie.
Well, there's another iteration of that song.
Oh. Looks like Knights are actually clearing faster across before they try and address small tower, if they will address small tower. The main scary thing about that is they might not have enough utility to burn out small tower later on. Wait a second, there's no one in small tower. What is this? Ludovica have put 3 Frost Mats, 3 ADSs, a shield, and a Mute Jammer, and they don't have anyone playing that position. Where's Twent gone? Oh, he's now in.
He's
All right. All right. Yeah, look, fair enough, I guess.
It's definitely a what is going on here kind of thing, you know?
I mean, I think they're trying to stack the position that they reckon Knights are focusing on. So fair enough. See if Knights can break it.
Kind of feel like they're going to be able to. They've already got a player on big window. Juicy, you got to be so careful there. My word. Out in the open with a nade in hand. Unfortunately, Twent can't find the time to get that kill. Nice nade over the top. Shaq, in the meantime, has been able to find one. Twent as well takes down Juicy. Sage with the nade kill. Things are just chaotic. They are on fire. But it's almost like a calculated fire. It's a relatively safe one at this point. But it's certainly enough to keep our hands warm.
So you've got still Sawyer and Eddie with a really strong crossfire. Sawyer's position's really strong. And without the Maverick present, they can't really open up that attic pit wall. Put pressure on his position. Nade's fallen apart as well. None left. But no, it's only 2 flashes on Stig. So not looking great, if I'm honest.
Oh my God. Ludovica, 3 rounds in a row. Knights with no response here on their attack. We know that it can be so defender-sided, but this is looking real damn crisp, real damn good for Ludovica. Stigs to try and clutch up here.
15 seconds left.
With only 10 seconds left, will be shut out by Logic We go 5 apiece.
Not bad, considering that Ludovica lost 5 rounds in a row against the Knights. 4 of their attacks and then 1 of their defenses. Now they've come back and won all the 3 bomb sites that they need to close out this game in regulation. They've staved off overtime so far. They've prevented Knights from finding that match point. Now we go back to dorms.
Smoke picture is gorgeous. Oof.
Oh, I love that one. It's part of the
Attackers
battle
need to
pass
locate and
this
defuse
season.
as many
It's
bombs as
actually
they can.
cracked. Like
It's clapping.
there are so many cool card skins. Like I'm kind of a bit of a fiend for the card skins.
Yeah.
But just
Cards are
because
nice.
they're new. Just because they're new.
Yeah.
And I don't have many. And yeah, that smoke one's one of my favorite.
Kind of sounds like Xenox's brain cells there. They're new and he doesn't have many, but
Oh,
I had to get something in.
Yes,
I had
that's
to
not
get
bad.
something in. There
not
had to
bad for
be
you. I mean, it's smart. Do it when he's not on broadcast.
exactly.
Defend
He
himself.
can't defend himself.
10
I
seconds to go.
I did see that he was watching earlier,
Oh,
but I think
no.
that was just to see how Mandy went. I don't
5
think he really
seconds
cared
left
about
before
us.
insertion.
I doubt it.
Yeah, so no doubt he wouldn't have heard what I've said
Attackers
there.
must
And,
locate
it's
and
just our
defuse the
little
bomb.
insider joke with, you know, the 1,000 other viewers that we've got.
Well, Ludovica have pulled off something pretty extraordinary so far. And I think Knights going to be kicking themselves that they let the first 2 rounds go. Because Ludovica started strong the first 2 rounds, right? Knights looked really not present. Knights didn't wake up until round 3. And because of that early lead Ludovica managed to achieve, it was just 3 rounds on their defense, has managed to catch up with Knights, despite Knights finding 5 rounds in a row. That's the only 5 rounds they've found. They need to step up here. And, well, Dorms, they've already attacked once, but that feigned late rush through the breach at the end of the previous attack on this side.
Yeah.
Just didn't cut it for Knights. We need to see a lot better than that.
No, and you know, the problem is with a rush like that is if it goes the other way, you sit here and you're like, oh, what a fantastic call that was from Knights. They really were calculated and methodical. But when it goes haywire, you're just like, man, what you doing? You know, like, why you do that? And it just
And
is
look,
the way it is.
That's the thing, you can't underestimate the gunning potential of Ludovica. I mean, especially Eddie and Logic have been on fire tonight. Shaq's also managed to catch up as well. Logic particularly has really shone during this game. And now for
Bomb located by attackers.
Ludovica, they try and hold off this take from the Knights. Half the round gone and a breach has managed to be achieved.
Like they may well have their in, but it really depends. Where are the rest of Knights coming from? What are they trying to achieve? Please clear out somewhat of these roamers down below. It's not really roamers. These are hard anchors if you think about it. These are the players that if all goes wrong, they are the ones on the retake. So they are down there for the, really, probably for the entire round until things really start to get ugly, start to get hairy. It starts to put pressure on. Ed starts to put pressure on his own. Shotgun out for
All
Twin.
right.
And it shuts down Stiggs coming in. Quiz now finding a quick trade. Oh, that could be perfect, Josh. Oh, no, the bullets, they run out. And now they're running out of time, Dev, because there's only 2 of them left and 40 seconds to make something happen.
Unreal aggression from Ludovica. They are loving it. They just keep on pushing. You could see the timing there when Twent was like, all right, 3, 2, 1, go, and we retake. And now he's backed on off. Got that advantage and now fallen back. It's all they need. They're going to take match point for Ludovica.
My word, 4 rounds back to back, and you cannot put a flaw on them so far. They have seriously broken down every attack from the Knights. They've shut them down at every entry point. They have been aggressive. They have been passive. They have really brought this together and are deserving of match point. Tactical timeout called for the Knights.
One that they absolutely need. Got a lot of things to talk about here. The Knights have not lived up to expectation. What was it, 74% on the community vote backed in this team right now? 6 months ago, this team was arguably the best in all of APAC. They topped APAC South, Stage 2, booked their ticket direct to the Mexico Major. Unfortunately, couldn't make it due to travel restrictions, and since then, it's all been downhill. Rejuvenating their roster with Quiz and Stiggs, was meant to be a promised opportunity for this team to rise back to the top, but now they're struggling against a team that was relegated out of this league and has 2 players from OCL last year. Like, this has absolutely been phenomenal opening of the season for all of these former OCL players, really showing what the power of new blood and rookies can do when it comes to these big games.
Well, you know, not only has it been a revitalization for a lot of squads, but it's also been for OCN. You know, think about how many new players, almost fully new rosters, have joined in this stage. It's an incredible change to what we've seen for really the past 2 years, Dev. I think maybe, like if I'm really thinking about it, for the last 2 years, it's been a lot of the same names. It's been the big players that have really stepped up. And I think that nearly every squad has really had quite a tremendous shakeup. Actually, in fact, definitely the APAC South squads, all 3 of them have changed 40% of their roster. And then when you start to look outside of that, Bliss 2, 40% of its roster. Ludovica, 40% of its roster. Roffle, 80% of its roster. Like, there has been a massive overhaul from these teams.
Yeah, we've had a huge roster shuffle in APAC and OS in the off-season. And a lot of these teams are looking really good for it. Some, not quite so. And Knights is a team that has a bit of work to do. They're attacking basement now. This is the only bomb site they've won on the attack. They've also lost it. They were really, really slow on this roam clear. They're looking to be a bit faster this time. They've got to deal with this aggression from Ludovica that has been really difficult to contend with. Twen actually picks up the ADS he'd placed and falls on back down.
Nice. Like, something as small as that, I know it doesn't seem controversial. It doesn't seem like it'll have a big impact now, but wait until the end of the round. Look at the nades. Look at the flashes. There's still, what's that, 5 nades left on the team. There's also the 3 flashes. Projectiles are really a huge point.
Oh my god.
Logic finds a pick up in meeting and backs through the hatch that has been pre-prepared. This is looking clinical from Ludovica.
5 players now on the defense on the bomb site. Retreated back, become anchors. Knights lost this previously in a 5 versus 5. Now they're going to have to play it in a 4v5. And they're not likely to find any picks here unless if they can make good on those nades. And guess what? Juicy dying, that's 1 more nade gone. So just 2 nades left. Stigs and Quiz need to make sure that they're burning through all of these ADSs. Josh and Sage need to make sure they have info and they are landing these frag grenades.
Well, not like that. That's not how you want to see it happen. Sage is down on the floor and in an irretrievable position. So you're looking at a 3 versus 5. Josh has made a lot of ground here for Ludovica. Nearly finds a double, but Shaq was quick on the trade. Stigs, the only 2 remain. He has been able to pick up Sage. I cannot believe that has happened. But it's done.
God.
It's over. Logic closes it out, and it is a 7-5 performance. 4-5 rounds back-to-back for Ludovica. What a way to kickstart their OCN campaign for 2022.
Welcome back, Ludovica. After being relegated back into OCL, they came straight on back and Logic.
Light me up.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
This is Digital speaking. I am familiar with your own, yes. The one where I impacted 3 of my teammates? Yeah. No, see, that was on accident, yeah. You're meant to have a shield equipped. No. Something. You're not listening, Tom. Tom, listen. You're not meant to impact your teammates. No. Of course not. See, you're not listening to me. You're not meant to impact. You're meant to have a shield. Oh, f off.
I feel the flame, the fire in your eyes make me afraid.
No, not typical.
I won't
Running
lose
around,
my
causing a
mind.
ruckus. Oh my
I feel
God,
you
what he done.
waiting for my fall.
He can know how good the SMG can be. Play launching it from behind. He finds that check on the boots. He swings and finds him. Still on the bounce.
Oh, but he doesn't.
Meet me in the dark.
Surely he can't. Oh, a double. What is going on?
Swing there from Word. The bank stone. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many champions. You never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now.
What have they done? They just didn't know.
Of course, that's our new theme song, Chosen. Welcome back to OCN 2022. Chosen, Bangs Arcade. It's available now on streaming services, of course, ! Chosen in chat for more information. And it's a new little trio that has been established for today's broadcast. Myself and Rob have done a little switcheroo, and I'm joining the wonderful Dev Marta and Mandy, the newest hot property in the Australian casting region. Guys, welcome. Hello. Dev, how are you?
Great. I'm kind of bopping. I love the fact that we always start OCN with the intro song. Last year's Clockwork, this year's obviously Chosen. So good, gets me in the mood.
I don't know what it is right now, but I feel like I'm just towering over both of you. You look so small.
Here we go, mate. Here we go.
In fairness, I think Mandy is actually about that height in real life. Anyway,
about right.
How are you, Mandy?
Yeah, doing good. Really excited for another day. First day back on OCN as a caster, so really keen to join back on the broadcast.
Yeah, that's right. It's Playday 2. We've only had the one Playday, but let's go and have a look at those standings and see how it played out, because we had some results that would leave a few of us questioning, especially with Knights down the bottom, Ground Zero, and the Chiefs, Dev, all on 0 points from what was a wild start for Playday 1.
Yeah, look, it's a bit funny, particularly Knights at the bottom. You know, they've been doing pretty well in APAC South, and I think they're starting to build some momentum with this revitalized roster. And yet they only got a single round against Bliss. That's quite a surprise. Obviously, Chiefs going down. That's been, unfortunately, a bit of a trend across both OCN and APAC South. Now they're yet to find a win in either league. But they did fall at the hands of Wildcard, who seem to be on the up. Likewise for Kraken, funnily enough, who did promote from OCL just last stage.
Of course, those were the previous results from last Friday. Let's have a look towards today's schedule for what we have here. For Playday 2, Chiefs versus Ground Zero. It feels like already for one of those two teams, Mandy, almost must win because they both dropped their Playday 1 results.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Ground Zero, they seem fairly disappointed over the results. They've been quite active talking about it on Twitter. And the Chiefs going through a period of adversity right now. They need to show that they're not rattled and they're not in shambles over the past few results, over the past few playdays, both here and in APAC South. And they can bring it to a team of a caliber like Ground Zero.
I know it's only Playday 2, Dev, but it's 1 versus 2 as well for our second matchup. Kraken and Team Bliss, the battle of the pink there, big match. And then, of course, Knights, you probably think they'll get the job done over Ludovica, or maybe not. It's hard to say these days.
It is pretty hard to say. Ludovica obviously had a fantastic stage 1. They played a lot of that under the name Odium. But Knights also are looking for a bit of redemption after Playday number 1. So, to be frank, I think a lot of these games are really hard to pick. Even the Wildcard versus Lions one. You know, Lions had a really solid showing last week. And so even though Wildcard are on the up, I think there's a serious shot for pretty much all of these games to be really, really tight.
Well, obviously, we're talking about predictions. We may as well throw that graphic up onto your screen and look away if you're basically me, because I'm 1 and 3, along with a couple though. Of course, Mandy,
Me
you're not
too.
doing too well either, and we've gone for somewhat similar, although it seems like everyone's gone for somewhat similar results today. Really, only match 3, Mandy, seems to be the difference point here for all of the talent.
Yeah, it seems like it. I think people are starting to doubt the Knights. Originally, everyone was very impressed by the way that the Knights performed in this stage, picking up 2 new players. It seems like they were on the rise, but in the last few results that they've had, it doesn't show a lot of promise. And I think we're very excited to see this Ludovica roster come into the standings and really make a showing here in OCN.
Dev, do you kind of sense that we're on the money here tonight? I mean, you've got even a couple of the guys like Rob and Blue Panda who are 3-1 predicting Chiefs, Bliss. Do you sense that those other matches are going to be as one-sided as we predict?
It's funny, like, I think that a lot of these games could be a lot tighter than the predictions graphic perhaps tells you. I think that it's a bit misleading because obviously at the end of the day, each one of us has to just say one team or the other. I can't say like, oh yeah, I'm 60-40 on Chiefs and Ground Zero. No, we just have to pick one. And I think everyone might be like 51% for a team, and it just means that you'll see all of the predictions look pretty monotonous, but I don't think that accurately reflects how close the games are today.
Certainly doesn't. Sometimes the graphics do not tell all of the story. We'll go to our next graphic, though, for what will be our first match of the day, which is going to be Chiefs and Ground Zero. Both teams not getting off to the start that they would like, of course, losing their Playday 1 matchups. In fairness, though, of course, Chiefs lost to what is a newly looking hot wildcard, Mandy. I know the Chiefs, though, they'll want to bounce back.
Absolutely. I think the Chiefs have gone through a pretty rough patch right now. It's time for them to show that, okay, we haven't dropped the ball completely. We can still play some good Rainbow, especially against a team like Ground Zero. But on the flip side for Ground Zero, they'll also want to show off what they can do, try and pick up some points, because that's something that's pretty scarce for them right now.
We'll look at the Chiefs first, though, Dev, and of course a championship kind of team. I know they've had so many different changes over the last few months now, and maybe it's not the same as what it was when they won all those titles last year, but a little rough patch at the moment, both in APAC South and OCN.
Look, I found this stat yesterday, and I'm going to just use it because they haven't managed to break the stat yet. 12 maps in a row this team is on a losing streak. And that, of course, includes the APAC playoffs from Stage 1. It includes the OCS. It includes the Charlotte Major. And now, of course, all their Stage 2 games. So, yeah, a lot of those matches were playoffs or major games, which are going to be pretty tough. But despite that, they have lost to teams like Gaming Gladiators and even Fury last night. So, yeah, I think it is safe to say these guys are on a losing streak, and they really need to pick up their game because this is like a back-to-back major team and also a back-to-back-to-back-to-back OCN champion that have finally lost that OCN crown.
Their opponents, though, in green Ground Zero, they're not exactly on a winning streak either, Mandy. They've lost their last couple of games, a bit of a poor start as well, all things considered, to kickstart their OCN campaign here for Stage 2. Of course, they've made some big roster moves, Kaken joining the roster, etc., but it just did not click against Kraken Esports.
Yeah, I think that's unfortunately the nature of these teams just joining into OCN, because they're also bringing in new players from the OCL, that type of thing. A lot of other teams will come along and try and steal out their players for trials and stuff like that. And so Ground Zero have gone through a pretty rough patch in the off-season, having to pick up new players and essentially rebuild their team again. With the pickup of Kaken, though, I feel like there's a lot of success yet to come for Ground Zero.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is a team that has the roster to compete, Dev, to be a team that can make playoffs and minors, etc. It's just all about seeing it click and come together and then finding a bit of consistency, and so far it just hasn't happened.
Yeah, look, I think obviously a huge pickup for them getting Cake in. The man's dance moves are absolute fire, and he's shown what he can do in the server as well. I just got to say, it's nice getting to see a bit of the warm-up routine from him, see how he actually gets in and starts to warm up for his game. But yeah, I mean, no joke, this guy has come into OCN end of last year, show what he was capable of, and now here on Ground Zero for the first time, well, for the first time in Stage 2 now. I think that this is a pretty stacked roster. You got players like, you got Wettables, you got Kaken, Tuhan is an incredible fragger, and President, he himself is a very strong leader and a very experienced player. So I think that this roster has a lot of firepower, and as a result, there's just a huge amount of expectation on this team to deliver more than they have.
Let's go and deliver the map vetoes now for our first match of the night here for day 2 of Oceanic Nationals. We head to Villa, which is our decider, of course, from the the map veto stage. Mandy, I'll go to you on this one. Does it stand out to you? Because we have been seeing a lot of theme park and a lot of bank over in APAC South. Villa at least does shake things up a little bit.
Villa's one of those maps that kind of gets picked up every Playday, every now and then type thing. Every team knows how to play it vaguely, but it's not necessarily a team's strongest or weakest map, I would say. I think for the Chiefs, they've played it a couple times. They lost to Wildcard on it. I think it was just last week, and so they're not looking incredible on it. I imagine that's probably why Ground Zero took them to Villa rather than Clubhouse, but I don't think that Ground Zero quite have the caliber of Chiefs on this particular map.
Good that you brought that up, though. They played it last week, Dev. Villa for Chiefs. They lost to Wildcard. It was the two big boys casting that one, Manic and Blue Panda. And obviously, is that an advantage, though, for the Chiefs, having the recency of Villa?
Look, one thing that I would say is speaks volumes about Chiefs Villa is the fact that when they went to the Charlotte Major, they played Astralis on this map, and they actually managed to get 5 rounds. They lost 5-7. Now, that is a very, very close game against a really, really strong North American team. So I think that Chiefs can be pretty satisfied with their Villa, and of course, every time you go to those overseas events, you take a lot from it, and you learn a lot about how to play that map. So, look, I'm pretty confident in Chiefs' ability to play Villa. Might not be the best map, but it's pretty good. Ground Zero, on the other hand, they don't have very good former results. They did lose to Knights in Stage 1. And if anything, I just think that Ground Zero, this is like a first time playing this map in a comp setting with this new roster, with some likely new strats and new executions that they'll have going for them. So really, it's just going to be a test of them whether they can deliver what they've been doing in their scrims.
Those were your thoughts, Dev. I want to hear yours, Mandy, before we let you go and get into this first game.
I think the Chiefs will take it. I don't think it changes our predictions much. Everyone seems to be going for the Chiefs, and I think they've got it here on Villa.
Well, let's get into our first game of this evening. Thank you very much, Mandy. Let's head towards Villa. It's myself and Dev. We are throwing it back tonight for Chiefs and Ground Zero for our first game of 4 for day 2 of OCN Stage 2.
A nice game to kick off the night. It feels like a little while since we've played Villa in OCN, but I am super keen to get stuck in. Also, Xenox, it feels like ages since we've casted together. I can't wait to get jumping back into it and enjoying some of your little moves, your pointing, all your you get pretty into it, I will say. And I've been a bit jealous of Guz, who's sitting there just enjoying soaking it all up.
I don't think he enjoys it. He ends up just sort of shaking his head in
Does Guz enjoy anything?
dismay. No, he doesn't really. I do hope that you've been brushing up on your colour, though, because obviously you've been play-by-play, so back you go over to the analyst, mate. Let's head into this one, though. Finker banned straight away. Really no surprises when you see Finker banned out these days. Such an integral part of a lot of team compositions and the way that a lot of teams want to sort of make their pushes onto site. Flores gets banned out. That's a bit of an interesting one on Villa.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong ban, and we do see a ban on Villa occasionally, but the big thing here is the fact that Thatcher has been left in, so when it comes to Hard Breach and Wall Denial, you're expecting to see the Hard Breach successful. Obviously, Villa, the way it's evolved over time, Hard Breach has been less and less impactful, but I hope we do see that Thatcher creep in, because it's just so powerful if played well. I think Chiefs might bring that out. But the Azami ban is a big one from GZ. I really like that. In fact, Azami is just so good, just pretty situational, like depends on the map, but on Villa, there are some astoundingly strong Azami positions that you can create, and so banning that out's a really good move. Of course, Valk being banned out as well. So I think that defense has been pretty well hamstrung here.
I think whenever there's a map that has significant choke point areas, I think Azami is really going to have that strength. You look at a map like Villa, you see Astro holds, you see Bedroom holds, even just Corridor 90 holds. I think you're going to be seeing a lot of areas that the Keeper Barrier can, of course, have impact. And I being completely honest, I look at Azami right now as one of the sort of top bans on almost any map. She's just that strong. So let's head into our first game of this evening, though. It's a big one. Both teams, at the moment, unable to find a win from the first Playday. Someone's going to be walking away with some points, though, at the end of this one, and the community suggesting it will be the Chiefs. 75% compared to the 25% of Ground Zero. And I'm going to be honest, Dev, based on recent form, I would have brought that down closer towards, say, a 50-50 kind of margin, because the Chiefs have been struggling recently.
Yeah, look, I bet you, like, a lot of people watching right now, they're like, oh, Chiefs GZ, like, this could be a bit of a sleeper game, but I think this is going to be a very, very exciting game. Their stakes are pretty big for Chiefs, and every single Playday, they just mount higher and higher, right? Like, this is the roster that has dominated OCN in 2021. They made it to 2 majors in the last 6 months, or 9 months I guess now. And yet, they are on a 12-map losing streak. They just need to get back into it. They just need to remember what it's like to win a game, to warm up a little bit, and then they can take that power into the rest of OCN and APAC South and have a shot at another major, a 3rd in a row. But it's going to be a tall task.
Yeah, and there's always 2 ways to look at it when you sort of look at the finer details. If you're ground 0, would you say this is now the best time to be taking on the Chiefs?
Oh, yeah.
Where they're, have lost 12 in a row. Is confidence at a high point? Arguably no. But at the same time, it is going to have to switch and flip back for the Chiefs. They'll find form at some point, and maybe Ground Zero might be the team that just has them at the wrong time, where finally the Chiefs have gone back, done a bit of homework, looked at this match and said, all right, let's do some things differently. Let's try and refine some form. And I think Villa's a good map for it too, because you can see a lot of roam game as well on that first floor. And I think that's something the Chiefs will want to do with the likes of Bouncin, for example. And if they can actually just start to find some frags, find some kills, get some good control over the course of this particular map, I think that they will run away with it. And Ground Zero, they had a rough start in Playday 1. So, of course, they're going to be bringing everything they've got. Bit of a slow start. Sweep across north side going towards AVG. Pretty standard right now from Ground Zero. No real defense from the Chiefs, who are, for the most part, playing mostly on site.
Yeah, Chiefs really, really well, they've had a roam, but it's like a vertical roam downstairs, and Worthy and Ethan kind of fell off that gradually. Now, Frixel is looking to hunt down Worthy. Really powerful map control Worthy's holding onto right now because it's got verticals onto that bomb site. And with Frixel's nades, he could definitely find some kills. So this is going to be a really impactful engagement here.
Oh, he does spot Digital above, but Digital has the high ground and he gets the headshot onto Frixel. Very powerful position as well, holds that brown stairs area. If you do find that player down below, of course, that's Vert, but that's also an entryway towards brown stairs and really opens up the side of AVG. Tuhan over towards 90. That's going to be the Vulcan canister of Ethan denying some time there. 45 seconds remaining in the round, and suddenly it may be just a forced landing push into sight here because Ground Zero have not been able to find a whole lot.
I love that Vulcan canister, and here's another one as well, right on the door entry into sight. The Chiefs are in a very strong position. GZ will have to explode and find some picks here. They don't even have study control, and now they're lit up as well. Boydie still has 2 gas canisters, and there's only 20 seconds left.
And Digital still has the Nitrocell available as well. Go time now for Ground Zero. Gas babes go out. President Wedables taking a lot of damage, but it is the former that finds the kill onto Ethan. Traded immediately though by Boydie. Stand up, loses health, but not his life just yet. Tuhan continues to get aggressive. Found 2, then with a bit of help from Cake, and they got Bouncin.
Oh!
Ground Zero, though the plant denied by Worthy, Chiefs end up winning the round.
Yeah, and they really shouldn't have. Xenox, that was a massive 1 versus 3 clutch by Worthy. It took me by surprise just as much as it did Ground Zero. I honestly can't believe that Ground Zero got to be in that 3 versus 1 position. Like, how did Chiefs' study player not contest the entry? The idea with that bomb site and the way Chiefs was holding and the way that's on meta these days for Aviator games is that your study player has a crossfire from the study door into the default plant, up behind the vault door, and also through the line of sight in the study to Aviator wall. And for some reason, the study player didn't contest either.
Credit to Tuhan, though, for being able to just push in on the Ana and find a couple of kills and really opened up the site for Ground Zero, and you could see really the kills starting to flow for GZ. And do question a little bit there that how the Chiefs were able to lose so many players so quickly when they had everything still very much intact, and it was a bit of a rush push from GZ late in the round. Pressure off of that Vulcan canister dissipating too, so a little bit of an interesting round, and in the end, an interesting play. Worthy with the plant to dial, and the Chiefs take the opening round, and we take a short little siesta, Dev, to maybe just continue to ponder what happened and took place in that first round, because I will say, good signs from both teams. Because when you're looking at the Chiefs in a nutshell, yes, they've been struggling, but I thought their defense was okay for the most part. It was very stock standard, didn't necessarily do a whole lot, but they also didn't give much away to GZ. Won the Vert fight as well in the mid round. For Ground Zero, they had the right idea, and in the end, it was their just raw fragging ability that got them into the round. Lo and behold, though, because it took them that long to get in that position, the plant denial became a factor, and Worthy was able to win the round.
Yeah, look, to be honest, I think Chiefs had a really good setup. I really liked their strat. They had the Goyo to slow down the push, even just taking 90 control they had something to slow that down. They had a Vulcan canister to also slow down the site. They even had smoke, which I think they ended up just kind of spamming them at the end. But if Ground Zero had gone for a passive plant, there's no way they would have won that. And that's why GZ made the right call to go deep. And Chiefs probably should have been a bit more ready for it than they were. They did have a numbers advantage as well. To me, the chink in the armor for Chiefs was just the fact that they need to play that crossfire. And they just... look, often what attackers do is they'll send a player out to study balcony to then engage the player in study, the defender in study, so that that defender is preoccupied and can't play that crossfire. But I'm pretty sure Ground Zero didn't have a player on study balcony. I'm pretty sure that there wasn't anyone from G... Like, I'm trying to figure out why that player didn't engage. But they must have been distracted from some reason. I don't know whether that was their fault or whether that was, you know, a credit to GZ. But regardless, I think that's a pretty big red flag about the Chiefs. Is sometimes their chemistry is just off, their synchronization, and that is what they have been known for in the past. And yet it's seeming to be their biggest weakness.
I think with the push from GZ though, if you're going to be having a player coming in through study or the study balcony, you probably want Brown. There's control, and as soon as Frixel dies down below, I think at that point you give up on that. Why they have through ding and just run. And that's obviously where the Chiefs need to be doing a lot better. How many times have we seen teams make that same kind of play that GZ made simply because they were forced to, and the crossfires on site AVG, the player inside of Vault, they all just generally frag out, and the attacking team generally succumbs rather easily. But in reality, it became a 3 versus 1. Now, fortunately for the Chiefs, time was their friend, and Worthy's positioning and general game sense was able to still win them the round. But that's a round that they were losing, and that they probably should never have even been in that kind of situation. So it does not bode well for them, but when you're winning ugly, sometimes that's what the best teams are able to do. And I think that's honestly what the Chiefs need to do right now, is just get back to winning ugly. They don't have to play the best Siege, but get results, get wins, get, you know, rid of this sort of map streak that has sort of befallen upon them, and just find results one way or another. Then go back, do your VOD reviews and say, okay, we won, but we can do better, and here's how we can do better. And that will eventually click. And with time, it will come back to them. For GZ, though, I think time, speaking of it, they will have to do a bit better of. Against a team like the Chiefs, yes, they were able to frag out, but frag out a little earlier. They left it so little, so late. Yeah, and, well, it's a nice one for Worthy. He hasn't necessarily been on the headlines recently, and of course he was MVP of 2021, and that wasn't by a narrow margin as well. Like, let's be honest, Jake, he was nuts. Like, he was OCN. Yeah.
And yeah, he hasn't had a great start to 2021. Obviously, it's not 2022. It's not like a big smirch on his record or anything, but it's nice to see him coming in for a clutch. I think he played the roam pretty well as well, even though I don't think he actually found a kill on that roam. He just supported Ethan and Digital, but yeah, Chiefs need to just run with the fact that, look, they that round, they definitely should have won, and then they definitely shouldn't have won, and then they actually won. So it's been a bit of a roller coaster already, and it's just nice to see them, you know, in high spirits, a couple of smiles on their faces, and just waiting to get back into this game.
Well, since we've still got a bit of time and this tech pause is not sort of finalized, I guess we can kind of go into podcast mode and even speculative mode. And I look at the Chiefs, Dev, from an external point of view. Of course, we don't know really the inner workings of the lads, and obviously, you know, we chat with them and we have our interviews with them, but for the most part, we don't get to know the inner workings and the inner sanctum of the way these guys operate. But to me, it seems like there's been a dynamic shift from, say, midway point last year, where it almost felt like in some ways they were the underdog that was achieving, the underdog that was winning, that sort of fairy tale finish where they were getting over the line and they were finding these championship results, even if it wasn't maybe happening in APAC South. Coming into this year, that narrative changed completely. They were no longer ever considered the underdogs coming into 2022 for both campaigns, South and OCN. And now they are essentially the hunted, right? And when you are at the top and you are the hunted and there are no more excuses, you're not an underdog in any way, shape or form, that comes with pressure. And I do wonder if they've just in the last, say, month or so, really, yeah, maybe even in stage 1, befallen to that pressure a little bit.
Yeah, I think that the Chiefs are learning what it's like to try and have to retain their throne over a really long period of time rather than, yeah, as you say, being the underdog or perhaps having a bit less pressure on. The Chiefs narrative has had more twists and turns than Frixel's headphone cable, as we saw there. The production clearly really wanted us to talk about that headphone cable because they were staying on it for a really long time. But I guess we got to find something to really bang on about
Well, I
in
think,
this OCN podcast.
Well, we got the Chiefs on our screen. They're a great talking point, and I think they're the best talking point you can really speak about because of the changes that has happened to this roster when Ethan first joined, and then obviously you pick up Boydie and Bouncin. And I think you look at that and you think, are they going to be able to get the same results now with this roster? Because when they made all of these moves at the end of it, I publicly said I think this is an improvement for a team that had already won, 4 championships, right? And I think that they were able to maybe reach new heights with this roster. Now, has it happened straight away? No. Does it need to, though? No. When you think back to that original Chiefs roster, Dev, what was it, 2020? That team, before they were even the Chiefs, of course, was not really at those heights. They were a middling pack sort of team, and it took them a while to really find their feet. And I think that's, in some ways, what needs to also be expected with this current iteration a little bit too.
Yeah, I guess the only difference is that expectation has just mounted so much more. Like, yeah, these guys are no longer a middle pack team trying to break into the top pack. Like, these are the reigning champions and the back-to-back major attendees looking to take the next step. Like, the next step for this team is actually taking games at those majors, actually winning and, gunning for playoffs at international events. And then hopefully one day, I'm sure these guys would love to be the first APAC team to win at a major event. Unfortunately, in this day, it's not looking like they're going that direction. At least there's a bump in the road they're going to have to get past before they even consider making playoffs at a major, right? They have to get over this hump that they've been trying to deal with for the last couple of months or even last couple of weeks, I guess you could say. It hasn't really been that long in the grand scheme of things, but 12 map losses in a row is a decent amount. And obviously there's an asterisk there. A lot of those were really tough games against really good opponents. You can't fault them for losing that too much. But against Ground Zero, yeah, of course they're going to be winning that game, right? Like, they need to. And if they don't, that is even more of a red flag than anything we've seen so far.
Yeah, certainly. And I definitely agree with you. I think, though, the best teams are able to have bumps in the road. And this is not even just for, honestly, Rainbow Six. This is sports in general. And any sort of competitive environment, you can have those little blips, you can have that bump in the road, and I think the best teams will always be able to deal with that, come out the other side, maybe even better than before. Whereas some of the other teams that maybe had really high highs have that bump in the road and falter, and then we don't really see them again. So the question right now for the Chiefs is, which are they going to be? Are they going to be the team that sort of overcomes these hurdles, these obstacles, these lapses at the moment, and then come out for the better? Or is this going to be something that ends up becoming a trend and something that, goes in towards stage 3 of APAC South, etc., and then they're just never able to overcome it and they're not actually going to be able to get back to those higher highs? It does kind of feel like they're a little bit away, though, from getting that kind of, result. It's still going to take them a couple more months, I think, to reach their absolute best. We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, it seems like this little tech issue is prolonging longer than we originally thought. Do appreciate everyone for sticking around. We will go to a short break, though, and on the other side, hopefully, we can get into our second round of this match.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you guys know that we are teaming up with the Oceanic Nationals for our new single, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Apple Music or any other streaming service that you use.
as I break the mold. I've been low before. This is me rising up to take the center stage, to take the trophy cup. You don't wanna miss this. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this, got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now, gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold. You don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No, you don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this, got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now, gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold.
Honest, I'll be there by 4 in my beat up old 4-door. Me and you, yeah, we're dumb and dumber. Sun-kissed at the beach all summer. I want it so bad I had to go and get it. I need it, oh yeah, just wait until you feel it. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all on the sum of our parts. But my darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. Bukowski while you're breaking my heart. We're stalling, it's 1993. Just call me, leave a message at the beep. I was all in, carved our names into a tree, but we're falling in and out of reach. I want it so bad I had to go and get it. I need it, oh yeah, just wait until you feel it. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all on the sum of our parts. But my darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all on the sum of our parts. But my darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart.
Turn your heart inside out, show your face, and let everybody see you. You're gonna tell it to the world, even when you might get hurt, but that's the price. That you feel so alive when you only just show it all. I just keep running around, but I can talk about it. just keep running around, but I can talk about it. It just feels like it's true, and I keep running, but I don't wanna talk about it. I just keep running around, but I can talk about it. It just feels like it's true, and I keep running, but I don't wanna talk about it.
Listen up, got no time. Gonna get it all, gonna get what's mine. Tell you what, no surprise. Try to push me down, but I'm gonna rise. There's no way now. There's no way now. Get away now. Nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want, nothing to prove. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. 'Cause we do what we want. Don't give up, take your time. Gonna get it all, gonna get what's mine. Keep it shut, gotta realize. Try to push me down, but I'm gonna rise. There's no way now. There's no way now. Get away now. Nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want, nothing to prove. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. 'Cause we do what we want. The joke's on you. The joke's on you. Nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want, nothing to prove. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. 'Cause we do what we want. We do what we
as I break the mold. I've been low before. This is me rising up to take the center stage, to take the trophy cup. You don't wanna miss this. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this, You don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No. You don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this. Got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now. Gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold.
He never counts them out. Close plays are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't One hand has been replaced onto the crown of OCN. The Chiefs retaking their throne as the kings of OCE, winning 1-0. They take victory. All memes aside, Dev, of course, it was a forfeit in the end due to unforeseen circumstances, and the Chiefs will take the win.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointment, not just for Ground Zero, who had to forfeit, but I'm sure for Chiefs as well, who were looking forward to a good game and looking forward to getting a chance to get back in the server, get a win on the board, because, of course, we talked about that 12-map lose streak that has now come to an end by winning a single round and having the other team forfeit, which is, I mean, at the end of the day, it wouldn't have mattered whether Chiefs won that round, would it? Bit of a disappointment for both teams, but it's the way the cookie crumbled.
Yeah, very quickly, Mandy. One round, dissect it, take us through it. Chiefs just way too good.
Well, yeah, Worthy came in clutch. It was pretty good. I mean, good round from them.
I guess we're moving on forward with the rest of the show. Unfortunate for Ground Zero, of course, they'll be, I guess, disappointed from that result, considering they, of course, are a team that would want to make it into APAC, Dev, and I think that's probably going to put a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, look, it's going to be pretty tough this year for having a shot at one of those APAC Relo spots because, of course, you've got teams like Bliss who are going to be doing a great job at cracking on with that. And look, they're up next against Kraken.
Oh, Bliss cracking on with that, mate. You've been spending way too much time with Robert J. Monday. Let's move on with the show, though. Kraken Esports and Bliss. Mandy, I'll get to you first for Kraken. A team that, of course, had a big result in Playday 1, taking down Ground Zero 7-3. Looking at like a team now that can really contend with the rest of the competition in OCN.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've come to prove to us, well, prove some of us wrong at least on the first Playday. A lot of us predicted against these guys, but in the end, they showed up for sure. And even playing with some substitutes as well, they've shown that they're a very well-rounded team and they're ready to be in the OCN.
I think this is a team, though, Dev, that obviously how much can we really expect from them? Because it's 1 versus 2, and they're going up against Team Bliss. Do you put them in sort of a similar pedestal, or do you think that they're maybe just a little step below still?
Look, I think NZ Frankie's got to figure out what's going on. He's upside down, and now he's disappeared. But look, this team is still in its reformative stages. I'm not going to say formative stages because Kraken is a staple name from OCL, and last year they had a great rise up to power when the now Ludovica and the now Ground Zero rosters started to graduate into OCN. But Kraken have made some changes since then, right? So obviously you've still got some of the OGs like Tiltech there, but in fact Tiltech and NZ Frankie are just subs, and they're subbing in for a couple of reasons. Kraken are looking to pick up Phoenix, who is a young and up-and-coming talent who is turning 18 in a couple of weeks' time. So obviously they have to sub in for him. They also have to sub in for one of the other players, Seppi, who's currently out of Australia. So this Kraken Esports Club team, right? You've got Elements who used to be on Ludovica. You've got 2 subs playing, and you've got 2 roster changes coming up very shortly. This is a team that's still in its reformative stages.
A team, though, that probably feels like they're at the best they've ever been in. It's Team Bliss. Their opponents won and zip 7-1 at that as well against the Knights. I feel like the complete package right now, Mandy, and of course, they'll be feeling like APAC is a surety. They have to get it this year, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've just been really missing out on all these relegations. It's time for them to prove this year in the OCN that they are actually consistent. They can get that attempt again at the APAC South relegation series so that they can promote into the next league. And I think with the pickup of Fisher Guy and newly Brendo as well, they have the firepower, they have the leadership and the IGLing that they need to be able to get that success.
Complete dominant performance in Playday 1 against the Knights. A 7-1 belting on Border. Brando, an amazing pickup for this roster dev, and in some ways, like I was sort of mentioning, it feels like it really completes this roster. They've got the OGs, they've got the fraggers, they've got a solid team.
Yeah, they very much do. Bliss had a pretty disappointing show in the OCS, and I think they're still trying to redeem themselves from that. Obviously, the loss of God Legion is pretty sad to see a veteran of the scene hang up the keyboard, but Brendo is a really exciting up-and-coming talent. So I think that's great for them. I think that this team is still kind of stung by the fact that they weren't able to make it into APAC South at the end of last year, but they're going to do everything they can to make it this year. And also, you know, for those who don't know, Brendo is Sage from Knights' younger brother. So we do have the Sage blood here, and he's clearly got a lot of talent, and he's coming into his own year on Bliss.
Do you think that this Bliss roster, though, I'll go back to you on this one, Dev, because you were, of course, you know, around all of it for last year, but do you think this one's a little bit better than the last roster iteration back when they had Jigsaw, etc., or do you sort of rate that older roster still?
Look, it's pretty hard to compare. Obviously, players like Jigsaw and Todd really, really good in their own right. But it's kind of the difference, I guess, between different kinds of players, right? Todd, for example. Todd, I guess in some ways had similarities to Fisher Guy in that he was kind of the brains of the operation. He played a lot of support. But Fisher Guy has a very different experience to Todd and a very different kind of perspective on the game, I think. And likewise, you know, Brendo, similar to Jigsaw in that he is a bit of a gunner, like a bit of a young, kind of newer player that's looking to make waves as a rookie. But Brendo is much more untested than Jigsaw is, and I think that's pretty exciting. It means that we haven't yet seen what he's capable of.
As exciting as that is, Mandy, for a team like Kraken, of course, they've got an exciting future, but a lot of their future's not here tonight. Is that going to be a big difference maker for them in the way that you kind of predict this? I know we obviously had the prediction graphic earlier, and everyone has gone for Team Bliss. Do you sense that a lot of that comes down to the fact that for Kraken, it's still not that full team just yet?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's probably the main reason why I actually picked Bliss in the end. I feel like Bliss, they're playing with a roster that they've played with all the time. They play their scrims every day or whatever their schedule is. And so they're familiar with each other. Whereas on Kraken, it feels a bit odd to divide up your players between your practice and your game day. And I just don't feel like the flow is there. I don't really think that we're going to see like a level of competitiveness, a level of cohesion that is needed for the OCN in comparison to Team Bliss.
Let's head to the map of Vito for where we're going to get our next map for tonight. We have one round of Villa, and now we head straight to Clubhouse, where I would assume we'll get more than just the one round. We almost got Villa again, though, Dev, banned out by Kraken at the last second, but we head to the home of OCN Esports in Clubhouse.
Yeah, look, this is a pretty good one for Kraken. They beat Ground Zero last week 7-3 on Clubhouse, and Bliss don't have a great recent record on the map. In fact, they lost 7-0 to Wildcard in that OCS final. Of course, that OCS has a bit of an asterisk on it for Bliss. They were clearly... there was something wrong with the team during that event, and they really dropped the ball to Wildcard in that final. But... you know, if you look a little bit further back, Bliss showed that they could 7-1 Ground Zero in OCN last stage on this map. So I think this is a strong map for both teams, and I think we'll see the best out of each of them.
Mandy, I want your thoughts on this. How do you sort of view heading over to Clubhouse? Does it sort of change the way that you frame your thoughts around this matchup?
To be honest, Sunox, every time that we come from this off-season, I always get proven wrong. Especially in APAC South and in OCN, every time a team comes back from the off-season, they've clearly done a lot more work than I anticipate them to. They've worked much harder, and I feel like even with all these map stats and the accumulation of it, even though it might look better for Kraken than it does for Bliss right now, you never know. Maybe Bliss have worked hard on this map, and they must be taking us to it for a reason.
I think the other part of it as well here is that Clubhouse is the map we've seen a lot of in the past, Dev. Not obviously too unfamiliar for pretty much, I guess, both of these teams, but for Team Bliss, they've been able to play a lot of top teams on Clubhouse over the years, especially over the last, say, 12 to 16 months. This has been a map that they would have got a lot of, good game time on, and I think that should serve them really well. So, look, it's the beautiful neutral kind of map, isn't it, I guess, and I think that in saying that, therefore, then favors Team Bliss. I think at any time that Kraken, especially in the current iteration where they've got 2 subs, can't find any sort of advantage on the map, then I think Team Bliss will actually come away being the favorites for it. So I think this is the kind of map Team Bliss should be winning.
Yeah, if there's anything that goes to Kraken, I would say, like, let's say we're on a really aggressive map or a really kind of individual gunplay, more heavy map, kind of like, let's say, Chalet or something. I think that I would have actually put Bliss more favored just in general overrushing for playstyle reasons, because I think individually Bliss have the more star players, and that's why Kraken are playing with 2 subs, right? Like, they want Seppi and Phoenix in there. Those are the gunners that they want to get back into the game, and playing with Tiltek and NZ Frankie may potentially hamstring just their pure fragging ability. And while if Kraken are at a bit of disadvantage on that, and they're also trying to form the chemistry of this roster that isn't their core, that does put them at a disadvantage. On the flip side, if Tiltek and NZ Frankie are really confident playing the very utility-heavy game that a map like Clubhouse is, all revolves around that hard breach and clearing power positions, that could advantage them. And so I think that Bliss just need to be careful not to get complacent.
I think that's well and truly spoken. And obviously, Mandy, this is a game where they could get complacent. You're going up against a team that has 2 substitutes that you may just think, all right, we'll walk in, we'll get the job done, and that could come back to bite them. If that is to happen, though, I think it has to happen early on. I think Kraken need to win the first couple of rounds, right? That's maybe the win condition for them.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think Kraken, they really have to find their own. I suppose that because this is a team of subs, it's essentially sort of a newer roster in this competitive scene. They'll just have to find the flow in the game. Like you said, there's not much flow outside of the game that they can transfer into this official match today, right? So it's all about finding that momentum right at the beginning, getting into it, and making sure that Bliss can't stop them.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be enough we need to hear from you, Mandy. Last one now for Dev, and then we can get into the game. Final thoughts.
Look, I think this should be good. I'm keen to see how Brendo goes with Bliss, because I think that they're the team with a lot of hype behind them going into Relos, and I'm really keen.
Yep, all right, let's get into the game. It's Mandy, you're going to be joining me for this one. We head over to Clubhouse for our second game of the night. Kraken versus Team Bliss, the battle of the pink.
Yeah, seems like we wear pink here on Fridays instead. Kraken and Bliss taking us to Clubhouse, of course, is stable here in the OCN Stage scene. I just can't wait to get started. Really excited for this match.
Hopefully we can get more than one round as well. That would be great.
That would be good.
For those that are maybe they only just sort of retuning in, because sometimes we go to a break and then you go make dinner or something. You come back and you're like, hang on a second, what happened to Chiefs and Ground Zero? Well, unfortunately there was a tech issue for Ground Zero. They did have to forfeit, so Chiefs, from a technical point, they do get a 7-0 win over Ground Zero. That's the way that, of course, gets all accumulated. So a big result for them. Not just the fact that they walk away with the win, but they get all of that round differential as well moving forward. We do head to our second game. Kraken and Bliss. Bliss will be on the defense, Kraken on the offense. Thatcher gets banned out, so does Finka. And we head over to our defender bans Kaid. So nothing too crazy so far.
Yeah, pretty standard at the moment. Thatcher being banned out to follow by the Kaid as well. Makes sense, keeping those hatches available to the attacking side, and Finker's been quite a staple in the meta as well. Azami being banned out is something that I'm not a fan of, because I love seeing Azami in these games. I think she's really versatile and fun to watch, but what can you do? She is banned out for a reason, and that's just because she's very difficult to deal with. It makes you bring a lot of extra explosive power to have to deal with those keeper barriers, and when you're on a map like Clubhouse where you need so many tools to work through the map, you just can't fit that into your lineup.
Yeah, I'm still kind of going back to what I said at the start of the last game when we got through the ban phase. I think Azami is going to be the kind of operator that gets banned out quite extensively regardless of the maps. She'll slip through every now and then, depending on, of course, how teams want to sort of against her. But Still, Church Arsenal seemingly going to be our first site of choice here for our second map. This one being now Clubhouse. Of course, Team Bliss will be on the defense first, and because it's Clubhouse and on the defense, and it's a team like Bliss, this could end up being a rather quick one if Kraken can't find the offensive prowess to get through this Team Bliss defense. The community suggesting the same, 63% in favor of Bliss, 37% sensing an upset with Kraken. Of course, a reminder, they do have 2 substitutes tonight, so it's not a full-strength Kraken outfit.
This is going to be a pretty tough game here for Kraken, starting out on the attack, particularly trying to clear this roam. We can see Repix now setting up just outside the jacuzzi wall, even dedicating some bandit batteries to it means that Bliss, they are going to look for a roam clear, and that is the first challenge that Kraken are going to have to face. Now, doing a 1, 2, 3 top to bottom type of roam clear takes a lot of time and a lot of coordination, and this is going to be a big test for this team.
Yeah, and I think also trying to not just clear out these players, but then Brendo and the form that he's in right now on that visual will be very annoying to deal with. I think the goal here for Bliss will be, you know, essentially through someone like Brendo on that visual, try and find that early kill, then get back down. If you can take a 5v4 advantage as the defender on Church Arsenal, going back down below for, you know, the final 30, 40 second sort of push, it's so massive. Now, this is an aggressive hold, though, from Brendo, and he gets punished for it. Hunter finding the headshot, and that's an early kill for Kraken, and that's going to put the defense into disarray for Team Bliss.
And Hunter's just been so incredibly consistent and quick on these entries. Last week, we also saw Hunter play the entry on Iana on this exact same map on Clubhouse, and every single round, he always came through this garage door, made his entry very swift and hasty, and here we go again, even getting control into Cash, ready to take the fight onto Repix. Well, Repix does find one. Hunter to try and refrag here. This is a pretty dire position here for Repix.
Good, though, for Team Bliss that they've been able to at least bring it back. Now, they find the advantage as well with Oda finding the kill onto Hunter. So Kraken, they got that opening kill, but they've not really been able to do it much more with it. Elements gets rid of that mute jammer. And then Zed Frankie now over towards Bar, can open this up as well with the skeleton key. They can get main stairs control along with Kitchen. Still 90 seconds remaining, but of course now only the duo. No more hard breach either. Well, actually, they didn't bring any hard breach, so interesting sort of play there. Now, of course, though, Team Bliss, they've got the numbers. They can sit on site, and they should be able to close out this round.
Unless Elements has anything to say about it, Elements, he's pretty famous for this blue take. He always manages to sneak his way down the blue stairs and is able to find some picks on the back of the boiler here. And I feel like if there's any way of coming back into this game, it's probably this. And here we go. Elements currently in a 2 versus 1 engagement here in the back of Arsenal.
If they are to win this round, though, Elements definitely needs to win that 2v1. Vulcan Canister does get blown up. That's Oda's inside a church at the moment. Elements still just holding out towards blue stairs. Time is at least on his side, 50 seconds remaining. And Shade gets a little bit antsy. That could have been a chance for Elements to find an easy kill. Unable to find it, though, and has been pushed all the way back over to storage. And now, time's starting to run out.
And this is the part where we say, okay, Bliss, it's time for you not to get complacent. Exactly what you said, Xenox, inside of the desk, on the desk. It's the time to sit back, relax, and let Kraken go in. 25 seconds left to go for them.
Yeah, and Bliss surely not going to mess this one up. Only one nade remaining, that's with Shade. No nitrous cells. Elements, good holding of the angle, but Shade just a little bit sharper and cleaner, and he ends up finding the last 2 kills of the round. A messy round to kickstart here on Clubhouse. A fun one, though, at that. It was the opening pick that went the way of Kraken, but from that point onwards, Team Bliss, they were able to get their way back into that round, bring back the advantage, gain it, and then hold it, and they take out the opening round.
Well played there from Kraken. On the beginning at least, I feel like they made such a good entry in the early rounds. Like you said, I think Brendo getting a little overzealous does lose the first pick. But what I was really impressed by was Team Bliss's way to claw back through that mid-round. They didn't give up the space straight away, seeing that the teammate had died. And in fact, Oda was willing to try and go for a C4 pick through Lounge. Repix, he was in a pretty tough position, prone in the middle of that cache hallway. But eventually it works out for him. They're able to sneak back into the site with a very valuable roam here through the mid-round. So although Kraken, they start off strong. I feel like we always find that from this team. The mid-round is really where they struggle.
Bar stage for the second round here for the site choice of Team Bliss. And yeah, look, I think the one thing, though, that Team Bliss do need to be careful of is they're going to be playing Brendo in that sort of aggressive manner like that again. Maybe you can reel it in a little bit. I don't know if peeking in Garage that early on for Church Arsenal is required, especially if you're playing the Vigil. Probably better off to play the sort of hide game, force them to clear out, because if you're taking those fights early, you're essentially not even playing into forcing them to clear out these positions. If you're just going to stand out the doorway of Garage and die on the Vigil, well, that's kind of most of the clear done. Fortunately, Bliss responded really well from that point, but that's going to be something to keep an eye on, because going back to sort of our pre-match discussion, a lot of it did come down to Bliss really taking their opponents seriously, not just looking at this game as like, okay, they got 2 subs, we can just kind of treat it almost like a ranked game, let's run around, click heads. They do need to play this match like it is a significant opponent, and they are. Kraken won in Playday 1. Even with subs, this is a team that you can't take lightly.
Absolutely. I think the strength in Kraken is that even though they do have subs, they know how to play the basics of Rainbow Six. They know how to play the basics of every map, and they do it very well, and they simply rely on the mechanical skill of each player. Now, once again, we can see Hunter through this early game making his entry through the garage, dropping through oil, trying to pinch out Repix here. But this is some precious time lost away in the round, Xenox. Already a minute has gone by, and it feels like they haven't made a lot of progress towards the site. And on top of that, Repix finds 2 to put a dent into the wound.
Yeah, and for that early portion of this round, Brendo did lose a lot of health. You can see very low on the Lesion over towards Bedroom, and I thought for a second he was going to go down again early, and it was going to be a 5v4 for Kraken. Repix, though, finds 2, and Brendo was able to sort of get away, still keeping his life intact, albeit not much of it. Still, this makes this round not impossible for Kraken. Brendo is low, they can find that kill there. There is a chance they could bring this back to a 3 versus 3. Still 95 seconds left in the round as well. You got your hard breach, you got your soft breach. There is a lot that they still have available to win this game, and NZ Frankie does get Brendo. There's the second 2. There it is, 3 versus 3.
Yeah, and a whole minute and 22 seconds left to go. I think Bliss, they've really got the upper hand here on this particular defense. Bar and Stage, and still so many steps left to go in this round for Kraken. They haven't worked their way into the side at all, only just starting to get top floor control. And it feels like they have a lot more work to do to convert this round.
That was a big play from NZ Frankie outside of Bedroom, and yeah, really just opened things up now for Kraken. Team Bliss have obviously kind of gone into their shells a little bit, trying to make sure they don't give anything else away here. It is bar stage, remembering that. Of course, a lot of focus, though, has been put up above over towards Gym Bedroom. Shade just lingering over towards main stairs. Still has that shield as well in play. Now time starting to go against Kraken. They made some good plays in the mid-round. Suddenly, only 30 seconds remaining.
And not only does Shade have a shield and a safe haven here on the main stairs, but he also has 2 Yokai drones. So if Kraken want to make their execute, start getting the bomb down, they'll have to get it done fairly soon. Only 20 seconds left to go, and Pluto goes down, and that's the kid on the ground inside of stock as well.
Big play from Oda. That wall, though, opened up. Pings do go out, so even further information. I think that's onto T. Should be able to get this kill. Easy one for Oda. Why not get both of them as well? Great spray control. And Bliss take the opening 2 rounds here on Clubhouse.
Bliss seem to have stumped Kraken here, although Kraken, they make their way swiftly. They try and set the pace at the beginning of each round. Bliss immediately shut them down. One time it's a play from Repix and Oda here in Cash. The next round it's a play from Repix down the basement, and oh, what a sharp shot to find on the cutoff, and to find 2 as well. Good grief. Nice zoom in there from our replays. But yeah, eventually stalling out in this late game means that Oda is able to get these 3 free picks right at the end off the back of the Yokais for intel. And it's just Kraken, they're not able to keep the pace throughout the entire round. Although they set it so well in the early game, it's just not sustainable for the rest of the round.
Yeah, they've done that well now, actually, in the first 2 rounds. You're right, Mandy. They've been able to sort of actually really contest with Bliss in the early portions, but that late round execution, it's either not there or it hasn't really been clean enough. You know, back into round 1, you're playing at a disadvantage, 2 versus 3, not a lot of time, trying to push into the blue. Then there in round 2, where again, you bring it to 3v3, but then it's that late round execution where it kind of falters a little bit. So not ideal for Kraken, but there are some good signs. Obviously, in the early portion of these rounds, they're finding kills, they're getting involved, they're putting a bit of pressure onto Team Bliss. We do have a game on our hands, but still, Bliss are getting the job done. And that's the sign of a good team. When they're able to win these rounds, even if they're not perfect, they're not the most clean rounds, they're still getting the results that they desire.
To be honest, I feel like these rounds have been pretty clean from Bliss. I mean, no matter what, you are going to lose some of your teammates. Eventually, it's kind of inevitable, right? Some things will go wrong, but it's about being able to pull it back together and make sure that you can continue throughout the round, dial it back when you need to, and just make the right decisions as the pace goes on. Not every round is going to be the same, and I think for Bliss, they've been quite clean at that. They haven't been getting too aggressive, they haven't been getting too greedy. And now Kraken, they're starting to have to get to work on this wall here on CCTV and Cash. Pluto just trying to use his DMR to pre-open that wall since it's been cheesed up by a shotgun, and he can now start to get to work on the wall.
Oda holding towards Rafters, Shade on site with the Bandit, and it's Hunter that finds the opening kill onto Rapik. So 2 of the 3 rounds now, we've seen Hunter get that opening kill. First time out was on Brendo back in round 1. And can now actually look to push over towards main stairs if he so chooses later on. Pluto opening up this wall. Shade going for an aggressive play with the Nitro Cell, and it is successful. Down and elimination to follow. And that's kind of now been a trend, Mandy. Kraken are getting good starts, getting opening kills, but Team Bliss, they always respond. And that wall, of course, now not going to be able to be opened by Pluto. Frankie's going to have to come over with the Selmas.
That was a very cheeky play, actually, from Shade. I wouldn't have expected anything like that. Can you imagine being Pluto there? You're just trying to mind your own business, get this wall open, and all of a sudden you have a C4 in your face. And Elements, he could do nothing about that. That's such a tight angle to try and shoot that C4. Thankfully, they have a little bit of redundancy in the form of Selmas, and they can start to get a breach on the wall. Kraken, they have opened the right side of the wall here, which would indicate maybe they're trying to get control of Con side as well. But with some of their hard breach gone and the time ticking away, I don't know if they have the leisure to do that anymore.
You have the player advantage and can further compound that as well if they can find this kill into Rafters. Oda holding up above. They get a kill back the other way. No, he falls to Tiltek. This is looking good for Kraken. Starting to really undo this Team Bliss defense on Cash. CCTV, Fisher guy. A little bit careless with that swing out towards Kennel's wall, and Brendo now the solo against 4 members of Kraken. The Team Bliss defense looks like it has been cracked.
And it seems like it. Brendo left in the 1 versus 4 in the kit going down from Frankie. Elements takes his swing, of course, the LMG, 150 bullets. What are you going to do about that if you're poor Brendo stuck in the corner of Cash Hawaii? A great round to bring it back here from Kraken.
Yeah, and again, it's those good signs from Kraken, but this time they've converted, especially in that mid-round. I mean, obviously, yes, that very late round, it's a 4v1 when they're going in for the plant and the execute, etc. All of the damage and all of the work had been done earlier for Kraken, but I think right now that was actually just sort of reward for effort from, honestly, the entire first 3 rounds that have been played here on Clubhouse, because there were good signs from round 1, good signs from round 2, and then round 3, it kind of all just got put together a little bit more. Despite the fact that, you know, Shade made a really good solo play with that Nitro Cell as well, Team Bliss ended up just sort of falling apart. So really, really well done from Kraken. Good signs for them. And good signs for everyone else, by the way, because Banks Arcade's new album, Future Lovers, will be out on July 29th and features our OCN title song, Chosen. So obviously, you can use that command, Banks Arcade, that's on your screen right now. Chuck that one into Twitch chat and pre-save the album on streaming services that do apply. So look out for that one, and look out for Kraken. I've got that round win from round 3.
Bliss now deciding to take us down to Church and Arsenal. Previously, they did win this. Kraken, they couldn't quite crack the puzzle of trying to do this big top-down roam clear. But this time, it doesn't feel like Bliss are committing to as much this roam. They're keeping some of the exterior walls closed this time. Only Oda committing 1 or 2 jams up top, while the rest of the teammates sit on the ground floor and on the basement, just waiting for Kraken to make their move.
Well, they're going to make their move away from this particular round, unfortunately, Mandy, because we're having a rehost as we are having a wonderful night here for the Oceanic Nationals. And look, great start, of course, to this particular game. Kraken, they're certainly here to play for all intents and purposes. Obviously, round 1, round 2, they would have liked maybe a little bit of a better finish. They couldn't find it, but round 3, much better. I do assume, of course, we'll have Church Arsenal for that 4th round. That will be coming up shortly after the rehost. And obviously, that's where Team Bliss were able to find some pretty easy success in that first round. And honestly, Clubhouse defense, you probably do want to find that success most of the times. Church Arsenal, I think, is a site that defenders should feel very, very clean and comfortable on as we actually head straight back into it. That was the quickest rehost ever.
Wow, we've been blessed today with the quickest rehost ever, even getting back straight into the round. Team Bliss, they're all chilling on the site now, having a great time, and it seems like Kraken, they've made their way into the building. We can see exterior walls have been opened, and Elements is already making his way through the ground floor, starting to get control around Blue. So a much more anchor-centric hold here for Team Bliss. I don't mind that from them. No more scrappy mid-round, because it feels like Kraken are starting to get on the ball with that.
It is 5 versus 5, though. Don't be disillusioned by the score mark up above. So obviously, we had that little momentary, very momentary, quick rehost, and obviously it wasn't even a rehost in the end. But yeah, still 5v5. Just over a minute remaining in this 4th round. Church Arsenal, Team Bliss still have a Nitro Cell, and in fact to make that 2 Nitro Cells. So not really a whole lot of utility has been expended now for Team Bliss either. They've actually got quite a lot in the back pocket to still utilize towards the late round, and this execute for Kraken will need to be flawless.
And that's the strength of playing the basement site here on Clubhouse, right? Because of the nature of the map, it's so big. You have to be so diligent if you want to clear all the nooks and crannies and all the places to hide in the map. Just the map alone takes so much time. Even though it was given up completely to Kraken, they only have 30 seconds left to go, and not a single casualty has been made.
And remembering back as well to that opening round, they didn't even have Brendo. He died very early on. It was a 3v3. This will be a different kind of execute, though. Brendo did actually lose that fight. Player drops into oil pit and did not even lose a single bit of health. Gasbabe goes out, and it's Pluto that finds the opening kill. And we're down into the final 15 seconds. It's execute time. This is where Kraken probably needs to find a little bit of improvement here if they're going to find victory on Clubhouse. And no, it's just all falling apart. Well, the Tiltec, though, brings out the pistol, but can't bring out the win. Holding steady inside of blue, and that's going to be a win for Team Bliss.
Good grief, I don't think we've seen an execute that scrappy in a very long time. I thought we were well and truly phased out of the 20-second meta, as we like to call it, but a flurry of 10 kills comes out. We missed just about all of them because they all happen at the same time, of course. And in the end, Team Bliss come out on top. Such is the nature of the time against the clock for the attacking half. And every single defender, I want to highlight Brendo there, playing their part to hold on to all the positions, the power positions that they needed to win out that round. And blue is always going to be the most scrappy point of contention, and that was really well played from Brendo.
As is the nature of Clubhouse, though, 4-2 halves on the defense. That's the expectation. So for Team Bliss, they've got 2 opportunities now to find that extra round. For Kraken, they've got 2 opportunities to get to their 2 attacking rounds as well. For the pass mark, we head to bar stage. No, actually, they switched it up on me. We actually had to gym bedroom. They did hover over bar stage as they played it in that second round, but electing not to this time around.
I mean, I don't mind that from them. I like that they've done the world tour. They've taken us to all 4 bomb sites. I like that, especially against Kraken, where this is a team they haven't played with each other much. They just have to focus on playing the basics, right? So if you take them to 4 different sites, you give them 4 different problems to solve. That's kind of extra brain power, extra leadership that Kraken have to bring into this game if they want to bring up a round. Whereas if they'd gone back to bar and stage, Kraken would have had some kind of pre-existing solution already trialed and tested, right? So I think Bliss, they're changing the momentum and they're changing the pace through the game, and that is why it's such a tough game for Kraken.
Yeah, and Gym Bedroom, though, is an interesting site. Feels like maybe if you were to go back a year ago, a lot of people would have said it was the site that attackers generally found the most success on, the tertiary kind of site here on Clubhouse. But I feel like in recent times, defenders have been able to actually improve on it quite significantly, and it's actually Cash CCTV that has actually had a lot more success for the attacking teams. Now times have changed as Hunter just gets a free look over towards Rafters, pushing up over towards CCTV. And that Jammer as well on that Kennel's wall. Brendo has been sort of the aggressive player, though, for Team Bliss all day long. He's been in those aggressive angles, those positions, trying to find those picks. But it's Shade who finds the kill onto Tiltec.
While all of Kraken seem to be distracted with Repix and Brendo contesting them early on the roam, Shade manages to find a kill through a line of sight that we don't even know where that was. Maybe it was through a window or a jump out, who knows. But Shade managing to thread the needle through the chaos of that early round, and for once, it seems like Bliss have the jump in the early round.
On the balcony just outside of Bedroom, and Shade finding that kill early on, so that's going to make things a little bit more difficult for Kraken. Sledge gets taken off the board. It's Frankie that finds the kill onto Brendo. Traded back though, they lose Pluto from Oda over towards top red stairs, so he gets traded back. Really no surprise, I think, at that point. Once he kind of gives away that presence and that position, he is going to get sort of pinched over towards top red. So it brings it to a 3 versus 3, and we've had this, honestly, a couple of times in this matchup of Clubhouse where we get towards that minute mark and it's both teams a little bit wounded, both teams scrapping and fighting. Remembering, Repix very low on health, so right now, advantage Kraken.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. This scrappy, fighty through the mid-round 3 versus 3 of what we've seen time and time again. This 4th round now and a minute left to go, but still hard breach on the board for Kraken. So do have options, unless Shade lands a shot like that. What was that?
Oh, poor Elements just trying to get rid of the mute jab, and Shade just puts one into the front of his head. 6-2 now for Shade. Repix just holding bottom of main stairs. He's low on health, so of course doesn't want to get too aggressive, but now we'll start to push up late in the round and be that flanking option. Hunter gets Fisher Guy, but guess who's coming in behind you? Hello, it's Repix, and he says goodnight. The late round flank is successful. They had the numbers still as well, Team Bliss, and in the end, they defend Gym Bedroom successfully.
And I think, like we said in this early part of the round, it just feels like Kraken, although they set the pace, although they're willing and able to take fights through that mid rounds, having very difficult problem solving through that mid round to late round does make it very tricky, very difficult to get an into the site. Although you've played the trades very well, you have to then assess, okay, what utility do we have, what time do we have to eventually make a more calculated, I suppose, complex play to try and choke out those defenders. But each and every time we've seen them just try and flood through the mid game, flood through the late game, look for kills, and it doesn't feel very well thought out. It doesn't feel very well planned from the side of Kraken, and Bliss keep getting the better of them.
Yeah, and Bliss have done a better job as well at just being able to trade numbers. If they lose a player, they're generally getting the trade back the other way. We're not really ever seeing situations, right, where Kraken are up 5 versus 3. It's always like 3 versus 3, and this is off the back of, say, Hunter, who's actually had a couple of opening kills now throughout this first half. But Bliss have always been able to sort of bring it back rather quickly, so that Kraken don't have that advantage for very long, are then therefore unable to really utilize it and make the most of it either. We do head back to bar stage for the second time. Again, Bliss have been able to really show their prowess here on Clubhouse, being able to go to all 4 sites. They are going to, of course, extend up above, over towards Con, gym, bedroom, etc., and see if they can hold it like that. That does just force out Kraken, of course, to still want to sort of clear in almost the same way that we saw from them in the last round for gym, bedroom, but of course now for bar stage.
I think this is a really good choice here from Bliss as well. I feel like going back to CC and Cash gives Kraken a bit too much breathing room, because CC and Cash, it's a pretty common bomb site. We see it almost every time we watch Clubhouse, right? So every team, every player knows how to attack it. But with a bomb site like Bar and Stage, there's still a lot of unknowns. There's really an element of surprise and mystery still in this bomb site, right? And so taking it to a team like Kraken in this particular matchup, I think is absolutely brilliant from Bliss.
Not too much over-aggressive positioning from Bliss this time around either, giving up full cash and CCTV control. No one inside of Con, just a bit of lingering and loitering, of course, over towards the vert site, over towards bedroom, just up above stage. Shade all the way down below. So very much Team Bliss playing heavily into the vert right now and utilizing main stairs. That's going to be the biggest point of contention for them. Keeping control of main stairs will be, I think, the big win condition here for Team Bliss.
And speaking of win conditions, we know that in the late game, those yokais, once Kraken start to go for that execute, are going to be a key element of that win condition. And that's exactly what Repix knows as well. Shade, he can't just be left in the basement all on his own. He needs a buddy there to make sure no one sneaks up on his back and tries to go for a late game flank and try and kill him and preventing him from using those yokais. So Team Bliss, they are 3 or 4 steps ahead here of Team Kraken, where they're only just starting to get control of stock, starting to get this pool open, and only now can they prep for the execute.
So Thermic going to go out now. Should be successful from Pluto, and is so. But we are getting towards the danger time. 60 seconds from heading in the round. Elements top main stairs. Tiltec as well, still over towards bedroom. And yet, this is where they're finally just starting to clear out positions after finding something to get. It's Hunter again who finds the opening pick. I swear that's like his 3rd one now, single-handedly. Elements, though, starting to get some pressure back the other way, but a nice headshot onto Fisher Guy. Despite the good positioning from Team Bliss, Kraken are just finding heads, and they're clicking all of them. Shade, of course, we probably expected those yokais to have an impact. They needed a little bit more from that weapon. Now, 3 versus 1. Oda to try and hold on and see if he can find success in the last 30 seconds.
Like you said, 30 seconds left to go, and the kit still has to go down, and now it is just starting to get into the yellow phase now, and Elements covering alongside Hunter. Oda will try and look for the swing. He actually does find the plant. He does find the plant. 30 seconds left to go on this retake as well. Plenty of time and still winnable for Oda.
Elements is low on health, but Elements has his head in the scope and gets the kill onto Oda. Big round win for Kraken. They need to find the victory. A 5-1 half would not have been able to probably see them find success here in this match, but 4-2, that is par for the course. That's really what you would expect on the offense for Kraken to get those 2 attacking rounds. They've done that. Now they get to go on the defense here on Clubhouse.
I think Bliss getting a little antsy at the end there. Probably didn't need to take such scrappy fights there on the main stairs. The time was running out, and I think there were other points of contention that were a little bit more vital in that round for Bliss. Perhaps getting a little overconfident 4 rounds up. I suppose that's what you come to expect from a team like Team Bliss anyway. But now Kraken, they get their chance on the defense, and they will take us straight down to the Church and Arsenal bomb site, playing that mute Mozzie Vigil kind of intel denial combination that Bliss will have to clear.
Well, good signs from Kraken so far. First half gone, 2-4. You'll take that if you're the attacking team on Clubhouse. And I honestly think there was a couple of rounds early on as well where they were showing some really good signs. Just maybe lacked a little bit of that maturity in being able to have a cleaner execution to steal a round or so. I think a really well-poised and experienced team actually could have stolen a round there on the attack and forced 3-3 at the half. I think for Kraken, you're taking into account young team, substitutes, etc. They're not really going to be in a position where they're stealing rounds that they shouldn't be stealing. So 2-4, still very good for them. And I think if you're Team Bliss, so far they've got to pick up the scrap a little bit. They've been a little bit off the mark.
Yeah, and I think this is a pretty complex room that Kraken has actually set out for Team Bliss as well. This is a very multi-layered type thing. There's a lot of utility they have to clear from the top floor down to the middle floor, all the way to the bottom floor with only, I suppose, 3 minutes left to do it, right? And so Bliss, they can't drop the ball now. They've done so well so far in this defense, but if there's any time to pick it up and try and be a bit more rapid and get the pace going, now is the time.
In saying that, when you bring in the Jackal, I know you're obviously really successful at clearing out areas, but it does take a bit of time. It's not something you're going to want to rush with that Inox scanner, but I do like to see Rapix employ it here and try to clear out the roam game of Kraken. Could prove to be a big factor, and Rapix and NZ Frankie now very, very close to each other. It's, well, in the end, a bit of game of hide and seek right now, and it is NZ Frankie who is hiding, Rapix who is seeking. He's still got a lot of positions, though, that need to be cleared and scouted out. And NZ Frankie, I think, plays the better position now here. Main stairs, rather than sitting in the middle over towards bar stage. He now holds the better angle, but Rapix hits an incredible headshot.
And Team Bliss starting to get the better of Kraken here, maybe overstaying their welcome, not holding favorable positions, and perhaps starting to fall off at just the sort of the wrong time. We can still see Hunter. He seems to be lingering around here inside the hallway. The C4 almost hits the mark onto Rapix, but his game sense is too good for that. And there we go. Now he starts to fall off through that stock hatch, Hunter, and will safely retrieve back to his teammates, but not without taking away half of his HP. So I think Kraken perhaps getting a little bit greedy here on this roam, and that does lose out one of their first picks. But still, just a minute left to go for Team Bliss, and the time is ticking away.
Yeah, you mentioned the game sense there, but I mean, such incredible play from Rapix and really highlighting his game sense, understanding you get that Inox scan, you don't have to just rush and try and kill the player central stairs and put yourself in a bad position. He just waits. He knows that the scan alone had already done the job. So far, this round has not been completed. 45 seconds left. It's only the one-player advantage for Team Bliss, and now they need to turn their attention to site. And hello, Tiltec. Nice to see headshot onto Brendo, who's struggling in this game. 2 and 6, has not really been able to frag out at all. Drop down for Fisher Guy. It's go time for Team Bliss.
Not enough time, in my opinion, for Team Bliss as well. Only 30 seconds left to go. No hatch control, and they'll just have to send it through Moto and through triple wall. A cheeky angle from Hunter, boosted up on this table, manages to find a kill into Blue as well. But unfortunately, the rest of his teammates, they've fallen around him, and it's left in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Hunter low on health as well, does get the kill, and there's a down onto Fisher Guy. And there is Rapix, though, to save the day. He was low on health, he was pushing over to Hunter. That could have gone all sorts of bad, but it was just the fact that he threw out the flash instead of going for the kill. That could have been such a big moment for Hunter, but Rapix saves the day for Team Bliss, and they get a big attacking round win on Church Arsenal.
Wow, I just can't believe that Bliss were able to claw that back so quickly. I mean, it felt pretty dire at one point in the round. They'd gotten through the mid-round, but it felt like they hadn't quite decided on the push they wanted to do. They didn't have that many hatches open, whether it was Moto or Kitchen. The blue hatch was already pre-opened by the defenders, and they just tried to make use of the space they had, pushing it down main stairs, trying to flood their way into Church and Arsenal, and not really going for that kind of plant-style execute that we so often see on that basement bomb site. So Bliss making a very strong late game call in the end there, and really overwhelming Kraken eventually wins that round. And I think that just goes to show that this team is really experienced now. They have really great leadership, and they're able to make calls like that in the late game that Kraken weren't able to.
Jim Bedroom for the 8th round. Team Bliss 1 round away now from that OT point and being able to secure said point as well. Good science from Kraken. It's been a hotly contested game. I kind of feel like if it gets to that kind of 2-6 scoreline, it actually wouldn't do justice for Kraken. They've been better in these rounds than the scoreboard alludes to. But I think that kind of highlights the veteranship of this Bliss team and their ability to just sort of claw results from rounds that are maybe a little bit sloppy, a little bit messy. Only 20 seconds left. We're dropping hatches. We're just trying to clamor and try and find kills. They're just able to get over the line.
I'd actually really agree with you on that. I think Kraken, they have played a good clubhouse so far. I just think they haven't done anything very glaringly wrong. They're not making or trying to cut any corners or anything like that, right? They're still doing the steps that you would expect them to take on clubhouse, but it's in the details. It's about being a refined team and trying to capitalize on opportunities, and Bliss are just a little bit better than that because of the more experience and because of the cohesion that they have as a team. Shade now making his way into the building. Interesting push as well here onto CCTV and Cash, trying to get control of that ground floor before, sorry, onto Jim and Bedroom, trying to get control of that ground floor before moving upper floor and getting those walls open instead.
Pressure here from Hunter with the Bandit onto that Kennel's vault, so Oda's going to need to take a little bit of a spelt before that's going to be cleared. They need to put a bit of time. Maybe might head over towards Jacuzzi and just say, you know what, forget it for the time being. We'll either just leave it closed and head straight towards Jacuzzi, which I think is probably a bigger point of interest for Team Bliss on the attack of Jim Bedroom, and that is exactly what they've done. No time wasting, exothermic straight onto Jacuzzi wall, still a minute 30 seconds remaining. They don't necessarily need that Kennel's wall opened up. It's okay, it's nice to have, but it's not necessary as in compared to this Jacuzzi wall.
Yeah, absolutely. The only reason why you really put that CCTV breach here is either if you're going to sweep across it and play the roam clear, or if you just want to try and deny them the angle from that server window where Shade is currently playing next to at the moment. So Kraken, they are going to try and make use of that space. We do see Hunter and Tiltek still roaming around there, waiting to try and use that window of the opportunistic moment and find Shade and Fisher Guy lurking on that balcony. Oh, I think it's going to happen.
Oh, Elements though, very low, same with Shade. Had a little collision there with the nade earlier. Hunter, though, falls off of that position. Back through Con, he rotates. Expecting the pressure now from that balcony position in towards Jim Bedroom windows. Frankie, over towards Allo. 40 seconds, though. Time is definitely a factor, and I just wonder, have Bliss done enough here? Quite low on health as well. Brendo's wounded, so is Oda. This is not really the position you want to be in if you're rushing site, where there's not much time remaining.
Not much time remaining and not many options either. Only really one choke point here on the breach. That's where Fisher Guy and Oda lie in. Oda now makes his way in with the back of Rapix, and Rapix collapses in onto Logi with Brendo, leaving Pluto all alone. He's actually managed to find a pick on the kit, but it doesn't matter anyway if Oda and Rapix manage to find the pinch. Hunter now left in the 1 versus 3. The kit is going down for Team Bliss.
Can he deny? No, I thought that was the only hope he had, was the Nitrocell denying Oda at the last second. It just missed the mark a little bit to the left, and even then, of course, reinforced wall, so who knows if that would have actually done much. Hunter gives away his position. Oh, actually got the headshot onto Oda. I think Oda was a little bit surprised he had actually made the cross that quickly, that efficiently as well. This is somewhat winnable. Brendo's low on health. Repic's full health, though, and has been so clutch in this game, and yeah, it's Brendo this time. Finally gets a big frag on the board. But I really want to highlight Repix in this particular round. In the late round execute, Mandy pushes up main stairs. He's essentially the second option. You've got those players pushing in from Jacuzzi Wall. He pushes up main stairs with them. They get control of top main. What does he do? He swings straight into Logistic, and one more drops down with him. So they've actually overwhelmed top main stairs, and they've overwhelmed that position inside of Logistic, and then they've got numbers going into Jim. So well played from Bliss.
And I think that's really been the name on our tongues recently. Just Repix is here providing the entertainment every single round, being exactly where he needs you to be. He's just, I guess he's been playing like Liquid, if you really want to say it like that. He's protecting his teammates where he needs to protect them, like we saw a lot on the defense. And on the attack, he's been enabling his team where he needs to. And like you said, being able to collapse with Brendo dropping the Logi hatch really opened up that round for them. And eventually, what seemed pretty dire from the overhead actually converts into a Bliss win. And that's just something that we really expect from this team, especially in the series against Kraken, which is a much less experienced team. They probably thought they had that one in the bag, but not if you're Team Bliss.
Yeah. Well, they're on the ropes now. Kraken 6-2 scoreline has unfortunately befallen them. And, you know, is it just? Probably not. I think they've been a bit better than the scoreboard suggests, but in all honesty, you can't take anything at all away from Team Bliss, who have played really well as the game has gone on as well, mind you, Mandy. I think at the start, maybe some questionable things from Bliss, and Kraken were playing really well, but as this game has progressed, Bliss just look more and more in their element.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that as the game has gone on, we see a lot of cohesion come from Team Bliss. I feel like every player is where they need to be, even though it might not seem like it from our top down. As soon as it comes to fruition in that late game, in that execute, it suddenly really clicks and it's obvious, oh, of course that player's waiting there. They're just so many steps ahead of Kraken, right? Even in this top down, I still feel surprised by how well Bliss know this map in comparison. And Kraken, although they are playing as a team, and although they're not hesitating to make things happen, although they're not hesitating to try things, and they don't really show that much fear, they show a lot of confidence, it just doesn't work out if you don't go beyond that and try and think more strategically and try and think more calculated. And I think that's really the difference that sets apart these two teams.
So there's 1 point secured for Team Bliss, of course, being on match point now, and they've got 4 of them in the back pocket if required. Remembering, coming into this game tonight, it was 1 versus 2 on the leaderboard, but in fairness, we'd only played the one Playday, so hard to put too much emphasis on that. Kraken had big success against Ground Zero in Playday 1, but they are meeting their makers here in Playday 2. They won't be the only team, though, that falls to the hands of Team Bliss this stage. That is for sure. Long way back. They have what it takes to grind. They are on the defensive clubhouse. If there is a way to do it, this is one of the ways to do it. As we head into this match point round. 5 versus 5, still alive, which is always a good sign. Nice and early. No spawn peaks, no early deaths. Rapix, though, over towards storage, has a player to his right-hand side and is getting a lot of information from those drones that we saw around him. Can he do anything with it, though?
Team Bliss now trying to pinch out the stock player, and perfect teamwork there from Bliss as well. Repix, he knew that the player was going to drop through the stock hatch, so he rotates back into blue, holds that drop while one of his teammates, actually 2 of his teammates, Brendo here opening one stock door and Shade pressuring from another, forces him away from that hatch, forces him through that rotation, and it's just an incredible pinch. Works out for Team Bliss, and there we go. Repix, always the name on our tongues, right? Has always come to fruition and finds his first pick for Team Bliss. Now Kraken, they have to pick up the pieces, but not if Brendo's going to find a second like that.
I think the pieces now are falling by the wayside. Brendo getting that second kill, and we've actually seen a lot of the matches tonight, or a lot of the rounds tonight, where whether it's Team Bliss or Kraken getting an early advantage, 5v3, they don't last for long, and Kraken at times have been able to sort of bring it back, but it's just not happening. Now they're quite stagnant. They're not able to find these picks back the other way. Team Bliss, a little bit more controlled and measured in their approach, not giving them anything. They are just picking them apart. One by one, they fall like toy soldiers. It's a flawless round for what ended up being a flawless game. I'm sorry, that just completely caught me off guard. That is hilarious. Big win in the end. 7-2 victory, Mandy, for Team Bliss. In some ways, I feel a little bit for Kraken. I don't know, 7-2 is fair to them, but it's certainly fair for Team Bliss. They were great.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for Kraken, they have a bit of a ways to go on that particular map, not so much in the sense of initiative. I think they take excellent initiative on a map like Clubhouse, but it's about sorting out the finer details to be able to take it to a team like Team Bliss. But not to take away anything from them, they played amazing, they played coordinated, and I think that last round, just how clean that was, is a testament to the entire game.
That was one of the more clean rounds of Siege I've actually seen in a while. That was just perfect, really. Flawless as well, and fortunately so. 7-2 in the end for Team Bliss as we bring it back. And now we can get the wise thoughts from Dev Marta from that one, where Kraken were good, Dev. They were actually all right. They had some good moments, but 7-2 in the end. On paper, when we look at the scoreboard and we'll look back in a month's time and we sort of use it as a reference point, it's a bit of a belting, but I thought Kraken had some good moments.
It did end up being a really, really dominant game by the end of it, and it was a great chance for Bliss to show what they're capable of. Yeah, Kraken had some nice moments, and there were some close rounds. There were some tight contests, and I don't think Kraken can be too disappointed because, there's an asterisk on this game, and it is, of course, that Kraken are waiting for 1, for Phoenix to turn 18 so that he can join the squad, and 2 for Seppa to come back so he can join the squad as well. So I don't think they can be too upset with themselves, but at the same time, you're going to play a couple of play days without your full roster, so you may as well make the most of it, and 7-2 certainly wasn't what they were looking for here.
No, certainly not, but Mandy, as we sort of discussed throughout the match, some good signs from Kraken, especially I think a lot of their early game prowess. How many times did we see Hunter, getting some opening picks? I think that's a good sign for him on a personal note at least, and I think that's something for the future of Kraken. If they're able to find these opening picks and when they've got their full roster, if they can convert from that, you've got a solid team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they shouldn't be feeling too upset for themselves. I think the downfall of a lot of early teams is not taking initiative, is not finding the willingness to be able to go through the round and to get things done and take the necessary steps. But Kraken, they show that they want to give it their all, and they actually do want to try things, and they will put their foot in the building and they gun up when they need to, and they have the players to do that as well. So I think a little bit more time, a little bit more love, and this team will be a really great one.
We've got our interview, of course, from the winners. I always love chatting with Oda, but I'm not going to lie this time. I would have liked to have a chat with Repix because he just popped off tonight. He was just switched on. Congratulations on the win, though, mate. Against the team you probably should be beating. They've got 2 substitutes. It's a new look roster, etc. But I think actually as the game sort of went on, you guys just continued to play better and better. Is that a testament to sort of where you're at now as sort of a team full of veterans? You've been around the block now. You just get the job done, but in a classy way.
Yeah, I think it shows we have the experience, over these new teams coming. We just have the experience to, get these dominant wins over them. Like Kraken's a good team. I know they are. We've scrimmed them many times, and I think we just win over experience. And obviously they have 2 subs in, but yeah.
Yeah, look, Oda, how's the roster coming along? I know you've had some roster changes. Obviously, Fisher coming in at the start of the year, God Legion as well, and then God Legion departing for Brendo. How's that been shaping up? Obviously, Brendo's a very promising talent, but pretty fresh. Like, he hadn't had a lot of experience at this level.
Yeah, we wanted someone fresh, honestly, not someone old and, someone who had potential and was upcoming. And getting Brendo in is what you get with him. And he's mixed well with the boys. And yeah, it's really just giving us forward and getting preps ready for Elos and whatever.
Yeah, well done the win today. Really clean from you guys, and like you said, the experience is really showing today. I just wanted to ask you, what do you think is your prospect for the future? Where do you want to see Team Bliss? Is this where you want to be, or are you guys hungry for more?
Oh, I want to see Team Bliss at the top, number 1 in OCN, and then being once again the best team in Relos fighting for the South spot. I think, we're one of the top teams around, and we deserve it.
Definitely deserve everything that comes your way, mate. Of course, throughout this year, it's not going to be easy. You're going to have some tough moments, and I know that you guys as a team will be able to overcome that and set course a big path towards APAC for next year. As usual, final thoughts before we let you go.
I just want to say shout out to the fans and shout out to Team Bliss for always looking after us. And really, that's just it, eh?
That's it. That's how it always is, mate. Congratulations again on the win. Best of luck for the rest of the stage, and we will be heading to a break.
All of them.
I've got falafel the other day.
Falafel?
Yeah.
What, like balls?
Yeah.
I could never do that.
What do you do for money?
I don't like pizza either.
Nothing. I work here. I ate it.
Enjoy some
Yeah,
souvlaki's.
it's really bad.
That's fair
Some
enough.
what? Souvlaki's, there's like...
Yeah, no, like, yeah.
So, every time one of the guys in the office has a birthday, OCN likes to make a really big deal of it. It's kind of a bit rough, For his sake, we just kind of, take it on the chin and try to keep him happy, I guess. He really likes it.
Happy birthday to you. Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
It's not even my birthday today. Just wanted some cake.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with Oceanic Nationals for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
So bad I had to go and get it. I need it. Oh yeah, just wait until you feel it. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all on the sum of our parts. My darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all on the sum of our parts. My darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart.
Champions, you never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't The battle of the pink teams unfolded, and it was Bliss that were able to come out on top 7-2 over Kraken in our earlier match. For those who missed it, of course, Chiefs ended up beating Ground Zero. That was via forfeit as we head into our third game of the night for Playday 2 already. Nice and early. It's Knight and Ludovica coming to you live very, very shortly. Dab, a big match, and arguably I think now that we had that forfeit for Chiefs and Ground Zero, this should end up being our match of the day.
I think so. Look, this is going to be a pretty close contest, I reckon. Ludovica had a fantastic Stage 1 under Odium, and of course, coming into Stage 2, there's a lot of expectation behind them. They've already started pretty strong with an overtime win, and Knights, of course, on the flip side, Look, they haven't got a win yet in OCN. They've only got a single round, in fact, but they have seemingly been on an upwards trajectory in recent history.
We'll go to the Knights first. Mandy, of course, a team that, well, generally does okay in APAC South. In OCN, though, they do struggle at times. This is a team that, of course, got absolutely belted 7-1 in Playday 1 by Team Bliss, and they will be looking to respond.
I think everyone was pretty shocked by the way that Knights have been performing. Even in this particular stage of APAC South, I think they've struggled as well. It's been really tough to see them, even though it feels like they have the right steps, even though it feels like the team is coming together, they're not pulling the results that they need. And I really want to see them try and bring it back and make sure that they can get these points on the board.
Dev, obviously, this is a team that's always had their ups and downs in the Oceanic Nationals, and I think it's probably at that point now where they need to start performing a little bit better in the local competition.
Yeah, look, I think it is fair to say, overall, this is a team that has a pretty storied history within OCN, and in Stage 1, you know, they were very, very... I think they did elevate themselves to another level that they hadn't really achieved in the past, and you know, within the region, they have always been a number 1 team, number 2 team, number 3 team. They dropped off a lot last year. Stage 1 this year, they kind of redeemed themselves for that, ended Stage 1 in first place. But, you know, with no playoffs, with no way to kind of go further than that, it was a bit, I guess, disappointing. You know, obviously they bailed out of OCS pretty early. They didn't manage to take that victory, which is the equivalent of the playoffs. So, look, I think that this is a team with a lot of hype behind them. I think that they just need to kind of keep cracking at it and nail down some of the essential fundamentals that they just need to polish up a little bit.
Their opponents for this matchup, Ludovica, of course, they got the win against the Hungry Lions in Playday 1, but they did get pushed all the way to an 8-6 result. So an OT win in the end for Ludovica, has them on 2 points from the first Playday. Mandy, this is a team that, look, again, it's hard to sort of place them. Where are they at? Can they contest with Team Bliss? Are they a step below them? I think this is a team, when you look at it on paper, they've got the names to be able to contend.
I would agree with that. I think this is a team that definitely shows a lot of promise. When we interviewed Sawyer, I think it was back in Stage 1, they were on this incredible win streak. Sawyer commented that at the stage that the team was in, they were a lot more advanced than they had anticipated, especially in comparison to the other OCN teams. And I think coming into every single stage, there's always that kind of sense where, okay, which is the first team that's going to hit the ground running? Most teams at this point, they're just crawling, they're just walking, taking a jog through the OCN, but Ludovica always seem to get into that flow very quickly, and so I anticipate that there'll be quite a high contestation in this OCN bracket.
I think at this point, they're firmly entrenched in the Oceanic Nationals. With so many new names that have come from OCL, these guys feel like that first team that really broke through from the Oceanic Challenger League back when they were overt, or at least the primary portion of this roster. It really does feel like these guys are now firmly entrenched as an OCN team.
Yeah, they definitely are, and they're going to be, I think, the best looking team to go to the APAC playoffs, so the APAC Relos, just like Bliss is probably the other team that you're looking at for that. They have had roster changes. Ludovic, obviously, Supreme is quite new to the team, so is Logic not quite so much, but, you know, Supreme replacing Shaq. And I think they need to prove that. One thing that is going for Ludovica, though, is like Stage 1, Knights did manage to win OCN, right? But they did lose to one team. That was Ludovica. And so Ludovica have that little one-up over Knights, and if they can repeat the feat of Stage 1, then they'll actually be handing Knights their second loss of OCN in Stage 2.
Let's go and have a look at the map Vito and how it all played out for these two teams and where they will be heading. It's Villa. Dev, I guess this is going to be a second chance for you.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed. We only got one Villa out of the Ground Zero and Chiefs game, so nice that we get to see more rounds, hopefully. But, you know, in terms of Ludovica, haven't seen them play it under the Ludovica banner, and Knights haven't played this map for quite some time. It was back at the start of April. They played it in OCN and beat Ground Zero, which isn't necessarily like a huge boon. I guess they did beat Chiefs the week prior, so for Knights, I'm going to say this is a good map, just not one they've played much recently and not with Quiz. But for Villa, you know, I'm not so sure about Ludovica. Jury's out for me.
Well, jury's out for Dev. Mandy, what are your thoughts? Do you have anything that you want to add regarding maybe Ludovica and the decision to head to Villa rather than Clubhouse?
I think this is a good decision for Ludovica. I think coming into Stage, Villa's one of those maps that I think is a good testing grounds, I think is what I'd like to call it. I think it's a map that has a particular way of playing that's pretty set in stone over the last few months or however long it's been in play for. And I think that bringing it into a new stage, bringing it to the Knights, who also seem pretty unknown on this map, according to Dev and his stats as well. I think this is good testing grounds for Ludovica, and as long as they can keep it together, I think that they can beat the Knights in this weakened state that they're in at the moment.
Oh, this was the match that was split on the prediction panel between Knights and Ludovica. So I get the pleasure of just sitting back and watching like the rest of you at home, and I get to have these two lovely professionals take us through the game.
Thank you very much, Jake. This should be a great game. Knights looking to bounce back after a pretty embarrassing first game of Stage 2, losing 7-1. Now they have a shot at redemption, but it is against the only team who beat them in Stage 1, and that is, of course, the lovely Ludovica.
Seems to be the kryptonite of this team, the Knights, here in OCN, but honestly, I feel like Knights, they've been struggling a little bit. I think that they're currently at a very stagnant point in their progress where they're not, I suppose, improving, even though they're trying to make a lot of changes to the way they play, a lot of changes to strategy, and even expanding their map pool. Like we can see here, they're playing Villa. We haven't seen them play in a long time. And I think now it's really important for Knights to prove that they're still a stable team and they can take it to teams like Ludovica.
One player that has been very consistent recently for Knights has been Stigs, as he puts his little notebook away. I wonder what, is that like game-related notes? Is that like his little personal, like, okay, make sure to click heads. Okay, make sure to drone before you end. Like, I have a feeling that's actually what it is. Or is that just some completely unrelated thing he's got going on?
I feel like it would be. I mean, why else would you keep a notebook underneath
cool.
your monitor? I really like that. I think that's very that's very old school, you know. I feel like nowadays most people just like put these into like one of those sticky notes on their computer, or they put it into like or they put it into. Have you ever made a Discord server for yourself where you just put in your files? It's like I imagine that people do it like that digitally. So Stig's doing this the classic way. I can appreciate that. I can respect that, you know.
Yeah, and look, we do have in the operator veto an unusual appearance, and that is the Pulse. Pulse and Valk both banned out, kind of cousin operators in a way, in terms of the fact that they're both really, prevalent C4 vertical operators that gather information, and both are now evaporated from the match.
I think that's fair enough. I think Pulse is pretty important on a lot of maps, not just for the vertical presence that it gives, but even for the horizontal presence as well. I think that having intel on a map like Villa and being able to call the push is really important. It's not so much the push, because I feel like a lot of the pushes nowadays are quite standardized. It's quite easy to predict, but it's about the timing of it, right? And having active intel like that can tell you exactly what's happening at exactly what time, right? And that's something that's gone from this match at the moment. So every defender is going to have to be a little bit more on their toes, putting their gun up, not spending too much time loitering around and looking the wrong way or whatever it might be.
Does put extra pressure onto all the bulletproof cameras. You can see that Ludovica have actually brought 2 of them, but as we take a look at that community vote, 80-20. That is not as split as I expected, Mandy. The Twitter poll really favoring Knights here, who it might be the bigger team. Yeah, they also have a skin that recently released, so you can pick that up. But Ludovica, I think that they're perhaps underestimated by the Twitter poll there.
I would agree with that. I think Ludovica definitely have a fighting chance here in this game. They've proven to us that they're a strong team. They've proven to us that they have a lot of gunners on this team as well. And I think if they keep trusting in that mechanical skill and keep putting their work into improving their strategy and their coordination, I think they could definitely be one of the top contesting teams here. The Knights now starting their way on this roam clear, sweeping across the map with Quiz on the Nook, making the first point of contact.
Curious one there. A very, very curious Nook pick. There's no Valkyrie in this. I wonder what the idea is. It's sneaking past all those default cameras. So far, haven't seen him enter the building. It's just the clone. The Gemini from Sage to clear, and that's a lot of map control now gained by the Knights.
I would say even a little bit too much map control on the side of Ludovica. The Knights, they'd barely even set their foot in the building, just sent in a few drones, and already the rest of Ludovica had peeled off. Stig's even managing to find one of the cutoffs from that ground floor through the main door. Means that Ludovica now, they're down 1 member and supposedly for nothing. 1:40 left on the clock, and getting to this point in the round, I feel like is very strong for the Knights.
It's also nice to see Stigs once again opening a game with a really, really nice kill. He has been phenomenal in the past couple of weeks. He's really stepped up. Took him a little bit to get integrated on this roster. He started on a more supportive role. Now he's on the fragging, as is Quiz here, who's on a bit of a lurk. His position revealed as he tries to cut off the player, Edpan, who goes all the way downstairs.
But going all the way downstairs and perhaps cut off by Josh. The Knights really extending out their roam clear now, knowing that they've made so much time for themselves. Ludovica have given them so much map space. They can take the map for themselves now, not only sweeping across that top floor, but also putting people on all the rest of the floors of this particular map, in the basement, in the ground floor, and Eddie will have to keep on his toes. 55 seconds left to go, and the Knights will now start to work their way through the top floor, rotating Juicy over with those X-Kairos, and they can open up the wall and start clearing the utility.
And indeed, they do clear that util. Out come the flashes to burn any magnet. Steaks does find Edpan on that flank. Now Sawyer's really feeling that pressure start to mount on site. Ludovica don't have a study player, I believe, which means that crossfire is just not present onto the bomb site. Stiggs has found his 3rd kill. This man is seemingly unstoppable. Juicy goes in and trades back his teammate. It's only Twent left to go. He hears that rattle of the LMG just around the corner from him, and that plant is going to go down from Juicy. Twent now in the 1 versus 4. Does make it a 1v2, actually, with Sage down on the ground. There's Gas finishing off the planter.
And there we go, Sage to find the final kill onto Twent. That was a little bit dicey at the end there. The smoke canister perfectly landing on the planter just behind that map diorama did mean that Twent had a chance in that round, but unable to find the duel with unable to find the duel at the top of the main stairs in that long hallway meant that eventually it wasn't fruitful, and the Knights are able to take that first round. I think the lurk that the Knights were able to capitalize on in that mid round, because they'd been given so much space, really rattled Ludovica. I mean, the roam game was barely there. The roam game fell off so early, and eventually, because they had so much map control, because Ludovica had so much of their attention divided, looking out for Stiggs, looking out for Quiz, they were able to flood into the site and eventually win the round. And I think that's really a really strong play from the Knights to be able to capitalize on that opportunity that might not have been there if the roam was a bit stronger.
And I know I've been singing his praises probably a little bit too much already, but Stiggs, 3k on the round, like 3 opening kills, the very first 3 of the round. Plus, on top of that, he did actually use his Adrenal Surge to revive Sage, who found the final kill of the round. So in a way, you could kind of half credit that last kill there to Sage, to Stiggs' util. So it's just lovely to see Stiggs really coming back in, because, you know, obviously he joined Fnatic, left this Knights team to join Fnatic at Fnatic's low point, and unfortunately didn't really ever find any success with Fnatic. You know, the Fnatic that went overseas and went to all these big major events, Stiggs never played on that one. He only played on the one that's really struggled in APAC North. And so it's lovely to see him finding his home here on Knights.
Yeah, and I think just seeing his little notepad there, he's clearly pretty devoted to being good on this team as well. Yeah, I think that an addition of Stiggs to this team has been really good for the team, the dynamic of it, and I really hope that they can build something out of this roster, because right now the results aren't showing, but I think now is the perfect time to prove it to us, to prove us wrong, and that they are actually a very good team. Now the Knights starting off on this clear, trying to get their way into Trophy Statuary. Ludovica not looking to repeat the site once again after, I suppose, the capitulation of a roam, to be honest. And now we see Logic already directly contesting Stiggs here on this study upside down rappel. That's a bit of a scary angle to contest, but it'll fall off anyway. And the Knights make quick work here into Master.
Oh, Juicy's inside. He's gone straight on in, but Supremacist does go for that swing. And Knights take a big gamble that does not pay off. Really risky business there from the Knights. Quite strange that they would make such a decision without the rest of the team to back it up.
Yeah, I think Juicy and Sage trying to find an opportunistic moment to get their way into the site, while the rest of Ludovica was distracted by Stiggs here on this roam, or perhaps some Quiz going down below. But the opportunity wasn't there. Ludovica were ready for it this time, and unfortunately the Knights now in a man deficit.
Stiggs loses his drone as well, and Josh goes down to Supreme. This is really rough, and I don't think... Oh, does Quiz know there's a player to his left? In Skull. Oh, what a flick. Very nice shot there. Logic goes down. Still, it's a 2-on-4. And Ludovica have that diffuser. Another good pick from Quiz. He's just cleaned up 2 players and made this a hell of a lot closer.
And there we go, now a 2 versus 3 with 50 seconds left to go. Adrenal Surge is also left for Stigs, just one more can heal his teammate back up. So it's not too bad currently for the Knights. This is still winnable, although it will have to be a clutch. And Quiz with 2 very sharp shots there means that Ludovica, they're going to be on their toes. They're going to be a little bit more cautious now in this late round.
Twent's in a great position as well on site with the shoddy on smoke. Only got 1 gas babe left, and Stigs does have a nade. Quiz has 2. So if Knights can utilize these nades to get into positions, and there you go, say it and it will come to fruition! Stigs is huge, but Edpan is there. And now Quiz has to finish what he started. It's a 1 versus 1, and the mute player has gone downstairs. No C4 in tow. Is there information on the site? There does not appear to be. Edpan tries to bait it out, but Quiz, he is not faulted. He holds down the diffuser, and now he's got to get this 1v1 against Edpan. But Eddie gets the clutch, a triple kill on the round. Ludovica breathe a sigh of relief.
A very close, tight round there between the Knights and Ludovica. Such a close comeback there from Sage and from Quiz, but unfortunately the 1 versus 1 not quite working out in the end. And I can't believe that you said if they can use the nades, and it happened on command. That is just the most incredible thing ever. I love that so much. But yeah, the Knights, I'm really impressed that they were able to claw back that round there. I think it really shows their composure. It shows that they have the problem-solving skills that they need to be able to take the fight to Ludovica. But Ludovica, wow, Eddie is just so sharp. 3 in that round, I think it was, to bring it back for them. And just really well played. The patience to dial it back, not lose any more picks, eventually comes out to a round win.
Also really nice to see that, look, Stigs and Quiz, they're the new guys on the roster. Obviously, they just joined this year after Knights had a pretty tumultuous end to 2021. Obviously, Hayward leaving the team and Dino retiring. And big shoes to fill for both of those players. They managed to clutch up there, and I think that they're really starting to come into their own on this squad. As Ludovica do manage to steal away 1 round. They're not going to go back to Aviator Games. They're actually going to go over to Kitchen Dining.
10 seconds left.
Kitchen Dining will be the next one, with an extension over here into Living Room, where we can see Eddie and Supreme starting to set up. And I think the Oryx will actually come into a big play here as well. There are so many hatches, there's so many dynamic parts of this push where hatches and being accessible to them is actually quite important. We have the laundry hatch, which is important to make sure that they don't go for that late round push, go for the breach, even possibly retaking living control through that hatch as well. I feel like the Oryx is very flexible here on this particular roam strat that Ludovica are trying to go for. The Knights now will have to see how they pick this apart. Will they try and take as much map control as they can, which it seems like they're trying to do, or will they really consolidate their players and just try and hit the site, seeming that this roam is so extensive?
The thing with a roam like this, though, is it's so difficult to really sink your tendrils into, because Edpan shoots a drone at top main stairs, and he is nowhere near top main anymore. A little bit of a dash, a little bit of a runaway, drop down a hatch, and he's on the opposite side of the map on a different floor. And it makes it really hard for Knights to tangle with. You can see 4 drones have already gone down. And now another early pick, and it's Sage, the first to fall once again. This is not ideal for Knights.
The Knights seem to really spread themselves thin here on this attack, similar to Ludovica. They're actually echoing the type of map control that they are trying to hold on to. And I think that's actually coming back to bite the Knights, because instead of playing this sort of doubled up refrag type of entry, they're taking the 1 versus 1s with the teammates of Ludovica, and eventually losing them out will bring them down to a man advantage that they can't bring back from. Juicy will now try to consolidate his utility over to Laundry instead, and just try work the site, because at this point, I think the roam play is very tough.
Oh, Stigs moves in on the back of that E1D. There's a player in Trophy. Once again, Quiz and Stigs working together well. Logic struggling on this roam game to achieve very much at all. That does rebalance the man count for Knights.
I was actually proven wrong straight away. I was commenting that perhaps they wouldn't go for a roam clear, but because Ludovica had fully consolidated back on this ground floor again, it meant that the top floor was given up to Knights, and they went for it straight away with the intel that they had. Now they have actually successfully done the roam clear, and they can start working the vertical, and Quiz lurking through the basement does get that refrag onto Supremacist that Sage was initially taken down for. So the Knights capitalizing once again on an opportunity from intel.
Oh, and Josh can double down, taking down Edpan. Love the way he's using that DMR to open up vertical holes. It's got such a high caliber of destruction. Now Sawyer and Twent have to try in 2 versus 4. With 30 seconds left. Twent just dodging the angles. Does manage to survive the vert, but not Quiz, who's made an entry in from underneath the Astro stairs. Now it's all on Sawyer, the captain of this roster. He's got 4 players to find. This is not going to be easy, and Quiz once again steps up. The young rookie doing the Lord's work here for Knights.
Quiz has actually had a pretty phenomenal game so far. I think he's been very enabling for his team. Aside from that one versus one where he wasn't able to win it out, in that 1 versus 1 situation, he was actually able to claw that round back for the Knights. He was the one that found the first 2 picks to even up the man count. And even now here, he's the one that is flexible enough to rotate down to the basement on his own, find that refrag, come back up, open up the site, making sure that that Tetris area, making sure that Juicy is safe to come into Laundry. I just think that Quiz has played such a pivotal role so far on this entry. He's not afraid to get in where he needs to get in, try and clear the space that his teammates need him to clear, and he's been very enabling so far. On par with Stigs, I would say, 1 kill over him even, and both of them play a very similar role on this attacking lineup.
They've been the tip of the spear in a lot of points for Knights. And yeah, like Sage has kind of struggled. He's not playing as much of an entry role as he perhaps used to. I know that the Knights are pretty flexible, and Sage plays a pretty vocal role on the team, so maybe it makes sense to try and leverage Stigs and Quiz on the front line a bit more than him. But you know, Sage has been dying. It's seemingly trying to like sneak into unusual positions, which is a bit wasteful to me. And I expect him to start reading into that and dialing it back, because Knights have been adapting in this game. And the #1 facet of that is the line pick from Josh. Now, Josh might not be lighting up the kill feed, right? But he has been really impactful with this Lion. And I think Ludovica got a bit scared off of retrying Kitchen Dining just because of the way that the Lion and the collapse from the Knights entries lock down those players.
Well, I think the thing is about this particular way that Knights are approaching the map is that your toolbox can only be so full, right? You already have players like Quiz who are sort of hopping in the building, doing their own thing, and Stigs on the other side of the building looking for a lurk, looking for a cutoff. If you have another player like Sage also trying to sneak in and do his own thing, suddenly that's not a lot of players left that are holding the utility in their hand, that are droners, for example, that are people actually making a solid entry. And here we go, Sage has actually decided, okay, I'm not going to walk in on my own, I'm going to play the refrag to Quiz instead, double down with what he's trying to do, because in the end, if you're spread too thin, it doesn't usually work out in the end. You can't play your refrags, you can't consolidate your utility. And so for the Knights, I think it's important that they have a divide between the enablers and the one that is being enabled. And right now, it's definitely Quiz and Stigs that are being enabled by the rest of their teammates.
And it was Stigs who found 3 kills to open up the previous Knights attack onto this Aviator bomb site. Now, Knights won that fairly convincingly. They're looking to repeat with Quiz and Sage on the verge of taking down Edpan. Sawyer looking for a refrag from Skull, but Josh is pushing up from the red stairs. Ludovica feeling that pressure, pulling on back, but they need a kill. They desperately need something, and now Logic has gone down, leaving Ludovica with nothing. And Knights in a 5-on-3.
Ludovica not able to pull back their plays in time has put them to the detriment of a pinch. And Stigs now with free study control is able to find 2 picks going straight into the site. 5 versus 1s from Supremacists, and this is just impossible.
What a round from the Knights. For Stigs to just send it on through study when he saw an opening. Knights sprung into an action. And, well, yeah, take a big drink after that one, Juicy. What a start on their attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Knights, they're playing a very, I suppose, dynamic attack here onto Villa. I think it's very hard to read what the Knights, what their plan is, even from this overhead view, right? Like, when we watch where their players are spawning, what's happening, it's very tough to see what the end goal is. It's very hard to try and predict where exactly the execute's going to go down from, or if they're going to try and flood, or if they're trying to go for a plan. And can you imagine being Ludovica in the server right now? They don't even have the overhead that we do, right? Imagine trying to problem solve in their shoes right now. And that's exactly why they've taken their time out to try and figure out what's going wrong for them, when do they need to dial things back, and what can they do to try and beat this very dynamic Knights attack that just, it seems like a Knights player is everywhere on the map.
Just got to say, I'm loving that new timeout graphic, and that's not on the broadcast side. That's like in the game now. The game has actually added a timeout function that the observer can trigger, and you even saw it said timeouts remaining. Ludovic has now used theirs, so it's 0 for them, but Knights still have theirs in the back pocket in case things get dicey. But for now, of course, they just want to run with this momentum. We've been talking about Stiggs all game. He's currently 7-1. Quiz isn't that far behind on 6-2, and the rest of the team has really been, as you said it, enabling. Right, they've been enabling these entries, which have been so dominant. I mean, if you look at, there's only been 2 rounds. Well, actually, there you go. The stat actually disagrees with me. There's been 2 out of 4 rounds where Ludovica has found the opening pick. So Knights, they are pretty good at getting the opening pick on Aviator games. On the other sides, they haven't had success yet, but they're still pretty good at pulling through even when they don't get that opening pick. They're good at fighting back and getting that numbers advantage back onto their side.
Well, I think the thing is that the way that the Knights are playing this particular attack doesn't necessarily rest on them getting the opening pick, though. What it rests on is Ludovica making a mistake in their rotation, right? It's that, okay, even though Ludovica found a particular pick here, now we're going to predict that that roamer is going to rotate through some way, either through living room perhaps, or back through 90 or something like that, and then have a player a step ahead of the entry waiting for that to happen. So it's not necessarily about the spotlight on the entry, it's about the step after that, and I think that's why the Knights have been so successful in this attack so far. Ludovica, now they will repeat trophy and statuary. Last time we saw the Knights were just able to cut a lot of the players off, trying to come back into the site and not winning out on this early picks here inside of study and inside of 90 around red, that type of thing, right? So Ludovica, will they dial it back? Will they dial it back a little bit earlier, or are they going to stay for even longer and try and contest those 1v1s?
I mean, I feel like Ludovica have a lot of pressure because Knights advantage already 3-1. Would you say, I mean, I feel like a 3-3 would still be a win for Knights in this half, right? Like, this should be pretty strong on the defense.
I'm not sure, actually. I don't really know how I feel about Villa these days anymore. I think with attacker repick being in particularly, you always have the right hard breach that you need, and you always have the right operators to clear the anti-hard breach off the wall. And so I feel like the sort of micro battles with the utility are a lot easier now, actually, on the attacking half on Villa. That being said, I might just be feeling a bit biased because this is a bit of an attacking half game, and I haven't seen a lot of Villa being played recently, but I would want to see a little bit more played before I think I make a judgment on that.
Well, nonetheless, if Ludovica can come back 3-3, the momentum would be squarely in their favor. Now, Logic finally, his early aggression nets something. It is once again a pick onto Sage, but Knights have proven that even when Sage dies early, it might not actually matter too much. They're pretty good at playing without him.
And now in a man deficit, a minute left on the board. Juicy is starting to get this work on the triple wall. The nade to come in onto Bricks to try and open up the way in for Juicy to get into the site, but only 50 seconds left to go. Knights starting to poke their way into the bomb site, but it seems like Ludovica have dialed it back. They're holding on to their ankle positions, holding on to ankles, and they're finding picks from it.
Oh, and I really like that impact trick as well. Forces Juicy to go the prone angle, doesn't have an entry into sight, and that's all of his hard breach utility gone. Stiggs, though, once again, always for this roster, he's the man to step up. Supremacist, though, he's had a good one, but Stiggs puts him in the dirt. 2v2 now, as Juicy starts to plant bricks, and Stiggs has to cover. I put full faith in him. The man is 9 kills to 1 death. Logic does finally get Juicy, making it a 1v2 for the Stig, the weapon himself. He's going to have to finish this round on 11 kills. 1 round from either will take out any player on the other team. He's got a 3k, got to make it 4 now. Logic, he's already found 2 kills in the rounds, and the pressure is mounting. But can anybody stop Stiggs? Logic does it! What a round for him! And Ludovica can finally stem the bleeding.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
At last, it feels like there's a band-aid being put on the wound for Ludovica. A big 2 versus 2 there in the post plan eventually wins out the round. And I just think Knights, although they were starting to stick their head into the site, Ludovica, they dialed it back a little earlier this time. They made sure that when the execute came around, that they hadn't lost picks to silly cutoffs or whatever it might be, right? That they let that first pick of the Knights go down and they capitalized on that man advantage instead, and eventually came into fruition in that post plant 2 versus 1 situation, right? So I think Ludovica, in that tactical timeout, they must have really talked about doing that, making sure they're all on the same page, coming back into the site and trying to focus a little bit more on that anchor game. It's really worked out for them in that particular round.
And it really feels like minute details that are making the difference in these rounds, right? Like, it's not some big overarching strategy. It's that these teams are starting to read into each other. Ludovica understands that often Knights will try and get in early. It's often Sage who's on the front foot a little bit too ahead of perhaps where he should be. Ludovica have been reading that really well and punishing that. And yeah, like you said as well, Ludovica are also reading in the fact that Knights just likes to swing. If they think it's clear, they will make this entry. Ludovica's anchors are starting to pick up on that. That's why Supremacist has so many kills. I think every single one of Supremacist's kills has just been him playing like Kaid on the bomb site, and then someone, you know, peeks and he's just holding a really good angle. And so that kind of fundamental from Ludovica is lifting them up and might give them another shot at coming back in this game.
Absolutely, and I think they just need to retain their composure here, not give it up, and try and repeat the process for the other bomb sites. Now, that being said, that can be difficult on a bomb site that's on the ground floor like this, right? Because now it's not all just centered on one corner of the map, one floor of the map. You also have the floors above and below to worry about. And last time we saw the Knights, they were able to fully capitalize on all the map space that they could. So, Ludovica, if they want to dial it back, they'll have to be a lot more careful. Styx now, like you said, trying to make an in. Every single round they do this and eventually losing out on some of that HP. Ludovica, they seem to be on their toes about the way that Knights are playing now.
Of course, Josh is on the Finker to heal up Styx over time. It's interesting the way that Knights have actually shared this Finker around a lot. It was Styx playing it for most of the game. Sage brought it one round, and now Josh is bringing it for the final attack. But I guess, you know, more nades the merrier, right? And Styx is now on the sledge. He's got his own nades. Juicy going for some vertical nades. Perfect. I absolutely love that. Logic, once again playing an aggressive position, once again gets punished. In fact, his only 3 kills this game were in that round just gone.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ludovica now down with the man count, something that they probably wouldn't have expected, that they didn't really want going into this roam, right? When you roam like this, you want to get your 1 pick, you want to get your drones and full off. But now that they're down the count, are they going to go for this hero play, or are they going to stick to their plan and head back to the site? Styx manages to find another one on this cutoff as the players come back into the site, but Eddie is able to find one back onto Sage.
You see how close Knights are to collapsing onto that dining room kitchen bomb site. Styx almost back to full health, and Josh does find one on the Finker. Can't quite double down though. Twento's the last one to go for Ludovica, as Knights should have control of the site in just a moment. He's feeling a bit cut off, and there's Styx once again. Styx steps up, and the Knights can finish off the half, 4 rounds to 2.
It feels like a repeat of all the last rounds, right? The Knights able to capitalize on the fact that Ludovica will be rotating back into the site. They won't be checking all their angles and doing all their due diligence. And once again, Styx finding so many cutoff picks on that attacking half, giving away Ludovica's life. And hopefully on this attacking half for Ludovica, they can replicate the success of the Knights, because right now it isn't looking too good for them.
I feel like there was a moment there where Ludovica really could have gotten back into this game, and it was that round just gone, right? Like, seeing Knights step up and go 3-1, and Ludovica to fight back to a 3-2, that maybe made it like there was a moment of hope where if Ludovica had won another round, finished the half at 3-3, momentum's back on their side. They're taking their confidence into their attack, which is, of course, when you need a hell of a lot of confidence to start really taking map control, pushing these defenders. But instead, it was Knights once again, and by the end of that, a fairly dominant round. So it's slipping away. The magic is slipping. And putting this back into context, Mandy, like, Knights was so good in Stage 1. Stage 2, a bit of a rough start so far. Despite them getting a good win over IG and APAC South, they've lost every other game in Stage 2 so far. But the only team Knights lost to in Stage 1 in OCN was Ludovica. And it looks like they're starting to stand up to the bogeymen of Stage 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a big, big strength here for Ludovica. This is a big story for them, right? And I think the Knights, wow, I would be actually quite upset if they lost this game. I think they've been playing a very interesting game of Rainbow so far, and I don't know, I just think I'd be really heartbroken for them if they came away from Villa with all the innovation and the way that they're playing this particular map, and they came away with it from a loss. On the side of Ludovica, though, I just think that if they want to get back to this game, they still can. It's 4-2. They're on their attack, and I know that Ludovica is a very quick team. Here we go. Logic setting very fast pace through the building as well. It's kind of what we come to expect from this team.
I mean, you can be as quick as you like, but if Stigs is there ready to receive and Eddie goes down early, it's not really worth it, is it?
That's true, absolutely. I think that having the man down seems to be pretty detrimental into this game. I'm not sure what your tracker says about converting a man down into a round win so far, but being able to claw one back is a good sign here for Ludovica, and the trades just go back and forth as Josh is able to find another one. Now Logic is faced with one of those Kiba barriers acting as a shield on that particular map, and Ludovica now, they have to find a way to try and clear this.
Josh is hiding downstairs here and inside the toilet room, and can't lock in the shot against Supremacist, who now knows where he is. Josh has to try and escape by making a quick rotate, but Supremacist is watching that. Sawyer's taken down his backup, and Suprem to clean up. It's only 2 players left for Knights. They have to hold on to the side, but at least they have these Kiba barriers to hide behind.
And this must be just so frustrating right now for Ludovica to deal with. Logic has been sitting on the res this entire time. His teammates have been in a tussle downstairs, and Logic's going, guys, by the time you get up here, there's still some work that we got to do before we get back into the site, right? And so now we've got to get Sawyer with his flashbangs over to try and deal with this. A minute left on the clock, but they do have the numbers up, so it's about retaining the composure for Ludovica and converting this man advantage into a round win.
It's maybe too slow here for Ludovica. Sage, oh my god, getting very, very aggro in study, falls back to top main. If he dies here, it may be over for the Knights in this round. But like you've been saying, there's a lot of util still for the Knights. It doesn't matter though, Ludovica are hot on their shot, and Logic actually managed to sneak into the bomb site. And he can clean up the final defender. Ludovica bounce back.
Cheeky shot from Logic at the end there. He looked at the rotate, and a nice little micro flick onto the vault door was able to cover his friend going for the plant. So Ludovica, they keep their cool, they keep their calm, and they eventually overwhelm the side to win out that round from the Knights. I like that from Ludovica. I think it's sort of what we come to expect from this team. We expect them to be the ones setting the fastest sectors in the round. We want them to go through that top floor as quickly as possible, try and take it out. That's the entries that we know in Logic, right? That's exactly what we know in Eddie as well. And although Eddie losing out on the cutoff, the rest of his team had already flooded into the building, and they dedicated the utility to go downstairs as well. They're just not afraid to take fights. I think that's what we know about Ludovica, and they do it oh so well.
Yeah, and to some degree, that did punish Ludovica. You think about how many times Logic was the opening death in the first half, Edpan as well. But Ludovica like to set that pace. It's really on Knights to respond and to be ready for it. And I will say, Knights have some really nice setups. I'm loving the Azami. I think Villa is one of the best maps for Azami. She is so very strong. The way that we saw, who was it last round? Sage had the... Yeah, the way you put it on the desk in study, I really like that strat. One of my favorite to use in rank. You can just create so many strong power positions where you couldn't previously. Like, without Azami, you just couldn't play there, but now you can. But the thing is, like, Ludovica aren't necessarily just going to deal with these setups in a conventional way. They might just try and sneak in like Logic did last round.
I think that's the strength of the numbers advantage in that particular round. I mean, what I really like about Azami and why it's been so good so far is that impromptu utility, if you say. There's not a lot of that on the defense in Siege. A lot of that relies on you setting it up in the prep phase, right? That's sort of what this game has been designed around. It's sort of the flow of it, right? And so now that more of these in-round active utility has been put into the game, it really changes the way that it's been played out. Stigs, what was that? Was that a one-tap through the window? Oh, another one!
Stigs! He's just Stigs diff. Like, how is he doing this? He's just peeking bricks and finding 2 kills. This man must be doing like 8 hours of aim training per day! He's found 3 kills! This may be the most impressive kill-death record I have ever seen in a match of competitive Rainbow Six! He's unstoppable! 4 kills! Eddie, peek it! See if you can do what none of your teammates could do before you! This man is 17 kills and 3 deaths! Ain't nobody peeking him and surviving!
I think Eddie just has to honor the duel at this point. I think, Eddie, you just have to go for it. I'm sorry, man. There's no way you're going to win this round. You better just honor the duel, do this 1v1, give him the ace that he deserves. Six, he's looking for this pick. Eddie dodging and turning, doing a little wave across.
Come on!
Ah, there we go. He does win out the duel in the end. Stiggs does not go down with an ace, unfortunately.
Guys, if you want to see an advertisement for the new MP5K Knight skin, that 4K is it. But now Eddie's made it somewhat possible. He's kept the idea alive. Still a two-man advantage for the Knights at 1v3 and 1 HP for Eddie. Like, I mean, this. At what point do we start to hype this up? Like, do we just chill now?
I think we just chill now, honestly.
We
I feel like
chill now,
Eddie's kind of
okay.
chilling, to be honest. He's got 40 seconds left to go. He can just chat to Sim if he wants, but it doesn't matter. He's going to go for it anyway. Ooh, this is a bit dicey.
You see Knights really restrained. They don't want to contest. They got some really good crossfires here. And there you go, Knights do manage to squash that final player. But let's be real. The hype from that round was the insane 4 kills that Stiggs found from the exact same position onto the exact same window with the exact weapon that Knights have chosen as their R6 share skin. This man has really just done something that you just don't see anyone achieve in competitive Rainbow Six. 17 kills in just 8 rounds.
I mean, what on earth is that, really? That is just insane from the side of Stiggs. And if you're Ludovica, I reckon you laughed that one off, I think. If you're in the comms right now, you've got to laugh that one off. I don't think that's a one that you can reflect back on and think, okay, what can we change in the next round? I think that's just the one of, oh, we're a bit silly, aren't we? And then move on to the next round, really. Knights now taking us back to Aviator Games. Similar setup, once again bringing along the Azami, hopefully to more success in this round.
Oh man, what kind of an ego boost does that give to Stiggs? Look at that. Like, 17 kills. So Juicy's got 2, Sage has got 3, that's 5. Josh has another 5, that's 10.
Dangerous.
Quiz has 8. 18 kills on the rest of this Knights roster. 17 for Stiggs. He's almost out-fragging the entire rest of his team.
Really proud of you for math.
Thank you.
That was impressive.
Thank you. With, might I add, only 4 deaths, whereas the rest of his team has a hell of a lot more than that once you combine that up.
You're going to combine that up as well?
No, I'm good, thanks. You're the engineer. I'll leave live maths to you.
That was very impressive. But more
thanks.
so impressive is Stiggs being on par with the rest of his team. My goodness, I just cannot believe the amount that he has added to this game so far. And Ludovica, they'll have to do something about him. I reckon you're in the comments, you're going, guys, if we just take down Stiggs, it's all over. It's going to be okay.
Just don't peek him, guys.
We're going to be okay. Anyway, Logic once again setting a pretty fast time through this roam clear, already making his way straight into the connectors and can start contesting into 90. The Knights, they don't ever seem to favor this kind of roam. They never extend out horizontally. Boys was sort of toying with it at one point, shot a drone and fell back straight away. So not even trying to think about contesting it and looking for a cheeky one-on-one or anything like that. That's fair enough from the Knights. Now, Ludovica, now they have to start planning their mid-round. What's going to be the next step? Are they going to look for pressure below, try and contest Stiggs down below? Are you sure you want to do that? Or are they going to consolidate all their plays over into 90, over into a Skull Door and try and go for that execute a little bit earlier?
I do wonder if Knights are actually big-braining this a little bit too much. Because they're contesting below really, really heavy, right? And that's because a lot of teams will take downstairs and start to try and nade through the floor, their attackers. But Ludovica are a team that would probably happily just leave this roam alone and try and flood site. They'll be like, look, all we got to do is kill Quiz and distract Sage and we're good. And unfortunately, it doesn't work out so well for old mate Logic, who starts to push up a little bit too aggressively from the hallway, and Juicy takes him down.
And like you said, it seems like Ludovica, they will be just foregoing whatever kind of roam there is down below and trying to get straight into the bomb site. Sage still holding on to the study control will be vital to stop this push.
Twent's got to find this kill onto Sage. No two ways about it. Is there Yusil protecting him? That's a nice little peek. And he dodges the nade as well. Juicy's gone down. That's the last of the gas babes in the dirt, but it's a 2-on-4. There's still time to work with here, though. No util though. And if that gate can get re-enabled, Quiz doesn't want to reveal his position, so he's not going to shoot it. He's actually going to swing. Very dangerous, but he does get the kill. Now it's a 1 versus 4, and that is not going to happen. Knights can march once again forward to match points.
And I think that's 19 kills now for Stigs as well in this particular matchup. I just cannot believe the impact that he's had. Match point for Knights. The ego must be absolutely frying on all of these teams. You saw that peak that Quiz took. You don't see that kind of thing every day here in OCN, and especially not against Ludovica. These guys are a force to be reckoned with. Ludovica, they have the fraggers on that team that they need, but the Knights are really backing themselves in right now to take these 1 versus 1s.
Now that we've had a couple of Playdays of Stage 2, and there's a lot of players within OS that are really hyped up, of course even some OS players that no longer play in OCN, like Jigsaw, who's gone over to IG. But I want to ask you, Mandy, like, who do you reckon is the best player in Oceania right now? The best Oceanic player, and that includes the OS players on IG. Because, I don't know, I got a feeling that he's in this game right now.
I actually don't know. I feel like it's really tough to pair some players back-to-back against each other. I think that the nature in which each player plays in is just so different. I think everyone plays such a different role as well. Like, for example, I think Sage is a really valuable player. I think he's the player that will fill the role that you need to fill, and he does his job really well, and he can also shot call. Those are like, that's a lot of skills that are extremely important to have in OCN, right? But then you have other players with just sheer gun power, like Stigs, right? I don't know how much shot calling Stigs does, but he just seems to be up in arms, just taking the gunfights wherever he can, right? And if you pair those two players side by side, that's a completely different set of skills. And I just don't think it's just to compare them 1-to-1. Do you know what I mean?
I respect you a lot, Mandy. I really do respect you a lot for not taking the easy cop-out answer. I respect you for paying respects to our support players and our supportive players out there.
Who's got to pay respects to the support players? Those
You
that are
do,
stuck
so-
on the SMG-11 for their entire lifetime? Like, what can you do? There's not much you can do.
All right, credit to you. Speaking of SMG-11, Jimmy's actually trying to shoot the... I think he's actually using the shotgun, but he was trying to shoot the cylinders off that stat wall. But obviously, what I was hoping for you to say was Sticks. And look, he's going to have to keep delivering for quite some time for us to have a shot at saying that he's the best player in OS. But for now, it's Logic who's had a pretty decent game. He tends to hit really hard or not at all. And this round, he does find the opening pick, gets an Amaru in through the 90 window early and does catch off Quiz on a rotate.
Can't be so easy to get, Dev. It's only been 2 days. You can't already call someone the best. It's too early. Because he's got more. He's got more.
I love getting ahead of myself. I love getting hyped.
Yeah. Anyway, now the Knights, they have a man down, but does pull one back. There you go. That's Juicy with a C4, eventually making that vertical work out for him, although in another form of an explosive. And now Ludovica with 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. No vertical left in the hands of the Sledge. We'll have to find other avenues to claw their way into the site.
Credit to Juicy. It's not easy to land those vertical C4s when you don't have Pulse or Valk. And obviously the bans have made it a lot harder to do those vertical C4s. Juicy clearly doesn't need it. Now Ludovica trying to keep this game alive. It's a 4-on-4, so not the end of the world by any stretch. But they have lost their Sledge. And Sawyer's all out of breaching charges, which means that's just about all the vert they're going to get.
Seems like Laundry is going to be the way to go here for Ludovica, although the wall is still mute jammed, given that there's no vertical to clear it anyway. Actually, there is. It seems like Supreme has managed to find the jump onto that mute jammer, and there we go. The wall is now open. That's a line of sight and a way in for this diffuser. The Knights, are they keyed in? Are they going to be ready for this push? Because it feels like there aren't too many anchors getting ready for that breach push-in.
Oh, there's a trade directly between Sawyer and Juicy, but Sage now takes down Logic, leaving just 2 players left. Man advantage now for the Knights, and that means they can play for retakes so well. Stig's on a passive angle, but in the backstab, it is Supremacist evening up the man count. Can't find the flick, and now Josh is in the prime position. Edpan has got a 1v1 for the map. It is Sage stepping up on the Azami through the rotate hole, and that is the final kill. The Kiva barrier, the kunai is the killing blow, and Knights can take the GG 7-3 over Ludovica.
And then we go the Knights that we know and love finally coming into OCN on this Playday. They've struggled, they've gone through some adversity this stage so far, but they bring it back and they show us exactly what we want to see from this team.
Gotta say, that is the most underwhelming Knights reaction I have ever seen. None of these players are hyped. And can we read that? What does it say? It said goals on the. I was trying to read the bit of paper on the notepad he said. It said, I think it said team goals as the heading. That's really cute. I want to see if we can get it again. Maybe if we can get him on the interview, I'm going to ask him to read it out, maybe.
That's embarrassing. You can't do that.
I don't think he
you can't
will.
do that.
I'll ask him. I want to ask him. I really hope we get to interview Stiggs because he was absolutely nutty. Look, I don't know if that was a bit quicker than you expected, Jake. It certainly was for me. You look like you just sat down.
No. What a game, though, from Stiggs, mind you. Did he end up getting the 20? I did miss the last round.
I think he did, didn't he?
I don't remember if he got a kill in the final round. I don't think he did, actually. I remember he ended on 19.
Either way, massive performance single-handedly. What a game, though, of course, for the Knights. 19 confirmed as well. Thank you very much. But Knights too good, Dev, in the end. And I think for Ludovica, in some ways, might be a little bit disappointed that they probably couldn't get a couple more rounds and really keep it hotly contested. Knights got off to a great start. It was a 3-1 lead. And maybe towards the middle section of this match, it looked like maybe Ludovica were going to be able to bring something, but Knights were just too good and they shut that down pretty quickly.
Yeah, look, me and Mandy were talking a bit about like whether the fact that Knights went so well on their attack was kind of a bad omen for Ludovica. And to be honest, I don't think that necessarily was. I could see Ludovica coming back on their attack. They won their first attack after all. But the big difference maker was the one round where Stiggs got that insane 4K. Like, Ludovica did not come back from that. They lost every round after that. And I've got to wonder, was there a bit of mental, was there a bit of self-defeat after that moment?
You also have to wonder as well, Mandy, when you kind of look at that first half, and as always, the wonderful Dev Match Tracker is there to provide the answers. Both of their rounds clutch in a 1v1, right? So both of the rounds that they were able to win in that first half could have easily gone the way of Knights. I mean, this could have actually been over even quicker.
Absolutely. I think the Knights, they've been a lot more diligent on this map than Ludovica were. I feel like Ludovica were getting over-aggressive, taking 1v1s. It just felt like the fights that they were taking weren't very favourable to them. It wasn't very calculated compared to what the Knights were doing. And I think that consistency the Knights have, not just trying to rely on 1v1s to win the rounds, I think that's what gave them the round win in the end.
Very impressive performance, Devin, and what a turnaround as well from what was, I guess, the complete opposite from the Knights in Playday 1 and that loss to Bliss. It was good to see them sort of bounce back, and that's really what the best teams do.
Yeah, it's exciting for Knights. I think they needed a solid win under their belt to take into next week's Apex South and OCN games. I think, look, they have so much potential, and they know that, and obviously the pickups have been really good, particularly Stiggs. Quiz had a fantastic game too. I think if Stiggs hadn't gone quite so nuclear, we'd probably be talking a lot more about Quiz. But yeah, Knights are looking great. I know they were really gutted after they lost to Elevate, and so they need to really take that next step, which is making majors. And I think that they have a chance at doing that this season. They're just going to have to tighten everything up.
Well, you asked Dev for a specific player for this interview. We've got Stiggs on the line, fresh off of his 19-kill win performance. Firstly, congratulations on the victory. A great bounce back from obviously what was a disappointing Playday 1. But for yourself, personally, to just frag out like that, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, I don't know, overall it was a team win, you know, no individual performer is going to carry the team, but yeah, it feels good to start getting some consistency.
Look, man, I feel like I gotta ask you 100 questions after a game like that, but I'll pick one. I want to ask about this notebook that you've got on the table. So obviously we're spoiled, we have the face cams. What is this, like, your personal like reflection and your goals and your like mentality going into games? Like, what do you actually do? Like, tell me the nitty gritties. Like, what does it take to actually like play and perform at the level that you have so consistently recently?
Well, I feel like problems I've had in the past is trying to focus on too much. And say you take down 4 notes and you go into a scrim and you do one good scrim on some goals that you're trying to work on, and then you find some other goals to work on and you put them down and then you forget about the previous one. So I think it's about the consistency on setting your goals and sticking to them until they become habitual.
That's awesome. Love that, man.
That's really great, and I'm really happy about your progress. You're clearly very happy with yourself as well. I just want to ask, how's the rest of the team going? What's the team dynamic like? Do you feel like they're progressing as well, and how do you think you're gelling together as a roster?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the best group I've ever worked with. Everyone individually, we're all very good mates, and I think we work well in a team environment. I think there's still a lot for us to work on though, and I think this stage is, it could be our stage to prove ourselves and hopefully make the major. But yeah, otherwise we're doing great.
It's a difficult road ahead, of course, for APAC South being best of ones and only the 7 Playdays as well. Has that, this is obviously more of a team question, but has that changed the approach of the team coming into Stage 2 versus, say, in the past when, there were playoffs on the line and there were best of 3s at the end of the regular season? It's all a little bit different now.
Yeah, it is a little bit different. It just means that every regulation game means a lot more. So we've been putting everything into these games, and I think the Elevate loss, it taught us a lot. So even though we lost, we learned a lot from it, and we're going to look to implement those changes and bounce back for next week.
Perfect answer, mate. The best teams, they always learn, win or lose. As always, the floor is yours. Give us your shout-outs.
Thank you all so much to all the fans. We appreciate you so much. And if you haven't seen, our new Knight skin is in the store. So if you want to go cop that, it's pretty awesome. But yeah, thanks again to all the fans. Thanks again to Knights. And thank you to the casters. We appreciate it.
I'd say the skin's looking quite beastly, mate. Congratulations again on the win. For us, we'll go to a break. Of course, we've got one more game here for OCN Playday 2, so don't go too far.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect Kari to be there. He shot me through the drone hole.
Oh, here we go again. For the 100th time, I didn't mean to have the impact. I didn't even mean to impact. I was meant to have a shield. That wasn't even on purpose. Like you don't understand. I wasn't even meant to impact them in the first place. I meant to have shield, dude. I was meant to have shield. No. Why are you getting so angry for? Relax.
Light me up.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Oh yeah, just wait until you feel it. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all under some of our parts. But my darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart. just call me. Leave a message at the beep. I was all in, carved our names into a tree, but we're falling in and out of reach. I want it so bad, I had to go and get it. I need it, oh yeah, just wait until you feel it. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all out the sum of our parts. My darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it
What a double! What is going on here?
Spin there from Wade.
The
Banks though. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many champions. He never counts them out. Both players are going to swing it. Oh no!
What have they done? They just given
It's been a quick night tonight for the Oceanic.
All right, Xenox has disconnected. Nice one there, Jakey boy. We are back for OCN, the final game of the night. Has been a bit of a quick night. We had a forfeit and then a 7-2 and then a 7-3. And here we go for our final match, Mandy. It is Wildcard versus the Hungry Lions. Jake, welcome back, mate. How'd you go?
That was great. Well done, Dev. Honestly,
I
so
literally
glad.
just said exactly what you said back.
Really? Okay. Well, that's why it was so great. Let's get into this one, though. It's been an intriguing night, hasn't it? Wildcard and the Hungry Lions. I'll go to you on this one, Mandy. For Wildcard, of course, they look like a whole new look team. In recent times, it's all been wins. They're finally starting to just get some success to go their way. It's a matter of how far can they take it.
Yeah, they're on the rise at the moment. The improvement seems to never stop for this team, and I don't think it's going to stop in this matchup today.
Dav, I guess, do you want to expand on Wildcard here? They've been the talk of the town in the last couple of weeks, and it's been good to see. Through so much adversity, I know they've obviously had a couple of roster changes over the last couple of months. It's not the same Wildcard that, I guess, had a lot of that adversity, say, a year ago, but it's still really good to see the reward starting to bear fruit.
Yeah. And look, a player that stepped up massively, Wildcard's own Vinny, who we are nicknaming Winnie. He performed really well against Direwolves. The whole team really didn't. I think that obviously we are hyping up a lot of individual players. We did it with Stigs on nights, but yeah, it is a team effort. And Wildcard, as a team, defeated the undefeated Direwolves in APAC South just last night. So they're riding a high at the moment. Nice to see that Vinny's also eating some nice healthy food. Got some edamame there, which is a very good healthy snack. OJ, look, not as much of a healthy option, but still good to get you hyped up for the game. And look, yeah, I expect nothing less from these guys than what we've seen from them already. Dubs.
Perfect segue. Vinci is quite hungry, so let's go and have a look at some Hungry Lions as they are the opponent for Wildcard tonight. Of course, formerly Vertex have had a couple of roster changes, lost Kaken. Mandy, this is a team that, when you look at the team now on paper, a couple of new names we haven't seen before in the Oceanic Nationals. They had a decent start in Playday 1, pushing Ludovica to OT, but truthfully speaking, they probably had the least expectations out of all of the teams in the OCN.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. This is another one of those rosters that they kind of suffered through the off-season roster culling, if you will, where their players start disappearing off into other rosters and the team needs to rebuild and that type of thing. But I think the current rebuild of this team does show some promise. It's got some new up-and-coming names as well, and I want to see how far that they can take themselves, how the improvement's going to be, and is it stable, and just can they really get it done. But I don't imagine that they can get it done today against Wildcard. I think it's a really tough matchup for them right now.
Bev, the easiest approach for us as pundits when we see new names like this coming in is to sort of not necessarily doubt, but not put them obviously on the same level as the more experienced names and the veteran names. But the beauty of it is this is a chance, you know, for the likes of these guys coming in, Worminator, Mizami, etc., to sort of build their own legacy and to build and to grow.
Definitely. This is the only team in the league right now that actually has 0 players on it who played in OCN last year. You know, even Kraken, who as a team didn't play in OCN, they've got elements who played for Overt in OCN last year, whereas this is full fresh faces. You know, 3 of them are only new to OCN start of the year, 2 of them this is their literal second Playday. That's Worm and Mazamu, who have taken their fair share of ELO in ranked games past, so they are no strangers to playing at a very high level. They've also played comp before, and this is, I think, a real test for all 5 of these players. Particularly against Wildcard, I think it's going to be tough, but I'm eager to see what we can get out of them, because we already had an overtime loss from them against the Davika last week.
Stiggs before was talking about sort of lessons and learnings, and I guess this is probably what this stage will be for the Hungry Lions. Let's go to the map vetoes, though, for our final game of the night here for Playday 2, and it's Villa once again. I guess that one particular Villa that we didn't quite get to see at the start of the night, Dev, is well and truly being made up for now. Obviously, we had Clubhouse for Bliss and Kraken, but since then, all Villa tonight, Dev. I think Wildcard should be pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, look, I think Wildcard could predict this map veto pretty well. Like, looking at what Hungry Lions banned last week, they banned 3 out of 4 of the same maps. Bank is a new ban. They didn't ban that last week. They banned they banned Skyscraper, which in this case, Wildcard banned. So I think both teams could kind of predict this veto reasonably well. I don't have much on Hungry Lions playing Villa, right? Because they didn't play it previously. And yeah, you could look at Vertex's results from last stage, but I don't know, is it worth reading into that roster and how they played on Villa? Like, this is a very new team. So it's hard to be that confident in Hungry Lions Villa. Hard to be unconfident as well. I think you just need to take it in your stride. Like, we just don't have much info.
Right.
Wildcard, though, this is a good map. You know, Chiefs, they beat Chiefs 7-4. So, I don't know. I think it's going to be a toughie for Hungry Lions. I think Wildcard probably got it.
Thanks, mate. That was absolutely wonderful. I don't actually know if you really said anything, but well done.
Thanks, man.
What I'm going to do
now
now is actually throw Mandy
You're
under
going
the
to
bus.
cast this game?
Oh, great. Here we go.
I'll peace out, man. I've talked too much, apparently.
I'm going to throw Mandy under the bus here with a question. Of course, Wildcard, they had the choice of going to Squad. I haven't really think this would for them. Just get their feet wet and head to Skyscraper and see what that map's about in an official setting.
Well, I think for Skyscraper, you don't want to show your hand too much. There's still a lot of playdays left to go. I think is a very important thing to consider. It's only been 2 playdays. You don't want to show all of your hand and play a different map every single week. So I think Wildcard playing something they're comfortable with, even though there's a VOD on it already, is a little safer for long-term success, I think.
Professional answer. Dev, you are getting shown up there by your apprentice. All right, game's ready. It's our final game of the night. Let's get it underway. Once again, it's Villa.
Well, thank goodness we got rid of that guy. We can start getting down to business. It is Wildcard versus Hungry Lions on Villa. Mandy, bit of a David and Goliath matchup that we find ourselves with here. Wildcard on a 6-map winning streak. And Hungry Lions yet to find a win in OCN. They have promise, but can they deliver?
Wildcard are really well and truly proven here in Stage 2 so far. So how hard will they take down the Hungry Lions, or are they going to give them a fighting chance? I feel like, for me, is the story, at least at the beginning of this game. The Hungry Lions immediately taking away Nook from the ban phase. Fair enough, we saw a lot of Nook played in the last series that we just casted on Villa. Seems to be very prevalent. Going for Lurk seems to be the kind of, I wouldn't say a common thing to do nowadays, but I think a lot of teams have been picking up this very Lurk spread thin kind of across the map type of playstyle, and I think Nook really enables that.
It does. It's also another set of nades, so any chance to get rid of nades, any chance to get rid of Azami for Wildcard, it seems. They really do not want to play against it. It's not the first time they've banned Azami, and it certainly will not be the last. What is the final ban here? Valk. All right, so Wildcard very comfortable playing with the Valk ban. It used to be their staple ban. So overall, aside from that Nook ban, I'm not too surprised by anything here.
I actually don't mind Wildcard banning out the Azami over and over again. I think in this early stage of Stage 2 so far, a lot of teams are going through that experimental period where they want to incorporate the new meta, the new operators, and whatever it is into their lineup and into their strategies, right? And so I think taking away the Azami and taking away that kind of adaptation forces teams to go back to their old ways to kind of play a more old school type of siege on the defense, right? And so I actually don't mind that from Wildcard. I think they're really capitalizing on how the strategies haven't fully come into fruition for every team, and having Azami not there anymore really enables Wildcard to thrive in the old way of playing Siege.
Gotta say, having Azami banned makes me a little bit disappointed because Hungry Lions have a player called Mazami, and I just want to see Mazami on the Azami. I need Azami Mazami. I need it. Really one-sided community vote, once again 86% for Wildcard. And look, Mandy, we pretty much expect that's how it's going to go, right? Hungry Lions are the ones with a whole lot to prove in this game.
Yeah, I think so. I think Hungry Lions have got a big... this is a very tall order, I think, to play against Wildcard in their current state. I think this is a chance just for them to sort of consolidate their players, get a feel of how the tournament's currently run. I mean, most of these players haven't even been here for all that long, right, in comparison to the veterans on the other side. So I think it's just important for them to get a feel into it. I think it's Cairo about to... Rush! About to Garo hook straight into 90. Wildcard going for a rush right off the bat. It's only been 30 seconds, Dev.
Yeah, and the only player on site is Mazami, and there is nobody on site anymore for Wildcard. Doesn't matter if Milo gets down. A nice little Finca Adrenal Surge will get him back on his feet. Now a 4v4 retake. Zane and Jakenna coming from the top of main stairs. Plant is down in bar with Milo inside of Vault, holding on as best he can. Neptune and Worm both find kills. Jakenna is down on the ground, but that's a retake. Can't believe it. The Hungry Lions are certainly a hungry bunch, and the pack starts to swarm onto that site. Can easily disable that diffuser. What a retake.
Blink and you'll miss it, it seems like, from the Hungry Lions. That was a very quick retake, 2 up the main stairs and eventually winning out the duel in the bar. Pretty scrappy, of course, in the nature that is when the bomb's going down. You've only got 30 seconds left to take those fights. And so Hungry Lions, they jump straight back on the cause. And I think Wildcard, a little cheeky, but it doesn't work out in their favor in the end.
I gotta say, I really love that rush.
Yeah.
And I feel like the rush worked. Like, was the problem just the retake? Because, if you're Wildcard and you think, oh, what did we do wrong that round? Don't think it was the rush. I feel like it all happened in the post plan.
I think so too. I think it was one of those rounds where, okay, we weren't exactly perfectly set up for that post plan. We started losing our 1 versus 1s and it collapsed in on. Okay, fair enough. It was a rush. It was spontaneous. It's probably not really something that they planned for or stratted out or whatever, that type of thing. So I think move on from that. Go back to playing some regular Siege, maybe. Take it to the Hungry Lions properly, and I think Wildcard will be fine. I don't think they'll be too in shambles over that one.
Well, at least they gave it a crack and they gave us something to shout about, which is always good fun. Seeing a couple of operator changes here in the repick from the Wildcard guys. OJ on the Zafia. We do have the Jackal still present, and I quite like this Lion pick as well from Cairo. Going to help really slow down some of these defenders. But of course, you got the Vigil on Neptune and the Mute on Mazami to some degree, which does kind of counter that Lion and allow players to move without being revealed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think currently the Hungry Lions players are very spread thin throughout the map. We've got Worm holding onto the top floor essentially on his own, and Zane holding onto Living Room on his own, but he does find that entry pick, and so does Neptune onto Molostica. So the entry's not going so well for Wildcard. Also spread thin, taking those 1 versus 1s, and no refrag is to be found.
Maybe not enough respect given by Wildcard, and Zane lands a wallbang. Wildcard made to look a little bit silly in this game so far. A 2v5 now for Pat and Vinny. And I don't see this happening. So if anything, Wildcard have shunted their responsibility to nail down this round. That's the first pick, a nice one for Pat. Does make it a little bit more doable, just with the sheer amount of time that's on the clock. Hungry Lions needs to make sure not to forfeit any picks.
Vinny now trying to probe his way here into the mud rooms. Fires some pot shots in, but doesn't connect onto Zane, who's now starting to reposition, trying to contest the bathroom entry instead. Vinny does hop in. Zane swings, but less HP against an LMG means that Vinny will find the kill.
Really scary now for Hungry Lions. They need to be sure not to forfeit any more 1v1s because Vinny and Pat have been ready for it. Now Vinny out of Adrenal Surges, so can't heal himself back up to full. He may well have enough HP. You can see the Hungry Lions have learnt their lesson. They fall back to sight. For the most part, still one player at the top of the Astro stairs. It's Worm. And he does land the long shot onto Pat, leaving Vinny in a 1 versus 3.
1 minute left to go for Vinny as well. Starting to claw his way into the site, but no diffuser. Nade will lob out, but doesn't seem like it'll connect. Completely uncooked. 2 players now playing around the Tetris and couch area. Pretty tough for Vinny to contest, but if he can isolate these 1v1s, it might be possible.
Still has the time to play with. Hungry Lions are not peeking like they were previously. Tries to bait out a peek with the nade pull. Likely won't have to reload here for any of these engagements, but Worm does flank. In fact, the default cam had not been taken out, so a bit of a blunder there by Wildcard. And that makes 2 rounds in a row for the Hungry Lions.
Not bad from them so far. I mean, the Hungry Lions capitalizing on the mistakes that Wildcard seem to be making. The entry is not really working out for them in the early round, and so Hungry Lions backing themselves in mechanically, holding on to the space that they can, and eventually winning out the round. So I think we're surprised so far. The Hungry Lions are really taking it to Wildcard.
At what point do we start to get worried here for Wildcard? How many rounds thrown away is too many? Also, like, is this kind of Wildcard's fault? I don't think Hungry Lions are playing bad.
No.
I just feel like Wildcard are not respecting them, perhaps.
I think Hungry Lions aren't playing bad Villa at the moment. I mean, every setup we've seen seems to be pretty excellent. Every time they set up on time, they're always in the right starting positions. And that, I think, just shows proficiency currently in Hungry Lions in their strategies. They've clearly got a good strat book going. They have some flow in that prep phase. And it means that because they're always in the right place at the right time, Wildcard haven't been able to catch them off guard just yet, right? They're always ready for their entry. They are always where they need to be at the beginning of the round, waiting for Wildcard to hop in because they know that Wildcard are probably going to pull something cheeky like that, and they're ready for it. So Hungry Lions, they've played good Villa so far. It's a big map. There's a lot to set up, and I think they've been very proficient at it so far.
I wonder if Wildcard will start to play slower on the back of their lack of success playing fast. Like the level of traps we've got on Hungry Lions, really like the Legion pick, not something we get to see every day. Zane's also been on the cap count a whole lot, which has dealt a little bit of damage to Wildcard, who so far haven't really teased what their plan is on this stat attack.
Most of Wildcard start to consolidate their plays around the study side here, so it would seem like they're trying to go for a sweep. Pat now joining his way into study, but hasn't spotted out the player in AV, although Vinny will, with his gun up, starting to take the engagement as the rest of Hungry Lions start to fall back towards the site.
Still a little bit of a roam, though, for Neptune at 90. Feeling that pressure, though, from Cairo, who's opened up that 90 window, hasn't pushed in yet. Speaking of pushing, Milo and OJ together on the drone of Pat. Starting to put Zane under a hell of a lot of pressure. Pat, you misdroned, but fortunately OJ had the sound caller and can just go straight for the kill.
That was tough. That was a 3-way pinch there for Zane. I think there was OJ, there was Milo, and also Cairo here on this bathroom about to hop in, started to wallbang through the wall as well, trying to cut him off as well. So Wildcard, like you said, they're starting to take it a little bit more slowly. They realize they're being hasty, feeding them these 1v1s is not a good idea. It's not consistent. Let's just walk it in together, take our time, and it seems to be working out so far for Wildcard in this early round.
Better to lose drones early than to lose players, Wildcard have learned. Pat is still continuing to drone up Vinny as well. Posted a flank watch for top red. Vinny and Milo have now pushed in and taken control of the top floor on the south side. As Cairo starts to try and get his Twitch drone in and see what utility he might have to clear on the objective.
Pat now dropping the diffuser for Vinny over on the study side of the map as he rotates his ex-Kairos over towards Master. He can start creating those lines of sight, pressure out the power position of Jakenna and the power position here of Mazami as well, currently in the bathroom, to try and choke out the defenders, make them feel antsy and get ready for that execute. 40 seconds left on the board and the utility is starting to go down for Pat, so good timing so far for wildcards through the rounds and a man up as well.
So there's no wall denial from Hungry Lions, despite that Thatcher ban. They're not opting to bring a Mute or a Kite or a Bandit. The only wall denial is the impacts, which they did not use. Now Kairo's made an impact on the bricks entry, finds a kill. And amongst the chaos, it's a 1 versus 4 now for Mazami with that diffuser going down. Time is of the essence, but Pat can nice and handily close out the final kill. He was pinged out by the Jackal scan after all, and that's Wildcard finally putting their big boy pants on.
Thank goodness for that. I was starting to get a little bit worried about Wildcard not showing the respect that Hungry Lions deserve clearly on this defensive half. Hungry Lions, I feel like that wasn't too bad for them on the defense. I think they had the right idea, but eventually being choked out by Wildcard, not able to get those refrags, and I personally think just playing a little too far apart to get those refrags and enable that eventually meant that Wildcard were able to overwhelm the site with Cairo entering in from the trophy side of the map. So Wildcard playing a slower game, playing a proper game, if you will, and eventually that comes into a round win.
So now Hungry Lions will go back to Aviator Games. This was the bomb site where Wildcard took the bomb site, within, what was it, 10, 20 seconds of getting onto that study balcony. They did not hesitate. And so, of course, with Hungry Lions managing to get a 4v4 retake on that side, it does cast some doubt over that rush. But I think regardless, the fact that Wildcard did a rush means that Hungry Lions have to play a little bit more site-centric. They can't afford to just heavy roam again because they know Wildcard are tempted to go for those rushes.
Well, it doesn't seem like Wildcard are going to repeat that sort of playstyle anymore. They flexed onto pretty regular operators, OJ actually bringing out the Flores to enable some of that utility clear in the mid-rounds as well. So that would indicate Wildcard trying to play a little slower game there, putting more emphasis into the mid-rounds. Pat and one of his teammates starting to spawn over on the master side, ready for that roam clear, as OJ sends his Flores drone straight in, those Roteros able to make a big line of sight into the back of Vault as well, trying to clear the shield at top of main where Jakenna currently is. And so far, Wildcard, they've made pretty good progress as of prodding into the building.
I really like the way that Rotero drone was used to actually make a rotate here on AB. And look, to be honest, while Wildcard haven't set up for a rush, they are setting up to rush into the site quickly when they do eventually execute. They have now an actual way to crouch into the site through what was previously just a line of sight. And since there's no one playing Vault and there's no one playing in Aviator, it's really just Mazami they have to worry about. So I could see Wildcard being tempted to try and do it once again.
And it seems like you might be right. Wildcard, they've actually reconsolidated the players all on the study side. No one's going through the master set anymore. The flashbangs start to come in now to clear that shield on the top main too. So all of the pressure is being put on only just this side of the map, clearing the utility slowly. And they've just left Cairo on the other side, trying to catch off any unknowing roamers trying to get back to their teammates.
And no doubt as time ticks on, what Hungry Lions will feel the need to rotate back to site. You can see Zane is downstairs. We still have two players on the opposite side of the map. OJ does eventually take down Jakenna. I believe that's the top main stairs player. Zane needs to have an impact, but he's feeling the pressure. Does get Pat, and that's the diffuser down.
And there we go. All of a sudden, the Hungry Lions, they start to put their foot back into this round. Pat going down, and that's also the diffuser going down just at the bottom of main. But Zane, he's about to be in a world of pain. Oh, I just rhymed 3 words together. Wow, that was crazy.
Oh, you didn't know it.
And starting to get pinched out, but his friend Neptune also coming in to try play those refrags, support him, knowing that Wildcard are eventually going to go for that main stairs push.
Yeah, it's not a bad setup here for the Hungry Lions. It really is a matter of time and a matter of how Wildcard goes for this execute. In they come. And there's Cairo. He does eventually catch off the rotation. Milo going for that plant now. As it's only Zane left. His position revealed and OJ to trade back the kill. Wildcard are back on that horse and they've evened up the numbers on the round count, 2 apiece.
Wildcard finding the opportunity to hop in through the sunny window, make their push in, and like you said, enabling themselves with those rotation holes that they needed, and eventually getting the plant down near that map diorama, while the rest of the Hungry Lions distracted by the tussle that was going on down below. So Wildcard, bringing it back slowly. That's good. It's good signs from them to take it back to the Hungry Lions, give them the respect that they need. And I think the Hungry Lions, so far, they haven't played such a bad game of Siege yet. I think they are playing together. They are trying to support each other, but in the end, Wildcard finding the opportunity, jumping when they can to get that diffuser down, has really caught off the Hungry Lions twice now, and they'll need to find a way to consolidate their communications and bring everyone on the same page when that execute does happen.
It's pretty cool seeing how Wildcard like to play this, which is, let's just look for the easiest point of entry. Let's not overcomplicate things. We are just going to walk into site from study. That's all. So what do we need to, what's the minimum number of goals that we have to achieve before we can do that? Well, we should probably have Cairo lurk on the other side of the map, and we should probably kill the top main stairs player and maybe find a pick here or there. But aside from that, let's just go. Let's just do that. And I really like the simplicity and the elegance of what Wildcard are doing, even if they make a little mistake here or there, like Pat dying downstairs with the diffuser. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter.
It's true, these things do happen, and Wildcard being very opportunistic in this particular game has won them a lot of has won them the past 2 rounds so far. The Hungry Lions, I feel like if you're in their shoes at the moment, it's pretty tough to adapt to this kind of style of play, actually, because in the mid-round you want to go, okay, we need to move our players around, we need to dedicate some more utility, some more resources to trying to deal with one part of the map, and then suddenly another part of the map explodes onto the side or explodes onto your roamers, and you're just caught off guard, not knowing what's going to happen, being that one step behind Wildcard because they're currently setting the pace of this game. Zane finds the jump onto Cairo, though, taking him down. Oh no, that's not looking so good for Wildcard, and the second as well onto Cairo. Big hero plays here from Zane.
Yeah, and it was outside that whole time. I don't know. I don't think he got the down. I don't know how he managed to make that work, but Wildcard don't get a refrag yet, despite Zane being taken very low and being detected outside for a very long time. So, I mean, he could be good for another one here, to be honest, if Milo doesn't peak this, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Zane has been very sharp so far. Milo will track his feet, though, and forcing him to fall back further into living, try and reconsolidate with the rest of his teammates. Instead, Wildcard, they have to pick up the pieces now. They do still have Heartbreach, some nades on the board as well, and Milo enabling the team to press forward, using those trackers to force the roamers back as well, does still give some progress to Wildcard. It's possible for them to come back into this game, but not if Neptune goes down, and Worm will find a second one as well. Suddenly, a 1 versus 5 feels nigh impossible for Wildcard.
Yeah, Pat will try to pad his stats as best as he can. Try and find an opening. Ooh, just misses the first spray. On for the repeat, though. Jakenna does not want to let that one go, and he does eventually finish off Pat. A flawless round for the Hungry Lions.
They're bringing it back as well, tying up the scoreboard to eventually get a round back on top, and once again we see a Hungry Lions in the lead of this particular game. 3 rounds up on the defense, that's actually quite good from them as well. If they can make it 4, that would be incredible going into their attacking half as well, particularly of a team against of caliber like Wildcard. The Hungry Lions, they seem to be just playing good Siege right now. They seem to be playing together, holding the roams together, making sure that they're not doing anything separately while they still have 1 or 2 players left on the site, waiting for that rush to happen, waiting for any Wildcard player to hop in and try and make that execute happen early on. So Hungry Lions, I feel like they didn't do too bad in adapting in that round and pulling back when they needed to after that big hero play from Zane. I think it really won them the round there.
Yeah, it certainly did, and if Zane can keep making hero plays on the Vigil, it'll be pretty difficult for Wildcard to come back on their defensive side. If this is a 4-2 for Hungry Lions, I still think it's possible for Wildcard to come back, but hard to imagine Wildcard winning 5 rounds of defense in a row and therefore winning in regulation, which would mean that Hungry Lions at least get 1 point. They could push to overtime, and if they do, I would even give them a pretty solid shot in winning the game. So I do feel like this round is quite pivotal. If Wildcard bring this back 3-3, we could very easily have a 7-4 or 7-5 Wildcard victory. But if they don't, I think Hungry Lions have a serious shot at winning this game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the Hungry Lions have really shown us that they know how to play good Siege. They're coordinated, they have a fluent strat book, and so they're never in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they're really taking it to wildcard at the moment, even trying to adapt in the middle of the game upon the opportunities that they get in the early game, right? It's really working out for them. They're not getting too aggressive, and I think wildcard, they have to give even more respect to this team, to be honest. I just think that the way that they're playing at the moment, maybe cutting too many corners, Dev. It's one way to try and play opportunistic, but if you're too opportunistic, then it might come back to bite you in the end. So wildcard, they're trying this again, this top main push, and we'll have to see if it works out for them a little bit better this time than the last time they tried to rush through study.
Well, wildcard are going to have to strike that balance between playing the wildcard playstyle of old, which is you have a strat book and you execute the same thing every time, and doing this more aggressive playstyle. Pat does manage to finally punish Zane, who is getting a little bit too ambitious on his flank downstairs in Art Studio. And that is a big player for wildcard to take down early.
Karo looking to make an engagement onto Worm as well on the other side of the map as the rest of the Hungry Lions start to reconvene back onto the bomb site, knowing that they've just lost one of their friends down below, maybe anticipating that wildcard will start to get control below, look for the vertical nades and look for that push up the main stairs to eventually get into the bomb site.
Nice for wildcard to have control underneath. Milo's actually yet to find a kill and died every round so far. I'm sure he would love a chance to use these nades to flush out any players or positions behind the bar. I think you're right. It does look like wildcard are going for a very similar push. Trying to clear top main though. Nice nade from Vinny as he pushes on up. He loses the fight to Mazami. That was actually through the vertical angle.
Uh-oh, this isn't looking too good for wildcard. They're sort of dropping the ball here, in my opinion. No one to follow up Vinny through that main stairs, at least try and get their control, and he loses out for seemingly nothing. Meanwhile, Milo from below, though, his first kill of this particular series, through the floor with the nade, and Mazami now is in a little bit frazzled by that. His teammates just died next to him from the blink of an eye, and he's got to move around the bomb site now to protect himself.
Another nade for Milo, but not a lot of time. Cairo is going to have a big impact flanking up from the red stairs. Now OJ and Pat go in deep. Pat wins the fight against Dark Neptune. And that leaves just Mazami and Worm to hold on. Worm gets back into the site, sprays on down, does land the shot, but he's all alone, and that is it. Mazami even got the gas kill, but thankfully Milo on for the flank ties up the half for wildcard.
Wow, this is getting a little bit dicey for wildcard here. I just think that, yeah, they really dropped the ball against Hungry Lions here on this first half. 3-3, it's not unwinnable for either side. We're all tied up here. Going to the second half, it'll be given to whoever sets the pace, I think, in this particular half. In the last one, wildcard, they tried very hard to set a quick pace. They tried very hard to, I suppose, assert their dominance over the Hungry Lions, but that didn't work out. The Hungry Lions, they were disciplined, and they were able to deal with it very well. So the Hungry Lions, I think, if they keep playing this disciplined game, if they keep taking it to wildcard, I really think they have a good shot at winning this one. Because wildcard, I think sometimes they get a little bit too complacent.
Yeah, it certainly felt like that in the first two rounds at least. But, you know, thankfully they do come back for 3-3, and I think that puts them in a pretty solid position. After how many rounds we've seen of Villa today, Mandy, are you any more certain now if I pose the question? Should we expect, you know, two well-balanced teams to go 4-2 or 3-3 on Villa? Like, how defender-sided do you reckon this map is right now?
I think it's a half-half type of map, I think, depending on... I suppose it depends how you approach the map, right? Because I think if you play this sort of regular defense like what Hungry Lions were doing, it's pretty consistent, I think, playing that roam, fooling back, that type of thing. It's quite hard to deal with on its own, I think, and it takes a lot of time to deal with is the main thing, right? Whereas if you play a more anchor-centric kind of holds onto Villa, getting map control and surrounding it is really easy, and that's what a lot of teams have been capitalizing on. And when we saw Ludovico play that kind of defense, it didn't really work out for them. And so but on the attacking half, I think there's so many tools to deal with roamers, and there's so many grenades to deal with anchors now as well, right? Like nades from below, that type of thing. So I think it's just a battle of utility, really, and a battle of playstyle. I just think it's quite even at the moment in the current meta.
And that means that really it's anyone's game from here on out. Cairo tempted to hold on to this roam for a bit longer, but knows he's probably overstayed his welcome. He pulls on back. Another drone comes out. This time it's a Twitch drone from Jakenna, and he can use this shock drone to take out the 90 camera in just a moment. But of course, he doesn't want to forfeit it. If Kyro's watching the angle, doesn't want to lose that drone early.
Kyro's been quite good on these red stairs as well. I think we saw him play it the last time that we watched Wildcard play it. You could correct me here. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, he's been quite strong here on this red stairs, even as the attacker, I believe. I think Kyro has been very good at contesting this point of congestion as well. When there's Wilmidis, that type of thing, he's usually the one lurking below, trying to get the jump on the player on red. Kyro is the one actually starting to aggress here into Statue instead. He might be good for 3 if he's careful. 1, 2.
He gets the double!
Go
and
again.
he could well find a third here. There it is! The triple! The 1, 2, 3 from Kyro. And thanks to Milo's early pick, that is Zane left in a 1 versus 5. Pat, get back in the building for goodness sake. This is OCN.
No discipline there for Pat. He tries to find the opportunity. There's there on Zane. Rappelling down back onto the ground, but he's a little bit too sharp. Too many bullets in the magazine for Pat and his poor jump out. Now 1 versus 4. It seems pretty dire for Zane, but he does pull back a second one. Oh no, I feel like this is the wild card we've seen too many times, Dev! Too many times over and over again. Wild card throwing their lives away. Now it's a 2 versus 1, and it's suddenly very winnable.
From 1 versus 5 to now a 1 versus 2. Thank goodness, Milo. Thank goodness, because you would have had a pretty stern talking to your team had you guys lost that one. Thank goodness. Stack the deck. Oh, Kyro.
Oh,
yeah. You gotta have a sense of humor about that one.
You do.
Lovely
you do.
3K from Kyro. I gotta say, pretty nice game sense from him. The Alibi Prisma was shot, and so he knew where one of the players was, and then he kind of just was like, how much can I chew off? How much can I really get in here? And just didn't stop.
Look, I think if there's anyone that's going to provide the entertainment on this wildcard team, it's going to be Kyro, right? Not just in the lobby, but in the chat as well. He's just such a character, I think he really is. And so you expect him to go for those kinds of plays, and they absolutely do work out in his favor, finding the timing onto Hungry Lions intentionally with that alibi clone intel. Oh, wow. I mean, wildcard, for all they are, they're typically stern characters, but they look like they're having fun in this game.
Yeah, it felt like for a long time Wildcard was in the shadow of Diesel back in the day when they were like the kings of O's. It was because they had this awesome methodical play style, and that's what they were so good at. And I think this game, more than any other game I've seen, Wildcard have just embraced a bit of aggression, embraced the not taking themselves too seriously, just having a bit of fun and really going for it, and it's lovely to see.
Absolutely. I think when we watch them play Apex South, even like their victory cams over Direwolves, I think is the most animated I've ever seen at this entire roster ever. I've never seen them smile and laugh and do some like big air punches and that kind of thing. Never. You'll never see them, never see it from this kind of roster, but I think they've shown a lot of character recently, and I love watching these players love the game and the game they're playing, and it's just having really a lot of fun with it. Wildcard now deciding to go over to the second bomb site. Milo finding an early peek onto the study entry as well, not traded off by any teammates from the Hungry Lions. And I think this is the new trend of this game, Dev. It's just Wildcard having a really good time.
Yeah, I think the new trend is looking at the roof and shooting the roof after you get a kill, because that's what Milo did just then. Trying to make it into a montage or something, I think. He's hungry for more. Bit of a spray on down, but falls back. Happy to just take one kill.
There we go, Wildcard deciding to fall back this time, learning from their mistakes, not throwing away their lives as per the outcome of the last round, as the Hungry Lions start to make their way into the building instead. Neptune now journeying his way through study, but the rest of Wildcard already fallen back safe and sound. Ooh, but Jakenna, he's found a cheeky angle in bathroom.
He's managed to get inside. Wildcard aren't doing the aggressive hold with the wall open, which does afford a lot more map control here to Jakenna. It's much safer for him to just stand in a position like this. But of course he doesn't have as easy a way into sight, and that C4 puts him to bed.
Oh, Zane, though, finds a very strange entry down below. I don't think Vinny was expecting anyone to hop in through Mudroom there. But anyway, it works out for Zayn, bringing back the man count a little bit, unless Pat is there to trade on the mute. SMG 11 on a long angle against an LMG is a pretty tough fight to take, but he wins it out anyway. Wildcard now with the man advantage. 50 seconds left to go. Now even furthered on the man advantage, and it looks pretty dire for the Hungry Lions.
One pick for Mazami. Oh. Just to be careful about the gas as well. OJ is just stacking those up. As Wildcard like to stack the deck. Mazami now in a 1-on-3, probably not going to happen. Wildcard have had a fantastic round so far. The 2 vertical C4s. And of course, the way Wildcard are playing, they are certainly not going to let him sit there and wait him out. They are going to peek. They are going to push. And they are starting to run away with a lead here for the first time this game.
Thank goodness. I feel like we've been waiting for a little while to say that about Wildcard. 2 rounds up now is looking pretty good for them. They look like they're playing some proper Siege now, having fun with it as well, taking the fights where they need to, but still dialing it back as well, something that seems to have taken them too many rounds to kick onto. But now, Wildcard, they will take us to the tertiary bomb site of Kitchen and of Dining. But seems like a rehost has been called. Oh no. Wildcard! No, you've dropped the ball! Oh no!
So for those who are not aware, Mira is currently banned in competitive Siege. So they've team killed him.
Executed.
I don't know. Execute Order 66. I never knew that Mira was a Jedi, but the more you know.
Oh dear, Wildcard have a giggle with themselves right now. Vinny's got, oh no, I've done a boo-boo.
I want them to have fun. I don't want them to have that much fun.
Yeah,
right?
that's
like,
too much.
Come on.
You can't break the rule book. You can't break the rule book. You can have fun, but you can't make our admins angry.
Yeah, and the admins will have to make a call on that, whether there's some kind of sanction or whatever for Wildcard. The rulebook will say the admins will just be following the rulebook. We're not the admins. As much as me and Maddie, we would love to make all these decisions, isn't that right? We would love to just say, no, that's it. But we do not have the authority to do so.
Unfortunately not. We don't have the big red button that says yes or no or go.
Imagine we did, man.
Oh, can you imagine that?
What would you do if you just had complete autonomous control over the rules in the game? What would you do?
I don't know, actually, to be honest. I think if I had to add anything, it was the whole operators being out of quarantine early. I'm really happy that we both got Senz and Azami in this season. That was quite exciting. Yes. Yeah, I feel like just adding more things to add to the chaos, I think, of Comp Siege. That's probably what I would do if I was the evil overlord of all of R6 esports.
Would you be a benevolent god? That was an evil laugh. That was an evil laugh.
Probably not.
No, you would not be a benevolent god. I think that answers our question.
What would you do?
All right, Wild. I don't know. I think I would just enjoy it. I reckon I'd be like, nah, Wildcard, forfeit that round. In fact, forfeit 3 rounds. It's now 6-5 to Hungry Lions. Wildcard, you must pay for your sins.
Good grief. Oh, the sacrifices they'd have to pay for picking Mirror.
Well, they certainly won't be picking Mirror next time. We are rehosting that round, and as far as we know, there is no penalty to Wildcard just rehosting that round. But I guess you could say that that does, in a way, give Hungry Lions a chance to kind of chat about what's going wrong on their attacks, because they are yet to find an attack win. So you could call this an extended tactical timeout for the Hungry Lions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have some time to consolidate their knowledge, try and figure out what they're going to do to take it to Wildcard. Wildcard, they seem like they're kind of just chilling right now. I don't really think anything serious is going on in their camp at the moment. But yeah, for the Hungry Lions, this is an opportunity for them to try and get back into it, try and figure out what's going wrong for them. Because in a way, it feels like they're not doing too terrible. Like, I think that they're taking the necessary steps to get in. But it feels like on occasion they drop the ball to silly mistakes. Like, for example, that study entry, it wasn't refragged very quickly. Milo got away with his life. There was no cutoff on 90. There was no one trying to make their way up red or something like that. Trying to make their push a little bit more dynamic or something like that, right? So the Hungry Lions, I think they have a little bit of work to do. It's about refining some of the details, making sure they're working together, which we currently know they're pretty good at doing it. They're pretty good at doing that at the moment. So I think they do have a way of clawing back into this if they can use this time effectively.
Just trying to read some of the books that Pat's got in his bookshelf. I'm pretty sure that's in the top right, the kind of really thick book with the little circle on it. I think that's A Dance with Dragons. I read that book. Great book. Great book, that one.
All my books are on ebooks now.
Yeah.
So,
Are you you're like ebook, like digital or like audiobook? Because I've kind of gone down the audiobook route.
I can't go down the audiobook route. I think, I don't know. I think it's some of the way that the audiobook, I guess the announcers, I suppose, or like the people, narrators.
Yeah.
That's the right announcers. Good grief, Mandy. Anyway, narrators. Some of the way the narrators say things throws me off guard a little bit. I prefer podcasts. I think if I'm listening to anything audio. Yeah.
That's kind of like what we're doing right now, isn't it?
Oh dear. Extended break here as we get the lobby back up. I know it's really tough as the observer. You need to plug in everything. There's been a lot of rounds as well, so there's so much round history to put in, putting in the right bands as well, making sure that the last couple rounds are right. It's frustrating, I can tell you that. As an observer myself, this does take some time and love and care.
Yeah, and it takes a little bit of time as well for the admins to really slap Vinny on the wrist. You know, they gotta let him know. They gotta let him have it. We have this bit of a ritual, like, you know, Vinny has to stand up, close his eyes, and then the admin just lets him have it. And then only once that ritual has been completed can we return to the game.
Oh, it seems like we have returned back into the game. Wazami now.
Ooh.
That looks like Rainbow Six on our screen. Oh no, he's watching something. We've been lied to.
That's disappointing. Oh yeah, you can see.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
That's actual
Game
Rainbow Six on
starting.
our screen.
Yeah, he's just been alt-tabbing, but not back in the game and getting into it. 5 rounds to 3 is the scoreline. Wildcard on the cusp of taking a victory. Hungry Lions yet to find an attack round win as of yet.
And here we go, back into the lobby it is. We see Wildcard taking us down, starting a kitchen, tertiary site, no more mirror this time, as Vinny will be playing the alibi
Was it
instead.
that hard, Vinny? Was it really that hard, Vinny?
Look, I think when you're getting caught up in the heat of the moment, you know, there's only 15 seconds, you kind of panic a little bit, going, oh my gosh, that was a crazy round, and then, oh, whoops, this is not the right operator. So anyway, now we're back onto dining and kitchen, tertiary site. Hat as well, playing the pulse will make it very difficult to get that vertical control that Hungry Lions will be looking for.
Yeah, we didn't get to see Pulse earlier today on Villa. It was banned out. And we've also seen 2 vertical C4s last round. Pat was one of them. And that wasn't even with a Pulse present. So if Wildcard can get vertical C4s when they only have 2 C4s and they don't have any info gathering, and then what can they do now that they've got the Pulse and a C4 on OJ as well?
And on top of that, I think the Pulse really enables finding out what the push is from the Hungry Lions as well. Like, if you're playing the Pulse and you're playing inside of Dining or inside of Tetris, you scan out Laundry, you scan out Pantry, that type of thing. If there's no one there, you can go, okay, guys, they're going to flood through China. They're going to try and drop a hatch, or they're going to come down red or something like that, right? If you do see the heartbeats there, you go, okay, team, we need to start prepping for the retake through Laundry. We need to start getting that ready. And that preemptive kind of intel for whatever it is in that late game is just oh so important as well, right? And I think that's what makes Pulse so valuable on this site.
On top of that, we do have a bit of a roam game. Cairo here. And Milo, actually, who just dropped down the study hatch, did not happen to see the drone at his feet, though. So Hungry Lions will still keep that alive. Looks like it is a pretty ambitious map take here for Hungry Lions. They're keen to take quite a bit of map control, as Wildcard just forfeit on back. Cairo's still downstairs on the other side of the map, but you can see, I think Pat's called out. There's a couple of players starting to drone outside Master, and so Wildcard will be here to contest that. And I'm eagerly awaiting this opening engagement, because every single round so far, the team who's had that opening kill has won the round.
Oh, really? That's interesting. I feel like I haven't been keeping up with that well. I think the game has been so back and forth. The flurry of kills that come in, it's been really hard to keep track. So I'm glad that you are. Chikenna now taking the diffuser into Laundry. But there we go. That's the effect of the pulse. As Pat starts to pre-fire through this barricade, scaring away Chikenna, and he's got to fall back outside the building.
I really like... Oh, there you go. Early kill. Cairo does take down Worm. And I really like the use of the Kaid from OJ to trick a lot of those ex-Kairos pellets on the Laundry wall. And there's not a lot of pellets left now for Chikenna, just 4, which is not very many to make a proper hole to entry through. Wildcard still have a lot of map control. They're looking very comfortable here. Hungry Lions have a lot ahead of them to try and even this up.
And it feels like the Hungry Lions just can't find a single in into the building. Okay, I've just been lied to straight away. Jekena finding the kill into Pat. That would have been the Tetris player as well. So perhaps getting their foot into the site. But it doesn't matter if Cairo can still hold on to control and living and find those picks back. Mazami seems to be creeping his way up the pantry stairs. OJ is just way too sharp. And there we go. The round is over for Wildcard.
Yeah, well, this game is nearly over for the Hungry Lions as Wildcard claim match point. It's 6-3 now, and Wildcard have been perfect on their defense. They've won 3 different bomb sites, 3 rounds in a row, and they'll just have to return to Aviator and Games Room. Hungry Lions need to show more than they have so far. They started strong on their own defense. They went up 2-0, and since then, Wildcard has won 6 of the last 7 rounds.
Yeah, I think the wild card, they brought the respect into this game. They just want it to be over and done with, and it's time to play some proper siege this time. No more silly shenanigans, running in, finding funny opportunities or something like that, or cutting corners. And now they're playing some really good Villa, now taking us to Aviator in games. It just feels like the Hungry Lions, they have the right approach but can't find an in, whether it's losing the 1 versus 1s. For example, trying to take control of living there, they needed to kill Cairo in order to get that control and try and make a horizontal type pressure, or even getting into laundry without being detected, getting that wall open without the Kai tricking it. Just all these small micro battles seem to be won on the side of Wildcard, and that's really stopping Hungry Lions from enabling anything happening for them.
So what can they do, Mandy? One last chance to keep this game alive. It's going to have to be 3 rounds in a row, though, to make it work and push OT, get at least a point.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
This feels like a Milo thing to do.
Oh, my God.
Is it going to work?
It's definitely going to work.
Definitely
I'll tell you
gonna
right
work.
now. Cairo is also hiding in the shower. Like, there is no way this doesn't work. Cairo, sorry, Milo, lean the other way.
No.
If you lean... Yeah, so we've got Milo and Cairo sneaking. Oh, does Mazami drone it?
I think I just
I
want
think
to
he
watch.
saw
I
him.
think he definitely saw him. Milo, you've been spotted out. Worm has grenades. Worm has grenades. Is it going to happen? No. Maybe they don't
really
know.
want them to kill
They
him.
don't know.
They did. They misjudged Cairo! And they misjudged Milo! Worm is about to look very, very silly. How long is Milo going to wait? He has let Worm walk right past him. And Cairo as well, still inside the shower. How long will these 2 players wait before they spring into action?
What on earth is going on, Dep? What are we watching right now? we are watching 2 rats in the corner is what we're watching.
Wildcard are hard rolling.
My goodness.
Cairo, an easy double kill. Hungry Lions will be dumbfounded. They'll think, wait a second, how did Cairo get there? He's now found 3. Never mind that Milo was in the closet the whole time. The diffuser is down on the ground. And Milo is back in the closet again. He's just going to hide there for the whole round.
What on earth is happening, Deb? What are we watching? This is some finish to this final series here in OCN. That is one way to wrap up my night. My goodness.
You're lost for words, are you?
What is going
this
on?
Is over. This is so over. Look, Wildcard have been having a bit of fun with this game. Cairo has now found 4 kills.
May as well go for the ace.
Looking for the ace. Yep, well,
Honor the
we
deal.
had an almost ace earlier today. Are these guys going to go and hide in the closet as well? What are they doing? Milo has
In
not
the
moved
bathtub.
all around. 2 players
2
in the bathtub.
Goodness.
All right.
Is it 3 in the bathtub? Oh no, they're all going
They're
to
all
the
going
bathtub.
into the bathtub. 3 players in the bathtub. Wildcard are just straight trolling right now. GG, I guess. A 7-3 victory. Lovely to see some smiles on these guys' faces by the end of it. Quite a game. A unique experience if I have ever seen one. And GG, Wildcard, 7-3 over Hungry Lions.
Oh, good grief. I just can't believe the ending to that. I mean, we were really hyping up the Hungry Lions as well. They played some proper siege, you know? They were really bringing it at the beginning.
Really didn't.
But they really did have 3 players in the bathtub.
They did.
really did.
Man, that's I don't know. Like, I feel like I can't analyze that. Xenox, please. I really hope you can
don't.
analyze that.
I don't know if you've done any analysing tonight at all, James, mate. All you've done is just laughing and giggling and having fun, which is what Wildcard ended up doing, of course, as well. They had some fun, and boy, are they in some good form right now, Mandy. 2-0 in APAC South, 2-0 in Oceanic Nationals. Are they the form team of the region right now?
I would say so. They absolutely look like they are the most consistent, the ones with the strats, the ones that take opportunities. They've kind of got it all right now.
Dev, it's been a long time coming, but it's actually, you know, from an external point of view, so good to see for these guys who went through some tough times now on the other side of it. They're the team to beat.
They certainly are, and it's pretty... I don't know. It's been quite a journey for them. It's nice to see that they can turn it up. They can really get serious when they need to be, which they did to their credit. Like when they were down 0-2, they did start to play a little bit more properly, but they can also have a bit of fun with it, which they certainly did today.
I think obviously this is a team that has high aspirations for Wildcard, of course. Great start in APAC South now. A great start in the Oceanic Nationals. But for Hungry Lions, Mandy, they had a good start to this particular game, winning the first couple of rounds, but then Wildcard really got going. Was there anything that you could maybe take away if you're on the side of the Hungry Lions?
I think there's a lot to take away. I think that the Hungry Lions, they look like they have the foundations of a solid team. I mean, I've said this plenty of times, but they look like they play the game properly. You know, they have the strap book ready. They are where they need to be. They're in the right place at the right time. And it feels like on Villa particularly, they had the right steps to go through the map, but they were just losing out on those micro games, as opposed to a more veteran team like Wildcard. Like, what can you do other than gain more experience and just learn from it, really?
Learning lessons for the Hungry Lions. Let's go to the ever-lovable Vince here for an interview, who's starting to do quite a few of these. He is a veteran, not just in-game, but also on the desk with us as well. Congratulations on the victory, mate. And it's good to see you guys are on a bit of a winning streak, not just in Oceanic Nationals, but also APAC South. A great start to Stage 2. And I guess now, as you're in this position, how do you just keep this going?
We just keep doing what we're doing at the moment, which is working hard during the weeks before the games and preparing well for the matches. I think we did a lot of the brunt work in the off-season. We knew that we weren't going to have much of a break after Stage 1 and just really put the work in then. And then now it's just about the really nitpicky stuff during the season and getting everything up to scratch.
Yeah, look, mate, congrats on the win. We've seen Villa in the map pool for quite some time now, but you guys brought some really unique strategies to the table. I haven't seen anyone hide in the closet like Milo did, and I haven't ever seen 3 people in the bathtub at one time. Could you talk us through some of these more advanced strategies that you've been bringing to the table?
Well, it was Kyra's idea initially to hide in the bathtub, and we were like, yeah, that's a great idea. And he was complaining that he didn't want to ruin his OCN KD, so we had to argue with him to do it. and then we had about a 2-minute discussion with Milo because we thought that hiding in the closet was a bad idea as well. But then it kind of worked, so we were just we were kind of limit testing a few things for next week's game, I guess.
Dear Vinny, I think you commented that right now it's just about looking at the nitpicky stuff as your progress. I wanted to ask, do you think that your progress is sustainable? Do you think that the wildcard trajectory is just going to keep going up? Or do you feel like you're sort of starting to reach a limit?
No, I don't think so at all. I think every game, every time we win a game, we're kind of showing how much stronger we can get. You know, games like today, we have a bit of fun, but you can see kind of like the firepower that we have, even when we're not really doing our team coordinated kind of thing. But yeah, when you've got Caro and Milo kind of going off, yeah, I don't know. I feel like we can only do so much as a team, and then it becomes kind of how we can play together individually as well. And yeah, I think we're just kind of starting to see what we can do.
It's all that sort of one game at a time mentality. I guess that's also the way the structure of the competitions are now as well these days, best of ones, etc., losing the playoffs as well. Does that help you guys, of course, as a team that's continuing to grow, to just be able to focus at one at a time, not having to worry about, say, getting into a top 4 and then best of 3s, etc.? Does it allow you to just focus on the improvement here and now?
I don't really think so. I think, honestly, the playoff kind of format, I feel like it would have favoured our team. I think that we're pretty good at the way that we play over a long series, and you know, it's definitely a different kind of mindset when you're playing only BO1s to make a major. It's definitely about taking each game as it comes and kind of focusing on the next team, but also kind of doing things to throw teams off, which is not something that you really need to worry about a best of 3, where it becomes more about stamina and just being the better team overall. So yeah, we're trying new things, and we're just going to take each game as it comes. Yeah.
Professional answer as always, mate. Usually I'd say it's not too long till you're on the desk permanently, but with the way that you boys are playing right now, might be a couple of more years away. I'll give you the floor as always. Shout-outs.
Yeah, shout-outs to all the people watching. Shout-outs to the org. Shout-out to you guys. You guys are doing a great job as always. Everyone go check out all of our giveaways on Twitter for skins. I'm gonna plug ourselves. So yeah, that's it.
Go for it, mate. Awesome. Well, we'll of course wish you the best of luck remaining for the rest of the stage. Not just Oceanic Nationals, but also APAC South. Well done, mate.
Thanks, guys.
And that is our 4 games concluded. We did it. We got through it. Dev, Mandy, and it's early too. Of course, we had that little forfeit at the start of the night. An intriguing night, nevertheless, when it comes to maybe some of the score lines. Not that close, all things considered, though, Dev. Of course, the 7-0, more so FF, but regardless, then 7-2, 7-3, 7-3. We speed ran it tonight.
Yeah, we certainly did. It was a pretty quick night. I think a lot of these games were more one-sided than we expected, particularly the Kraken Bliss one. Really expected a bit more out of Kraken. I mean, look, I'm going to say the same about the Ludovica Knights one. I think that was probably promised to be the game of the day, and it's pretty exciting to see how well Knights played, how well Stigs. He just gave us a show as well. But, you know, despite today being an APAC South day, if you will, you know, obviously Chiefs, Ludovica, and Chiefs, Knights and Wildcard pulling through, I think there's still a lot of promise of a lot of these up-and-coming OCN teams.
A difficult league and a difficult region to predict, but I think today many of us got the big 4-0. Not all, though. Those who were on Team Ludovica, of course, not going to be too happy. And Mandy, you are now tied bottom with my own co-caster in Guz,
Oh, no.
both 4-4. That is awful company to be in.
Oh, it's not great, is it? It's not fantastic. I really hoped for more out of Ludovica. Like Dev said, I thought that was going to be a very close match, but should never have doubted Sticks.
Yeah, definitely not. Speaking of bad company, though, Dev, the bloke who's 7-1 right now, in that, look at that beautiful picture with the Rhino. He is loving life.
I think he's having about as much fun as Wildcard was during that last game. Nice to see Mr. Robert Manic Monday himself finally getting good at something. It must be a real change for him, and look, all power to him.
Of course, he'll be sort of returning with you guys in about 2 weeks' time, and we'll be getting the usual crews all shuffled together. Moving forward, though, of course, for the night, this is going to be, I don't actually know because I didn't hear my producer, it's the standings, there we go, which obviously we're only into the second Playday, Mandy, so we don't really look too much into this, but familiar teams at the top, Bliss, Wildcard, Chiefs, etc.
I think so, yeah. I think that OCN is typically a more top-heavy type standings. We find some teams linger around in the top 3 for quite a long time, and the midfield can start to get a little bit dicey, that 4, 5, 6, but otherwise I think it's going to stay like this for a pretty long time, especially with how Wildcard and Team Bliss are going.
And this time my producer was loud and clear. He is the best in the business. Let's move forward, of course, to what is the schedule for the next Playday, which will be next Friday, and a couple of big games brewing for their Chiefs, Kraken, sort of the old and the new, Dev, and then you've also got at the bottom of that Ground Zero and Knights. Feels like must win there early on for Playday 3.
Yeah, look, there are a couple of big games coming up for the teams that I'm particularly looking at, the ones that will be gunning for those APAC South spots. So I'm particularly thinking about Bliss and Ludovica. Bliss and Ludovica, rather. So they really needed to keep that momentum going. Obviously, Luca Vita copped an L today, so they need to get that back, and it's going to be really tough for them to do it against Wildcard.
Can't imagine Wildcard will be slowing down their momentum. Bliss probably go in as favourites against the Hungry Lions, who will get, I guess, a bit of a lesson, Mandy. That's a good team to learn from in Team Bliss.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Team Bliss have really brought the fire in this current OCN season. The Hungry Lions, they just need more time, a little bit more experience, and I think Team Bliss is the perfect team to do that against.
They're plus 11 round differential now, 14-3 from the first 2 Playday's dominant performance to start Oceanic Nationals. We know, Dev, of course, Team Bliss, they are going to leave no stone unturned for the remainder of this year with their hopes of making it to APAC. I think they've got what it takes. Of course, we'll have to wait and see as the year does progress. But final thoughts, really, as a whole for Playday 2, which really, at the end of the day, was the kind of Playday we got the predictions right. The results we got, kind of somewhat expected, but ultimately that's good news, right? It means the teams at the top getting the job done.
Yeah, I think it's particularly an exciting time to be a wildcard fan or a Knights fan. And, you know, especially with all the skins dropping as well, Chiefs also have their skin, of course. It's really cool to get to see these teams really finding some success. And, of course, the job's not done yet. We're still only 2 players into OCN, 2 players into APAC South. But within this region, we are going to see these teams looking to take that next step and head to the Berlin Major.
Yeah, it's a long, long way to go. Mandy, I'll give you the floor as well. Final thoughts before we close out?
Entertaining day. I think every single game was quite fun to watch. And yeah, just looking forward to more OCN, really.
Certainly is. I'm always looking forward to more Oceanic Nationals, hence why I will be back next Friday, of course, with Guz and Blue Panda. We'll be bringing you all of the Playday 3 action, but that's us done for Playday 2. Thank you all for tuning in and joining us tonight. We had some great games, we had some great laughs, we had some great fun, and we'll see you next week. Probably needs to find a little bit of improvement here if they're going to find victory on Clubhouse, and no, it's just all falling apart. While the Tiltec, though, brings out the pistol, but can't bring out the win.
3 versus 3, what we've seen time and time again. This 4th round now, and a minute left to go, but still hard breach on the board for Kraken. So do have options, unless Shade lands a shot like that. What was that?
Of course, reinforced wall, so who knows if that would have actually done much. Hunter gives away his position. Oh, actually got the headshot onto Oda.
So if Knights can utilize these nades
There
to
we
get into
go.
positions, and there you go. Say it and it will come to fruition. Stakes is huge, but Edpan is there. And Knights in a 5-on-3.
Ludovic are not able to pull back their plays in time, has put them to the detriment of a pinch. And Sticks now with free study control is able to find 2 picks going straight into the side.
He's already found 2 kills in the rounds. And the pressure is mounting. But can anybody stop Stiggs? Logic does it! What a round for him. This may be the most impressive kill death record I have ever seen in a match of competitive Rainbow Six. He's unstoppable. Edpan has got a 1v1 for the map. It is Sage stepping up on the Azami through the rotate hole, and that is the final kill. The Kima barrier. The kunai is the killing blow.
Maybe
I really want them to kill him.
They don't know.
They misjudged Karo! And they misjudged Milo! Worm is about to look very, very silly.
What are we watching right now? we are watching 2 rats in a corner is what we're watching.
Wildcard are hard trolling.
My goodness.
Cairo an easy double kill. Hungry Lions will be dumbfounded. They'll think, wait a second, how did Cairo get there?
Is it 3 in the bathtub? Oh no, they're all going to the bathtub.
3 players in the bathtub.
Way Team Bliss a little bit more controlled and measured in their approach, not giving them anything. They are just picking them apart. One by one, they fall like toy soldiers. It's a flawless round for what ended up being a flawless game. I'm sorry, that just completely caught me off guard. That is hilarious. Big win in the end.
Morning, boys. Who the f did this to my mouse? Juicy, was this you?
No, man.
Tilte?
No.
Vinny?
No, I don't even like jelly.
Logic? Is it you, mate? Digital.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with Oceanic Nationals for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.